morning, guys. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. All right. I've got to do a pre-roll. You guys know what that means. Pre-roll, pre-roll, pre-roll. No. Q, I can't do the cat on podcast because I don't have a game screen up. I mean, unless I just let the game screen up all the time, but I'm not gonna probably do that. Holy smokes! Is that a Wild Joe I see in the audience?
Yes it is.
That's a Wild Joe. What are you doing?
I am winding down for the evening. What are you doing?
Dude, winding down. Oh, gosh. I will do that here in about 2 hours. But I'm telling you, man, today was nuts, dude. Today was so hard. I had a rough day today. I had a rough day today, man. I had a rough day today.
I feel some of that, for sure.
Yeah. You've been well? Listen, I was going to, actually, time is getting away from me. I was going to see if you wanted to do a show this Sunday.
Could be able to do that, yeah.
That'd be fun. What do you want to talk about? We should tease the people.
Oh, well, we can't tease Tarpy. She'll get out of hand.
She's feisty. She's feisty. You know what? I had to tell her. I had to coax her out onto the stage tonight by telling her a dirty joke. Mm-hmm. A dirty joke.
3, actually.
That was the only way. That was the only way she was coming out. She was like, "Tell me an R-rated joke." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay."
That's what I'm saying. You can't tease her. Then you can't control her.
Oh, you don't want to try and control me.
No, I would never attempt such a thing.
Fun. Listen, did we ever finish Lower Decks? I don't know that we ever finished Lower Decks.
No, I don't think we did. Because
Oh.
we finished Prodigy, and then we had the interview. No, I don't think we ever.
Yeah,
I don't think we ever
we
really
did Section
started
31 on the same show as we did the interview, right?
Correct.
Yeah, golly. Man, we got work to do, bro.
We do.
We got some work to do.
Yeah. I mean, Sunday should be very, very plausible.
You guys hear that? Bubba Joe wants to come out and play on Sunday. There you go. You heard it here first on a show that deals exclusively with information about this show. It's not like it's breaking news or.
And GMATs, that I think is a college entrance exam.
Wait, is it really?
Yes.
I totally made that up.
I figured you were making it up, but I'm pretty sure that's an actual thing.
That's a real thing. Okay. Well, cool. See, I'm smarter than I let on, or that I.
No, it's a graduate exam, not
Correct.
Undergrad.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a graduate exam.
Oh.
I remember having to take it before I started my master's.
Are we actually streaming? Oh, we are. Crap.
You're the one asking?
Yeah, no, because here's the deal. I was going to read you guys 3 terrible, stupid news stories, but there can be no record of it. Sorry. Really if I'm already streaming, I can't.
Or as people just refer to it these days as news.
Ooze. I can't do it, guys.
Kill the stream.
No, I'm not going to kill the stream. Why would I kill the stream? That's terrible.
People love that.
No, I can't do that. No, I can't. No, Silvertab, you crazy. There can't be evidence of me reading terrible jokes like this on the interwebs. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We're going to start the show here in just a second. Bubba decided to pop in, and I wanted to say hey for a second. Silvertab says no one is listening. I can't mute audio. Wait, can I mute audio to the stream? I can mute audio to the stream. Hold on. Let me see if this button works. I shouldn't actually do that. That's boring content.
You're confusing people.
I know, it's going to take everyone away. Wait, Twitch is already playing an ad already?
That's good then, right?
Well, yeah, sure, I guess.
Can you send it to me? I'll tell the nastiness.
No,
and then
you can't.
Pretend to be angry.
No, you can't, Matters. You're in the doghouse. You were mean.
All right.
Doghouse with you, sir.
It's fine. We're good.
That was never me.
I have a pumpkin bar.
A
Wait
Wait
pumpkin.
a second. I got out of the doghouse and Matters is in the doghouse?
That's right.
What?
Wait, who let you out of the doghouse?
The real question is,
I forgot to run the
who
pre-roll.
let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs? JP said it's the usual entry ad. Yeah, but I thought I usually pressed that with a button.
You
So
can
anyway.
find the button.
Are you
Hey,
having,
back.
I was gonna say, are you having trouble finding the button?
I know where the button is. Thank you very much. Hi, back. Rebecca Plants is in the audience, too. Man, look at all these amazing friends coming out.
Hang on.
All
hang
these
on.
friends
I don't
coming out to
believe
hang
you.
out. Yeah, I
I'm
know.
gonna have to go over to Twitch now.
She's in the chat. Maybe. Hey, listen,
Yes,
we haven't
but I'm
actually.
not on Twitch.
We haven't started the show yet.
Fix
So
that, Bubba.
why don't you come over? Why don't you come in and say hi? Come up in voice and just say hi for a second. No, Beck is not going to convince me to tell a terrible news story. She's not going to do that. She's the most conservative of everybody. She's going to be like, oh, there's people that'll hear that forever, DJs. What would Paramount think about me telling stories about wieners? Okay? Can't do it. Can't
There's
do it.
something about a barnyard animal.
Tarpy! Come on! I only gave a little bit of a leak, and then you go into the barnyard animals? God.
You could have ignored me saying that.
I can't, because it's hilarious.
No, fine.
The only thing that brings this stupid news story full circle, Tarpy, the only thing that you can say to make this any worse is that the punchline had one of the Kardashian sisters in it. Okay, like seriously, there's nothing else. That's how you get kicked off the internet. All right, that's what happens. There you go. You guys got the three. You just got the three most important elements of that story. Now, Beck, let me ask. Knowing the three topics of this stupid news segment, you're probably agreeing with me that I have decided to not read this story, right? I would imagine that that's the it's the correct decision. No, I can't read it, Jondrel. It's terrible. My video and audio are not in sync? Yes, they are. Ha! It looks perfect on my side. Beck says I'm being responsible. Oh.
You've grown up.
I've grown up.
You always are going to grow old, but you should never grow up.
This, the musical soundtrack, Beck, just kind of turned a little bit more ominous. Maybe I should tell the story. Jondrel says, you spend a whole minute writing it. You should read it. I know. Oh, man. Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. Appreciate you guys all being here. Bubba Joe is on the stage and has announced that our Talking Trek outside of STFC podcast will come this weekend, where he wants to go through and synergize. No, that's not right. Synopsisize. Is that a word? I just made it up. Synopsisize. Summarize. I got it, Bubba. We're going to summarize the final
There you
season.
go.
We're going the final
Words
season
are
of Lower
hard.
Decks. Words are hard. The final season of Lower Decks, sadly. Sadly, the final season. But we are going to talk about that this coming Sunday. Thank you, Mustache. I'm pretty sure his name is Mustage. But I'm going to go with Mustache because I'm growing such an epic one right now. It looks better, Bubba. Are you on Twitch? You see it?
I can see it. I can see it. It's not so bad.
That's not so. See? Not so bad. Why?
Your eyebrows have returned nicely, too.
Yes, and I've got hair and everything. And Alicia wants
Mouse voice. Fine. God, you're so impatient. There you go, Andalicia. Thanks for spending your toy mice on a voice changer. Appreciate it so much. Makes me happy. Don Zeno says, DJs, serious talk. Are you flippin' kidding me? We got a gift chest with 25 Latinum. Listen. We should talk about this on the show. But the 25 Latinum was just a trigger. It was just a trigger. You got a bunch of points, too. You got a bunch of points. It's like when they give a 5-minute speed up. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't this like whose line is it anyway?
Is it?
Everything's made up and the points don't matter. So giving you a bunch of points
there you go.
Doesn't matter.
Points don't matter. The points don't matter. Were you actually going to play in that event anyway? Because I wasn't. Wanding Warrior... that event, okay? I can't even say it. That event is a challenging event for someone like me to engage in because I'm not done with those loops. I feel like that's an overflow loop. So you should look at it for exactly what it is. If you are not done with those ship parts, then don't waste them in this silly event. It's silly. Don Zeno says, I already finished it. Oh my god. He did it. Bubba Joe.
Time for Jeopardy, DJ.
Oh, hey. Wow. It's late tonight. Dude, Have you... Hold on. Sidebar. Have you seen Ryan Seacrest on Wheel of Fortune? Are you enjoying that?
I have not watched Wheel of Fortune in a very long time, so no,
I did not know until yesterday that Ryan Seacrest is hosting it now, and the only reason I learned about it is because apparently a former pro wrestler was a contestant and literally choked him out on set. He had to tap out. He couldn't breathe. He was getting ready to pass out. This is fun stuff. It was a good video. Anywho.
But Jeopardy has still got Ken Jennings as host, which he's pretty.
I like Ken Jennings.
He's not as funny as I think people think he is, but he's actually not unfunny, I guess is the right way to say it.
I think he's kind of quirky.
He's
and
filling
funny.
into the.
I think he's funny.
He's filling into the Alex Trebek role really well, I think.
You know, it's possible that you could actually be a Jeopardy question one day. Like, who was the world first, blah, 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 blah.
Could happen. Beck, who is your favorite Jeopardy host?
I'm not sure I have one.
Oh, that's an absurd answer. Okay.
Well, I mean, the original, right, Alex, but also, I guess, wait, is he the original Jeopardy host?
I think so.
Wasn't there one before him?
I don't think there was one before him, was there? Bubba?
No, I don't believe so. I think Alex started it.
It was Alex.
Yeah, but I have seen some of the millennial episodes with what's his name? Colin? I don't remember. It's Scarlett Johansson's husband.
Colin Jost.
Oh.
Colin Jost?
Is it Jost? I thought
that
it was
guy.
Jost. Wait, he hosted? Time's up.
He does a separate one.
He hosted?
Pop culture Jeopardy.
In the pop culture, that's what it is. Or
I
whatever.
did that one. I watched that one.
Oh, I bet he's funny.
No, but
I think he's hilarious.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but there's a beauty in the awkwardness of it, so I really enjoy that.
you
have Jeopardy hosts for 500, please, Alex.
Yeah. Steven Zarin is here. Oh my gosh, all the friends are coming out. What is happening? It's like a reunion.
So, DJ,
yeah.
I have information for you.
Yes.
I have information for you.
Give me information.
Alex Trebek was not the first host.
No!
I knew it.
Oh,
Art
no!
Fleming was the first host
Art
from
Fleming.
1964 to 1979.
I actually...
back in your 40s. And then Alex Trebek. And then, of course, the two that are a little bit more recent in Mayim Bialik and Bialik. Mayim Bialik.
Yeah.
And then Ken Jennings. And there have been some...
she's a good host, too.
Temporary hosts that have done it for, a couple of episodes here and there.
Right, yeah, you've had some of the filling
That's basically the hosts. So.
Those are the hosts. Oh, that's great.
Yes.
Love that.
Yep. That's cool. But I'm really actually so right now they're doing their Celebrity as well. So you have the regular Jeopardy, and then you have Celebrity Jeopardy, and I'm enjoying Celebrity Jeopardy right now. Just seeing people that are famous, if they're smart or not, and some of them are, and
some of them are. Dude,
I
did
like
you
those
get a
ones 'cause
chance?
the categories are way dumbed down, and they're so easy.
Did you get a chance
Make me feel
to
smart.
watch the video on YouTube of us playing science trivia with Tim Russ? Dude,
I have not. No.
he's brilliant. He is a brilliant guy. I'm looking forward to getting him on the show. Did I tell you he agreed to come on the show? I think I did, right? He's coming on the show.
No, you have told me nothing from the cruise.
Really?
You told me you made a bunch of connections. You're really excited, and you have shared none of it with me.
Well,
Co-host.
Madam Plancent Beck has agreed to be on the show. She's going to be coming on the show. Ladies and gentlemen,
Excellent.
Rebecca Plants will be on the show. We're going to get her on.
It will be.
Yeah, one of these days. One of these days, we're going to get her on for a full presidential interview.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's going to
I
happen.
could at some point, but I don't know, y'all. It's been a good, wonderful 3 years, and
Take
my
a
heart
shot.
can only take so much.
Take a shot, y'all. I'm teasing you.
Oh
Oh, I love it. No, it
no!
was.
I used to take those out of all the scripts, by the way, because I thought it would be unprofessional for me to say y'all. And then I said it one time, and then someone said, "Oh, that actually sounded extra like friendly."
It was personable. Yeah. I was like,
And so then I stopped taking them out. So anyway, that's it.
fun little backstory right there, Bubba Joe. And now y'all know.
Don't let people word shame you.
Nothing wrong with
Y'all
a
is
good
great.
y'all.
No.
I've learned how to spell it, which is important for me.
Y-A
important.
apostrophe. Bubba, have you seen Beck's interview with Garrett Wong and Tim Russ on the cruise?
Sorry, I have not watched any of the content from the cruise. Sorry, DJ. I know
He
You
didn't
need to
want
go
to
do that.
spoil the stories that you were going to tell him by watching ahead of time.
No,
he was
it's
really
fine.
expecting you to share with
Beck
him.
got to host a panel, Bubba, and it was maybe,
What?
yeah, and it might have been the best panel of the entire week. I mean, I might be a little bit biased, but I'm telling you, she had that stadium, she had that room in an uproar. It was a phenomenal interview. She got more out of Tim Russ and Garrett Wong than anybody else the entire week. It was a ridiculously great panel. It was a stupidly good panel.
I will have to go check that out because I'm a big fan of the Plancident.
I know
So,
you're a big fan of that kind of circuit too. Like you love the cons,
I am.
you love the interviews. This was probably the most personal and entertaining panel that you could have ever had at any con. I mean, it was just that good. It was the three of them on stage. They had back 45, 50 minutes. And from start to finish, it was action packed.
We took the whole hour. I mean, yeah.
It was good. It was absolutely phenomenal. And according to my limited research, Bubba Joe, I'm pretty sure Beck spent much time preparing these questions because a lot of these questions have never been asked of these guys on the circuit. This was truly original content from Tim Russ and Garrett Wong, and it was an inspirational conversation. It's legendary.
That's awesome.
Legendary conversation. Loved it. So it was really
Y'all
good.
are kind.
I know,
I
it
really
was
enjoyed it.
Hey,
I was very starstruck.
I
so.
hope you get to do that again. I hope you were in your element.
Hey, they sent out surveys. So if you went, fill out the survey.
I
Say you like
did.
that part.
I did fill out that
Yeah.
survey. If you were on the cruise, that's right. Those surveys just came out this past week, so definitely go and do that. I hope you get to do more of that next year because you were a phenomenal host. It was crazy good. Algrima says, Beck, you know what? I'll ask you this question because it's not really STFC related. More, I don't know. You don't have to answer if you don't want. What is the feeling in the office now that you guys have Pokemon Go in your arsenal? Like, is it playful and fun? Are we going to do some fun stuff with that? Or is it completely different teams and like, is anybody from Pokemon even in your office? Anything like that?
Pikachu's running around, causing a mess.
Is Pikachu running around with the Monopoly Man? Monopoly Man and
hilarious.
I bet you're pretty good friends with Squirtle, right? Wait, no, not Squirtle. Who's the plant? There's a plant one, isn't there?
There are several. There's Bulbasaur is the starter, the original starter. But I mean, there's a ton of plant Pokemon.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah, listen, I kind of feel like Pikachu and myself would be partners in crime working on those M&Ms. Feel like we could do it.
You can keep your jetpack charged.
Yeah, if I can do that, we'll try.
Dear.
Yeah.
To answer that question, though, I'm not really supposed to answer any questions about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just simply because that technically is considered an interview.
Yeah, that's what I say. Don't worry about it. I just was kind of wondering. Like, it does seem exciting.
That being said, the general thing is we're all really stoked. We're all really excited.
That's cool.
I'm a big Pokemon fan. Well, the original 150 Pokemon.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is that there are no like current changes. Things are still going, right? That finalization process. So we don't have anybody in the office or anything like that yet, but same teams and all of that. And I don't even know what the next steps are in that regard. So
the next steps are next month you're gonna get epic Pikachu.
See you guys. I'm going to Pokemon. See you later.
That's right. Your officers next month. Well, there you go. Got him.
Detective Pikachu coming to an SCSC update near you.
Hey, that movie is underrated.
I
love
like that movie.
Actually. I did not think I'd like it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I really did like that movie. I thought even the writing, the whole premise of it, where he could suddenly understand. I thought it was great. It was very, very cute, and it had solid writing. It was good. I liked it. No, Vic says if you're going to put Pikachu in, it's going to be a Fleet Commander. Do what, Carter? I didn't hear you, Carter.
Who voiced Pikachu in that? Wasn't that Ryan Reynolds?
Yes.
Yeah.
A wonderful actor.
He's great on screen. I mean, he does some really cool stuff on screen. So.
And he's Canadian.
Yeah.
He is.
I was gonna say it, but yeah, he's one of our shining stars.
So,
Forgotten
DJ,
sexist.
I will let you get back to your graduate test.
Okay, thanks.
Everyone, it was fun seeing you. Beck, don't ever be a stranger.
Absolutely.
You guys have a good evening.
Thanks, Bubba. We'll see you this weekend. Mewtwo would be a Fleet Commander. That'd be a good one. Nah, we better not. I was ready to say
that could be a Saturday stream.
I've got some ideas, man. I do. I did joke. I was it you, Beck, or was it Hammy this past week? I said we were in a meeting or something, and I told him. I think it might have actually been Hammy. I told him that I needed a connection to the Pokemon team because I'm gonna start making content over there. My kids all play it. I love it, and I want a contract.
I love that.
I want it.
I cannot tell you the amount of people that I know in my personal life that reached out to me.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Same.
They're like, tell me everything. I'm like, you think I know anything?
Dude, that's so funny. My kids did the same thing. Noah sends me a message like that day. My dad called me that day. He was like, congratulations. I'm like, on what? He was like, well, this is great news for you and your content. I'm like, bro, like, I am so not even on the radar here. Like, you don't understand. But same. I don't even work for y'all. Take a shot. I don't even work for y'all, but I had probably a dozen messages that day because people know that I rep the game and stuff. Noah says, dude, they hired Oliver to do a Stumble Guys stream. I want to do a Pokemon stream. He's already coming up with YouTube shorts. He's writing YouTube shorts for us to post on our channel. Yeah,
I love it.
He's all in. He says, I want to be a content creator. Get me a shot. I was like, all right, time to go. We're gonna get on it. Okay. I bet Pokemon Go has creator codes.
Oh, was that a thing to me?
Oh,
Sorry,
what?
I was reading. I was reading the chat.
I was
going back and seeing what I missed.
Just a random thought. Stevens Aaron says, are we going to do a Pokemon Go stream? I've played since day one. We might. Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't do that at some point. It's a fun game. I actually have played it a little bit with my kids, but my boys play it a lot.
Would it be Pokemon Trek instead of Go?
Oh God, Matters just says talking Trekimon, which is also really good. I like it.
Actually, you can make content out of that. Who's that? And then make it Trek though.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And Venadia says DJz has a chance to be the #1 content creator in that game. No, probably not. I bet you there's already creators with millions and millions of views, millions and millions of followers for that game. That game's been around for a long time.
You know, I really don't know because Pokemon Go, the structure of it is entirely different because it wasn't quite set up like a game.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it was more about, the AR stuff, but I'd be very curious.
Content creators. There's got to be.
There's got to be.
Yeah, got to be. Prominent Pokemon Go content creators include PokeRev, Deep.
I bet the Travelocity gnome plays Pokemon Go. He
Deep
so many.
Pocket
Did you see
Monsters.
PokeRev?
PokeRev is his name. Yeah.
Where's DJ?
Oh my God.
You know what in the hell? Okay, like
You can be the
everybody
number
else.
two.
What? His name is PokeRev. Look at this. Look at this garbage right here. PokeRev. Known for his popular YouTube channel, PokeRev focuses on Pokemon Go news, strategies, and gameplay. He's the #1. So
Wow.
I'm destined to
Oh
be
my gosh.
I'm destined to be not #1 in any game I play. All right.
Well, being #2 is a consistent and regular thing.
Oh, it's great. We got Deep Pocket Monster over there, Munching Orange, Poke Aim MD, and M&J TV, among others. You know how we're going to have to do this, Beck? We're going to have to conspire. The only way that we're going to break into this market, the only way we're going to be able to break in and become the #2 Pokemon Go content creator is to get the developers. Look, none of these guys have interviews with the developers. None of these guys have regular communication from inside the castle that is Pokemon Go. There we go. That's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to do it. We're going to break in with exclusive content directly from your office.
Whether you
She
like
disappeared.
it or not.
She's running.
Hide
Yeah,
the
well,
M&Ms.
yeah, well, I don't care if you agree or not, okay? That's how it's going to be.
Huh? What? What'd I miss again?
You were gone? You didn't hear that? Oh, I get it. You didn't hear that.
Well, okay, no. In my defense, I'm responding to chat, and I have this thing, which some people learn this on the cruise, but I can't talk or listen while writing. My brain can't do both.
I do that too. I get it.
And then I come back a whole 30 seconds later. I'm like, I'm so sorry.
What
were
was
you
it?
speaking?
Yeah, what was it you were saying? Yeah. I
What happened?
blacked out in the last 30
Friends.
seconds. No, it'll be fine. Yeah, Pal says M&J TV is more of a let's play. Poke Aim is more about the Smogon comp battles. See, I don't know. I don't know what these things are, but I will learn. Okay, and that's what I was saying.
I believe
Beck.
in you.
It looks like a lot of these players have specific niches for their content, but none of them are in direct communication with the game developers. It looks as though my shot at being the #2 Pokemon Go content creator would be to consistently be able to provide insight from inside the game developers' minds. Tips and tricks and strategies from the developers of Pokemon Go. Feel like that's a series you and I could make happen.
Isn't that just a room of 12-year-olds?
What?
What?
The Pokemon Go developers? Isn't it just a room full of 12-year-olds?
Yeah, 12-year-olds that have learned how to make hundreds of billions of dollars on little cartoon
Millions.
characters. Yeah, they're pretty damn smart 12-year-olds. I wish one of them was one of my kids. Cruzito says, #2, shooting a little high there, DJ. You've been demoted on STFC. What makes you think you'll be #2 on Pokemon? Oh. #2 on the charts, #3 in your hearts. Oh, they're so loving towards me. All right. We've spent about 30 minutes. We should probably get to some game content. How are you, Beck? Before we say goodnight to Beck, I don't even think you're contractually allowed to be here once we start game content. Is that correct?
At present.
Yeah,
Yes.
at present.
Well, I
We
mean,
done broke those rules, okay?
At some point, I'll come back and do an actual show.
I've leaked too many things. I'm currently still on probation, everybody.
Well, no, it's just I end up doing like the things that I share are things that I'm sharing to the entire player base at one time. So I can't give you like leaks just for you. That's
of course you can.
No, I can't. So it's one of those things where now it's like when I leak, I just do it to everybody.
Yeah. Why not?
You know?
Why not?
Yeah, let's not get Beck in trouble, though.
Because I got in trouble. Okay. That's why I never, ever leak anything anymore. Ever.
Nobody's watching. Okay.
Yeah.
Except the hundreds of people in the audience.
Yeah. Listen. That 264, you can just ignore that. Don't even worry about that. It's fine. Drastic Leak. Oh my God, you have the best name ever. Hi, Leak. Welcome to the channel. I'm your biggest fan. His name is Leak. His name is Leak. I love it. Anywho,
I love that.
That is fantastic. Beck, anything new going on with you? Like just what's updated in your life before we let you go? We don't get you on here very often. How are you? How are things? Are things good?
Things are.
Do you need
good.
cookies?
I actually just picked up cookies.
Oh, okay, good.
Not even kidding. Got some last night for me and the puppy. Because they make dog cookies. So it's like sweet potatoes and peanut butter and things like that. So.
That's fun. Who makes dog cookies?
Yeah.
Does Crumble do that?
I actually don't know. A lot of places, though, actually have a
Dehydrated
little
or
dog
still?
section. These are actually like, they look like a human cookie. They're just not nearly as.
Did you taste it?
No.
I was just going
Did you taste it? Karkin would.
Real ones know that I don't eat peanut butter.
You got
usually.
If you really love your dog, you got to check what they eat. So you should have a spoonful of everything.
Yeah.
True.
Updates
I think you
on,
just mix them up anyway.
Yeah, I think it's fine. The cookies on the ship
Parker
were
would just mix
good.
them up
Yeah,
anyway.
so we're good there.
I would absolutely not mix up the cookies that I eat and the ones I give my dog.
Yes, you would.
No,
We know
he would,
you better.
that would be a waste of his supply, man. Come on. Although,
No, the other way. The other
Karkin,
way.
have you not ever just thought what it would be like to get high with your dog?
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
So for
weed
the
is really
chamomile,
bad for dogs.
for the chamomile update, for those who are asking, chamomile's great. I don't know when the last time I mentioned chamomile on any streamer in the community was, but last year she had like some medical issues, blah, 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 blah. And she got fully better by like winter, so a few months ago. And so she's just happy-go-lucky, happy girl all the time, of course, like she always is.
Yeah.
But fun fact, today we had an all-staff meeting, and one of our producers at work, she thought it would be a really fun idea if we, instead of doing like the normal intro, several people got to share a 5-second slide of their pets. And Chamomile made that cut. So I gave a little quick 5 seconds of,
Did you use the giant cone? Because that giant cone was so hilarious.
No, but I do have all the photos from that. For those who don't know, she was in a really big cone for like, I don't know what, 6 weeks? It was a long time.
Yeah, it was a long
It was the most inappropriately sized giant cone for her size.
It was so huge. She looked like the Pixar lamp. Like she was just like a cartoon character. Poor thing.
Yeah,
so
it was big.
Anyway,
she's doing well. She's happy. Any new tricks? Anything that she has learned over the last few months?
Yeah. We've been doing some like trivia, essentially, like a this or that, or we've also done where you hide a treat underneath a solo cup and mix it around other cups, and she'll find it.
No way. So like
Yeah.
she has buzzers, like she's answering questions, like with the.
No, we're not doing the buzzer thing because I don't want to encourage super loud behavior. I like my quiet, y'all. So
Yeah. Take a shot.
yeah. I don't. Oh dear.
It's just it's in my head now. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Speaking of this human here has given me bad luck. So one thing that I was extremely proud of that everybody should know. No, this is a real thing. One thing I was extremely proud of is the fact of I'm pretty good at Wordle. Like I'm like really good at Wordle. In fact, whenever they give you the statistics in the New York Times app and it says, you know, like, how do you fare up against the computer, blah, blah, blah. I was killing it. I was consistently getting the answer on guess number 3. Well, then.
So she says.
During the cruise, I made this terrible, terrible decision to get Griffin and DJ into Wordle. And somehow, since the cruise, their guessing has gotten better, and mine has gotten worse.
You're in a little bit of a slump.
I am. We share our stats, guys, daily. We keep each other accountable with Wordle. We have a group chat of all it is Wordle, which is the screenshot of how we did in Wordle. This is.
I'm not cheating. I swear to goodness.
I wish I could show it because I can't show it, but yeah, just
hand to goodness.
It's literally just screenshots of our Wordle guesses.
Yeah, like in here, you could see like Griffin was like, okay, I just downloaded the app. Like we were just learning how to play. Yeah, I think that's it. I think she was cracking under a little bit of pressure there, Swag, because now all of a sudden she's up to like 5 and 6 guesses. Now, I will say that there has not yet been one that you haven't solved. I think obviously the worst being 6, but you haven't missed any. I did miss one day.
You did the other day.
Yeah, I missed one.
That was a hard one too.
It was. It was stupid. I missed. And the reason it was so bad was because, let's see, no, that was the one that won 6. The reason it was so bad is because it was one of those that was so universal. Like I had 4 of the letters after maybe 3 guesses.
That's what today's was. I had all of the letters except for like the defining ones. They all rhyme. It was awful.
Yeah, that was it. So technically, if you count by wins and losses, okay, then I am still losing to Beck because I have 1 loss. She has no losses. But the average number of tries, I feel like, oh yeah, here's the one. So let me see if I can blow this up for you guys. So I'm not showing anything I shouldn't be showing here. Hang on.
Jules, I did so many different variations.
Okay, this was mine that I failed on. All right. You see that I had 4 of the letters by turn 3. And on turn 4, I got 4 out of the 5 letters in the right spot. I was very upset by this puzzle right here. Okay. I was very, very upset. There was more cussing to follow after this.
Well, at least you spelled baloney correct.
So we have been playing, and if you don't care, maybe you'd be all right if I just read out some scores. Here's Beck at 5.
Yeah.
Beck at 5. Myself at 3. Griffin 3. Should I read all of our participants or no? Because we got one more person in this little club.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's fine.
Today, Grandmaster Brilliant Genius himself, Kohlrami, got it in 2.
I'm so upset.
He got it in 2. All right. Literally today, one of the players in our group here got it in 2, and Beck rage quit. She says, "I'm done."
I was over it.
She says, "I'm over this."
I was so over it.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So let me put this into also just perspective. A lot of people have certain methods for how they do their Wordle guesses.
For sure.
My first starting word, I use the same starting word.
Same.
Every single time.
Absolutely. I do the same thing.
Every single time. And the word that I use is not a word that, like, the word I use is audio. AUDIO. because
Okay.
it's got all the vowels. I'm trying to unlock the vowels first. Well, not all the vowels. It's got most of the vowels. So I use audio first, knowing full well that my first guess will most likely be 90% wrong.
Sure.
So that one, adieu is a good word.
Adieu
I
is
might
a
have to
good one.
switch.
J-Babe, that's a good one. But now listen.
That's a really good one.
Let me tell you, Beck. I've been consistently whipping your tail since the cruise. My first word is the word earth. E-A-R-T-H. I know it's simple, and usually I will work in the letter S on my second word. But I'm telling you, earth gets me letters frequently. This one, by the way, was Griffin's, I think, 3 days ago. Look at that. Beck also got real mad about this one. Because this one was little bit of luck,
Okay.
obviously.
Well, that one was the one where you were like, thanks to Ghost Energy flavor or something. Or someone said that. Someone said something about a flavor.
Oh, was that the flavor day? See, that was
and-
Griffin's. Because it was Griffin's puzzle. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
There was
No, the answer was mango that day.
yes.
It was awful.
There was one.
Oh, Jules, I see your picture. Mine looked like that today. Mine looked very similar to that.
Yes. Yeah, she struggled with that. There was one of these in here. This is going back a couple of days. Yeah, this was a few days ago, maybe a week and a half ago, where yes, War Whip Daddy got a 3. Griffin got a 3. I got a 3. Beck got a 4. All right. So I just playfully poke. Beck has the worst score of the day. I got a glare face emoji. Ways to
Yeah, we didn't need
annoy
to call it
Beck.
out.
Ways to annoy Beck. Check mark. She sent a check mark.
I was having a day, okay?
Yeah. No, stream is 6 letters, Lord of Scary. You can't use stream. It's 6 letters. All right. So, anywho, yeah, we've been having fun with that. It's a fun little thing. Just keep our brains sharp. And Beck literally earlier today says that she's cursed. That we have cursed her. So, anywho. Yeah, no, they're fun.
Anywho, I need to let you guys get back to your thing.
Yeah, we got things to do tonight.
You know, whatever this thing is.
No, we got things to do tonight. But it's been a lot of fun. Thank you for hanging out.
It's been a lot of fun. I do want to. There were several people that asked me if I would sing a certain song on the cruise. I want them to know that song was not available. It wasn't even an option.
Which one?
I couldn't even have them. Faith of the Heart.
Oh my God. Wait, they didn't have that one?
No. And then when I was in line, it was the very first karaoke night. I was in line and
I could have provided them the audio track for that.
I was the second person to sign up that day because I was like, Faith of the Heart, day 1. Here we go. Like I was all about it. And they're like, we don't have that song. And then all the trekkies behind me in line, they're like, oh yeah, we ask for it every year and it's never on the list.
What?
And I was like, what?
How do they not have it on the list?
I don't know.
Well, listen, we're going to, next time, listen, I'm getting in good with the morale officers, all right? Next time, I'm just going to be like, yo, I've got a USB. Let's just do this.
Oh, yeah, they let you.
Let's just do this.
News, I will have to check that later. I haven't been signed into my own Discord in a long time. So
yeah, listen, the morale officers, I feel like we could probably get into some shenanigans with them. I mean, honestly, they kind of like us. They liked us in the first year, but this year it was like we were back and we were bigger and more involved. Like we worked with them on a lot of different occasions that week. I feel like we've got some inside partners in crime there. I mean, seriously, they're a lot of fun. They're fun ladies to hang out with. So,
yeah.
All right.
Them and Chase. I don't think I told you this, but
Chase
one of the
is trouble,
karaoke
too.
nights. I don't know if I don't think I'll get anybody in trouble. But one of the nights that we did karaoke,
Got in trouble.
Chase came over, and I hadn't sang, and she was like, "You sing?" I was like, "Yeah," and she was like, what's your name? Remind me your name. So I told her, remind her of my name. And she was like, you put a paper in here? I said, yeah. She's like, okay.
She
I'm
went
going to see
digging.
if I can, she tried to dig for it, but it was in front of people, so you couldn't just do that. So then she comes over, she goes, quick, write it down on a piece of paper and I'm going to throw it back. I'm going to pretend. Well, the only thing I had was like a business card from somebody randomly during that day. So it was very obvious that it wasn't the plain little white sheet. And so I thought she was just going to like keep it in her hand or whatever. Well, so I write my name on this little business card and she folds it up. And then she goes back to the front immediately after I hand it to her. So it's super obvious. And it's like hanging out of her hand and she acts like she's digging in the thing, but then she holds it out to read off of it, and you can clearly see it's not one of the same plain white papers that everybody else had. I was like, they all know. They know
Everybody
it's rigged.
knows. Oh,
and the
no.
thing is, I was like, people are gonna think that I asked for this because it's me and I'm awkward. Anyway, that's all. Chase Masterson rigged the game of karaoke to get me to sing on one of the nights, and
she's fantastic.
I will cherish
as well.
that forever.
She's so much fun.
Yeah.
That is some of the fun that you can have joining us next year. Listen, planning for next year's shenanigans has already begun. Just throwing that out there. Planning has already begun for the shenanigans. Be sure to visit StarTrekTheCruise.com to book your spot aboard Star Trek The Cruise 9, headlined by the original captain. William Shatner is going to be there next year, so that's going to be very, very exciting. Captain Kirk going to be there. Are you excited for that? That's prior to like your fandom, but I imagine that it's still going to feel very like kind of like a royalty moment kind of thing, right?
Me? Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, I love TOS.
Have you ever met William Shatner?
No.
Yeah.
He's too cool for me.
This is going to be a big moment for you. So big moment.
Especially because, like, some of y'all know this, some of y'all don't. I've been going through TOS. Like, that's what I'm currently watching.
Mm-hmm.
And I've watched 5 out of the 6 films as well already. So, in fact, I started Undiscovered last night, but I was too sleepy. So I ended up I'm going to watch it tonight. But big fan. And I'm really, really stoked to see all that in person.
It's amazing how sharp he still is. I'm pretty sure he's 94 or just turned 94. He is sharp as a tack, man. He's fascinating still to listen to talk, podcasts, presentations, whatever. He is absolutely phenomenal. So very, very cool. Well, listen, you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you for stopping by. You have yourself a lovely night. Enjoy your movie. Ramen noodles for dinner. Yes, figured.
I'm not sure,
in
but
the microwave.
maybe, yeah. But thank you guys. Yeah, that's what I'm doing tonight. Actually, I'm finishing the last movie. So.
Well, there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our pop-up guest, Rebecca Plans, hanging out. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, you're going to go microwave some tea. Microwave a tea. Sorry. Just going to go microwave a tea. All right, Tarpy. Listen, if there's one thing that you want to do on a night where you've got a big presentation at work tomorrow, it's stay up late. Okay? So, grab yourself a Welch's Grape Ghost Energy. Pop the top and enjoy your 200 milligrams of caffeine at 10 o'clock at night. Because coming up on the other side of the corner, we break into Tarpy's Corner. We do indeed have an entire presentation from Tarpitude tonight, not only regarding some of the stuff that was anticipated and kind of happened, but kind of not really with Grandmasters, but more importantly, the much anticipated arrival of the G6 ship comparison guide. What faction should you go with in order to have the best trilogy of G6 ships as you are preparing for your entry into G5 and figuring out what rep you're going to grind and what ships you invest in, because you really can't afford to catch them all without dropping some coin. It's important to understand the differences between these ships and make choices that are not going to be too late for you to come back from. So we are going to talk about that on the other side of the break. Tarpy, are you ready to go? Do you need 3 minutes to go get yourself a Welch's Grape Ghost Energy?
It would take me about 3 hours, but I'll take 3 minutes. That's great. That'll work.
Just run to the fridge and open up that case that I know you bought with our link at !Amazon. Click the link, go and buy all of your everyday items, including Welch's Grape Ghost Energy. We'll be back right after these words from our other Talking Trek sponsors. Don't go anywhere. Oh, come on. I pressed the wrong button. All right, now I think it's actually, is it ready yet? Okay. When life takes an unexpected turn, you need someone who will fight for you. At Musgrove Trial Firm, we stand up for Georgians in the courtroom and beyond. From personal injury to wrongful death, we bring experience, compassion, and relentless dedication to every single case. Justice isn't just a goal, it's our mission. Visit musgrovetrialfirm.com and let us fight for what matters most to you. Call Buddy at 678-226-1994. That's 678-226-1994. Commanders, in the vast universe of Star Trek Fleet Command, understanding the rules of engagement is crucial. At PvPtarget.com, our comprehensive guide ensures you navigate battles with honor. Learn the importance of protected cargo and why attacking a ship under its limit is deemed by some as an act of war. Discover which vessels are classified as warships and what ranges of ships you can attack. Find tips on crewing, mining, and the battle triangle, and so much more. Equip yourself with knowledge to engage responsibly. Visit PvPtarget.com and become the commander your alliance deserves.
This program is made possible in part by a grant from Sugar Frosted Molasses Honey Nuggets, the breakfast cereal that doesn't even pretend it's good for your kids.
Looking for a phone plan that makes you feel like G.I. Joe? Sign up now for the new Friends, Family, and Generals phone plan, where you'll be in touch with some of the world's top military personnel. Other phone plans are just plain boring. The Friends, Family, and Generals plan puts you right on the front line.
Hold on, Grandma. I have another incoming call from Marco Rubio.
Get all the inside info with the Friends, Family, and Generals plan.
Sorry about that, Grandma. Just had to clear some things up about our Yemen situation.
Do you have the time to listen to me whine about the team who crushed my entire bracket? I'm in one of those March Madness office pools. Unfortunately, my team couldn't hack it. Sometimes it looked like we would win, but then our bench got stretched too thin. The fouls kept piling up, then our coach threw a cup. The ref ejected him, and now we're screwed. Forget the Final Four, 'cause my team cannot score, and we treat defense like it's a chore. These refs must drink more than the cast of Jersey Shore. They're calling fouls without our team on the floor. Sometimes it looked like we would win, but then our bench got stretched too thin. The fouls kept piling up, then our coach threw a cup. The ref ejected him, and now we're screwed.
Welcome to the zone we call Tarpy Space, where moist dongles groove and know their place. Starships and games in a cosmic parade. Tarpy's Corners where legends are made. Tarpy's Corners shining bright, twinkling stars in the deep of night. Moist dongles gleaming, what a sight. Hold on tight, we're in for a flight. She's got STFC tips that'll blow your mind. Warp speed,
oh my God, Case, what are you doing? Welcome in, Case.
Moist dongles whisper
oh my God, you picked the worst night to be here. Oh no!
Galaxies spin and she takes her throne.
All right.
With cosmic insights that stand
Welcome in,
alone,
everybody.
like
Appreciate you being here. Welcome back from break.
Tarpy's leading us to gaming booth. Tarpy's corner shining bright, twinkling stars in the deep of night. Moist dongles gleaming, what a sight. Hold on tight, we're in for a flight.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you guys being here. My name is UltimatDJz. Scalyback says, I just fell out of my chair. You haven't heard this yet?
Every corner opens a new gaming door.
Welcome into Tarpy's Dongly Corner. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Appreciate you guys all being here. Welcome into legendary internet DJ Case Spowboy is here. What are you doing? You know, the first time I read your name, I literally could not get it out of my head. It was supposed to be Space Cowboy, right? Couldn't do it. Like, for the first 15 times I tried to say your name, I couldn't get it right. Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. If you guys, how do we do the shout-outs over here? Tarpy, do you know how to do those? I don't remember how to do those. Is it shout out? Oh, there we go. Shout out Case Spowboy. Did I do that right? Hey, look at that. Go give it a follow. All right, and check it out. She streams. You stream a lot. You just built a new studio, too, I believe, right? Yeah, just built a brand new studio. I watched her decorate it the other day, and we saw an extremely rare appearance of our dear friend Ladder. That's right, Tarpy. Ladder, now we know where he's been hiding out, been hanging out over with Case Spowboy. All right, Ladder's been missing. Oh. We found Ladder. All right, hanging out over with Case. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for coming in and checking it out. Tonight may or may not be the best demonstration of this video game as far as its gameplay, Case. If you're joining us and you are like Case and this is your first experience ever taking a look at Star Trek Fleet Command, well, what we are looking at tonight is actually a presentation, Tarpy, that involves kind of advanced gameplay well in. If you were saying by today's standards, Tarpy, how long is it before a player has to start thinking about G6 as a free-to-play or very low spender? You're probably still 2 to 2.5 years, wouldn't you think? 2 years? Yeah. So this is deep into the game, a very late stage. We try to provide content that is not only free to play at early stage, but also mid stage, and then eventually late stage, because players will eventually get there. And the reason for our presentation here tonight, which is all about the G6 ships, the 6th generation of ships inside this game. The reason for this here tonight, Tarpy, is simply that a growing number of players are hitting that Op 60 mark. They're hitting that late 50. They've got their Sanctus. They're rocking the universe. And then they realize all of a sudden, whoops, they wake up one morning and they're 61. And it's time to start planning, because the G6 realm, at least as far as even a moderate spender, it seems impossible to get it all, right? You're not going to go into G6 as a free-to-play or a Battle Pass spender, Tarpy, and build 9 ships. Not 9 faction ships, anyway. It's not going to happen. All right. So tonight,
Not now.
not right now. That's right. So tonight we're going to answer this question. Tarpy and Jules and the lab have been working. The Talking Trek Laboratory have been hard at work, and Tarpy has built a wonderful presentation for us tonight to figure out what is the path, which ships are the most effective for your style of gameplay in G6. Tarpy, thank you very much for the hard work that you put into this presentation. What do you have for us? People have been asking about this for literally months. What G6 ship should I build first?
So, yeah, thank you everybody for letting us do this. And thank you, DJs, for the time. So Jules, I kind of dragged kicking and screaming into helping with this. He's been super busy too, so thank you much for helping out, Jules.
You're welcome.
And also, so Strider helped also save me on some slides, and Muffins also helped a fair bit on some of the PvP stuff, because PvP is not my thing. So anyway, right under DJ's
Definitely
face
mine.
box is Oh yeah, your strength is shielding.
Hey, look at that aft. Ooh. It's a good look.
That's actually the front.
Oh,
so
well, it should be the aft. It's a good looking aft.
It should.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Velox is kind of like staring at it like it wants to eat it, right? Also,
go get that aft.
The E skin is pink. I think that's the best.
Andy says the Selkie is the first G6 ship you should build. Well, that's accurate. But we're talking more along the lines of faction. Everybody's going to build a Selkie. That is not up for debate. You're going to build a Selkie. But the faction ships, those are the ones. Those are the ones that we kind of got to get in here. Now, Wilson says, don't build a 63 ship is the best advice you could give. You know, that is the strategy that I took. That's the strategy a lot of players took. A lot of players didn't. Okay? Matters loves his G6 uncommon for some weird, ungodly reason. Don't know why. All right? But he does.
Love it.
Yeah.
Loves it.
And that's the whole thing. It's about your particular play style and your ability to plan and your ability to do various things and your willingness to put up with certain weaknesses for other strengths. So like that's the whole point of this kind of conversation, is to kind of talk about the pluses and minuses of various ships. I'm not gonna super go into nitty gritty detail for a lot of things because that's not how I tend to think about the game. Jules is going to talk more about the damage and all of that kind of stuff. But it's more balancing how you kind of approach G6 and what ships that you're going to look at. So as Omicron says, their Akira is just a board cube tiering device. And that's one of the slides that I have in here is looking at the mats that it takes to get your G6 uncommon.
Oh, God.
That's
going to make us barf, isn't it? That's going to make us barf.
A little bit.
Oh,
yeah,
God. Let's get into it, Tarpy. What do we got here? What is the right path for me?
Yep. So, next slide. Okay, so this guide, I really, I'm going to jinx myself with this. I really hope that this goes faster than last week. So really what we're going to talk about pretty quickly today is the different ships that are available between Op 61 and 70, kind of some of the pluses, some of the minuses, as I mentioned, and then kind of talk the cost of them, how high to tier some of them, the eternal G6 uncommon versus G5 epic conversation. Is there a better G6 rare? And what ships in G6 can you skip? And similar to last week, I do actually want to get feedback from the audience because, well, to be entirely forthright, there are some of the numbers that I just didn't have access to because I don't have a lot of friends that have maxed 70 epics and can tell me the cost of some of the things in the faction store because they're not on stfc.space. So anyway, next slide, please. Eventually. Thank you. Okay, so first thing, yes, the first G6 ship, I will ask you after K9 Tooth, you'll see where the blanks are. So the miners, the first thing that you will get to when you get to G6 is 61. Obviously, that's the first op in G6, so can't not start there. But you need a Selkie. And the common question is, well, how many Selkies do I need? Because you need to have the faction credits and the faction rep to get those from a particular faction. You can get them from any of the three. And so how many do I need? You need at least one, and you might want two. 3 is bougie. Okay, so I have 3. I mine a lot. I'm weird. Don't listen matters. Okay. So yeah, I heard the chuckle. So I, with my shift plan, I built 3 because I knew I had enough time. So the idea with Selkies is that the higher you take them, the better their hazard research can be. So there is hazard research for Selkies in specific called Adapting Skin, and that is ops and tier locked for the ship. So you do need to think about whether or not you want to continue putting in rare mat into your Selkie. So this slide is actually made by Strider Proudfeet. So he's giving the Ops 62 data that's in here. So he's looking at a cost of a Selkie from tier 1 to tier 5, and then a creepy faced Grishnar from tier 1 to tier 4. So that is before they require rare math or rare parts. So, as Karkin says, why build one when you can build two for twice the price? By Grabthar's hammer, what a savings.
What
It
a
does save you some time
value.
in mining. Right? Epic value. Krista says they have one at T2 and it does all that they need. So, and Cruzito suggests no rare mats on your Selkie if you are free to play-ish. So again, it all depends on what you want to get out of it and how fast your playstyle is going to be. So as Selkies tier up, and I
will
please
jump in here and add that a tier 6 Selkie at pops like 65 or 66 with all the other hazard damage gives you 200%. Now that gives you 100% hazard resistance, access to all of the different materials in G6 space. At 100% hazard resistance, which you can do as early as tier 2, it only gets you to crystal and gas. So you actually do need to get it up higher if you want to get to the ore one. Plus, as more people get into G6, that one system core fit that gives you 100% hazard resistance for just crystal and gas, that's going to get really packed. I know on my server, it's already getting pretty full. So I needed to bump my ship up to get to the 200%. So I have one Selkie at tier 6 and just another Selkie at tier 1. That's what gets me the hazard resistance I need.
So there is a comment in the chat that silent mining works for their hazard dailies. I have never gotten that to work on my server. And so you can try mining in silent space for your hazard dailies, and that might work for you, but it doesn't work for everyone. The thing to know about Selkies is they have pretty bad cargo, just like almost every other G6 ship. Well, Carissa, just wait until you see some of the costs of things later. Anyway, the Selkies cargo I have one at T5 and the other at T2, other two at tier 2, and they max out at about 1.3 million. My pulls, if I wanted to do full pulls, are twice my Selkie cargo, 2.5 times my Selkie cargo. So I would need essentially 3 Selkies per mat per day, full pulls, if I wanted to do that, which I don't care. So more Selkies, if you want to pay for it better, great, fantastic, but you need one. And the other bonus to that is if you are moving fast enough through G5, G4, that you still have territory research left, these things can drain a full ISO node and territory if you're not buying it with export credits. I know that's the next comment that's going to come up in chat. You can drain an ISO node and territory in under 5 minutes. So Selkies are great for a lot of things. Sunny Hills Ghost asks, is there token G6 space? And it depends on your server row. Hush, Jules. It depends on your server row, but you can use silent space as G6 token space. So that will be, again, dependent on your server's ROE. Also depends on if you're at war, because people have to, go there on a regular basis.
No, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about silent space? And I'd like to pop in on this for a second because absolutely. I have heard this myth, this legend for being able to mine in in silent space, I'm looking for it. Here it is. Here we go. Right here.
Down. Left.
So
there you go.
Tell me, are you talking about mining in these three top systems right here? Because players have told me before that there's ways to accomplish dailies at certain ops. Is that something that we talk about, or are we just like, okay, go to the 60 systems because there's mining there?
So I have had people tell me that they've done their hazard dailies, and it has recently worked for them to mine ore specifically in the silent spaces. So,
hey, Maj.
It's worked for their hazard daily.
Thanks for the sub.
So
I appreciate you.
I don't know how that works. It has,
Yeah, I think it's
a weird thing
server and it's being fixed. So
because it's never worked for me.
Not recommend it.
Literally, it's never worked for me. I have never once gotten credit on my dailies for mining in silent systems before. Now that I've got the warp range on the Selkie to be able to go higher, but I've never been able to do that. So it's been.
Well, you're getting the faction mining dailies done, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
it's that. You're faction mining daily. So if you ignore the hazard mining daily,
it's the hazard one.
A bunch more. And so just so you know, these silent systems, they have a mining rate of 7, which, by the way, is the highest G6 mining rate. You can only achieve that in like upper 60s, 70s systems. So they are the fastest mining rate G6 nodes too. Yeah, I wouldn't call it lucrative.
Let me go check one out.
Yeah, and for the top system, a lot of Selkies are going to need a middle to high tier and or Grush just to get there. But Aquilinian Star, the 61, and Crolios Void, the 63, also have G6 nodes. And as someone mentioned in the chat, they also flip. So you can't always predict what's going to be in there. But your NX01 can help with that.
I could have viewed it. That's right. You can NX01 view. Dragon Keeper says you didn't have to actually go there. No, I mean, I haven't done my dailies yet today, so I might pop in and just see what we got in here. And look, there's an ore node. Fantastic. So I can come up here and mine at 277 with my Selkie, which I think I've gotten up to like it's tier 6. But I really have only done that with events. Like I've done that with tier up events or ship part events or anything like that. So that's nice and fast, right? Is 277,000 fast for G6? Yeah? No?
I mean, it's the fastest node, so yes.
Thank you. That's right.
For your account, it is the fastest. So
thank you.
Moving away from miners, should we continue on this presentation?
Yes, absolutely.
More mining. Okay.
I mean, I'll mention them again, so I'm sure it'll come up. If you want more than 3 Selkies, you are more bougie. Congratulations. And enjoy your Selkies. Next slide, please.
No chat check-ins. This was a terrible.
Nope, getting wrong. Oh no, it worked well last time.
No, we're skipping
People
it.
liked it.
Oh,
that's fine. Okay, keep going. So I had no idea where to actually put this slide, and K9 Tooth, this is where I need you. And all of the ships. What? You got it already?
Got it. Yeah, I got it.
Thank you. Because anyway, so I didn't know where to put the slide because they apply to all of the ships that we're about to talk about. And so all of the warships, so we've moved on from miners, we're now talking about the warships. All of them have cloaks, including the Fed ships. And so there's UC cloaks. You can see how much they are. They cost faction credits. That's the amount that they cost. The cloaks are not impacted by the G5 blueprint favors. Go figure. It makes sense. From the Terran store. So those you're not going to get help from that. If you want the cloaks, you have to factor that into the cost of the ship. So the next things that your ships can have, go figure, is also the field repairs. So those are the same field repairs that you might have gotten for your G5 epics or almost any ship besides G4 and G5 rares, because I'm still mad about that. But those provide a active ability for a 25% hull repair with a cooldown. For the uncommon ships, they show up when you turn to Ops 63. For the 66 ships, they show up when you turn Ops 66. So it is not the shipyard that it's tied to. I can tell you that from experience because I am Ops 66 without the shipyard, and I have the field repairs for the rare ships. The field repairs for the UC ships are affected by the wave credit favor that just came out last week or last battle pass. So you can see the cost there. If you want to either single or double pull, it takes either 60 days or 120 days or somewhere between there, and somewhere between 84,000 and 138,000 credits if you don't have the favor for a G6 uncommon field repair. But don't get those. Maybe get the rare one. I don't know enough for the rare ones, but it's still another 90 days before anybody could possibly have them unless you just buy it. People are asking about the cube. We will get there. So the next things that people could look at are the gold skins that are for any of the UC, rare, or epic ships. These notably are only available for the maxed versions of your ships. So I don't know how popular the gold skins for the uncommon ships will be, but those do cost hazard particles, and it's somewhere in the 500,000 hazard particle range. So I didn't get data for those because I don't know anyone personally. Jules just said he has the data from Canine Tooth. So these unlock when you get to tier 15 of the uncommon, so maxing the uncommon, or T18 of either the rare or the epic. So then you can buy the gold skins with the hazard particles.
So you have to max a worthless ship in order to increase the hazard resistance. And is that
by 50%
of that ship?
And that's only of one ship?
Yes.
Dragon Keeper says it's tier 9. Are you sure about that?
I can look at it again, but there might be two different tooltips.
The gold skins in the actual tooltip in game say that it requires tier 15 for uncommon and tier 18 for rares and epics.
We'll peek at these refits. And of course, they are in the refits menu. If you go in and take a look, we're looking at these for the ship abilities. And what would be one that we're looking for is a gold skin?
It's the skin.
Ship skin, okay.
Literally under the word skin.
So here's, for example, here's a gold, Newgrange gold, Velux gold, Velux gold.
Oh.
Blowing stuff up underneath.
If you click the actual icon next to Velux gold refit shard, the actual image of that currency.
Well, there you go. Faction store when reaching tier 18 with the Velux. That's a maxed. I mean, that's insane. Yes. That is absolutely nuts. Cool. Well, yeah, it looks great, but I mean, here's the thing.
And
once that ship is maxed, are you going to spend more on it knowing that it's kind of capped out, or do you move on to the next stage ship?
Well, okay, I'll answer this question because a lot of these abilities are requiring hazard particles, and I'm getting way more hazard particles than I can spend. So I got the Devite gold skin during this last auction last SLB that allowed points for spending hazard particles. I don't really need that skin. I don't raid, but I just got it because it's cool. So I spent 560,000 hazard particles on a skin that I don't really going to use.
I mean, it does. Listen,
I use it once a month.
You know what? I get it. It's gorgeous. I don't disagree with that at all. It's a beautiful, beautiful skin. And I am not somebody who can sit here and judge cosmetics because I have this amazing skin, which literally does nothing. All right. So I have said, I'm on record saying that I will pay for an excellent cosmetic. You guys may remember when cosmetics first started. Jules, going all the way back. Now, this is a throwback to the ISS jellyfish.
That does something. It gave an increased hull and allowed your Omega ability to give an extra 10% healing. That's not nothing.
Functionally is nothing.
Functionally and literally are two different words.
So I remember going back and picking up this. This was the first ship skin, I think, Jules, that I ever really kind of messed with, which was the Constellation skin. This was all the way back during the Doomsday arc, and I loved this skin. I flew it forever until I never flew a jelly again. I always flew the Constellation. I love this skin. So skins can look really, really great. I am totally fine with the gold skins. I just think that it's a weird place for it to unlock. It's such a weird place. I mean, by the time the ship is maxed, I just feel like you're not using it enough.
Level.
Like, I want to fly it.
It's prestige level. And here's the thing, too, is like if we think long term, we think about the G7 launch, we think about what we're actually going to reprioritize our ship builds. It may be just like G5, where we said you need to have an epic before getting there, and you're going to want to max it. And if we get there and you max that, and then at the end you get this prize of this gold refit, and let's not forget, the gold refit for the epic ship is actually pretty good because it enhances its own ship ability. And the ship abilities on the epics aren't bad. So I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I think that if we look at maybe the uncommon, no one should ever max the uncommon G6 ships, and therefore will never actually achieve the gold skins for them. So,
I mean, you say never, but somebody out there. Oh God! I mean, that thing just looks so badass.
Look at that ship, though. Oh, that.
So I mean,
is a hot looking aft right there. Damn.
The epic one is okay, but the best one out of all of them is the one Jules got. It's the one for the rare miners.
For those of you in podcast form, let me just do this real quick. I'll throw this in the graphics room. The time is 10:29 p.m. Eastern time. For those of you in podcast who aren't quite sure what we're talking about, in your refits section, if you go into refits under ship skins, you will see a series of these skins that are labeled gold. They are only available for the G6 ships, but they are beautiful. I mean, probably some of the best art in the game. All right. But as Matters is pointing out, and what Jules just pointed out here a second ago, you take a look at the is there a gold one?
VT?
That's not a gold one.
The miners, not for the Selkie.
It's in the rare.
Not the Selkie.
Oh, the faction miner. Yeah, here we go. New Grange gold. So this one right here, after winning a battle, if the target has more resources than the New Grange's available cargo space, the New Grange will fill its cargo space and take an extra 0.25% of the remaining resources. This only activates if the New Grange has available empty cargo space before attacking. Folks, this makes the New Grange into a version of the Amalgam.
That can pull Sigma.
And it can pull
not
Sigma.
only is it can pull Sigma, but it also is strong enough that it can continually crack G5 bases on its own and raid it. So even if you have somebody who's putting up a good base defense, a well-equipped G6 rare miner can probably crack those bases and continue to raid them.
This is the Amalgam version of the North Star G6 edition. Okay? I mean, that's what it is. This has
the best of all generations.
Yeah,
right there.
It's the firepower of the North Star mixed with the Amalgam ability, the ability to raid Sigma, and strong enough to crack bases. Guys, for those of you who are 6 years players, do you guys remember raiding bases with a Horizon?
Yes.
Huh.
Yes.
Okay. welcome to
Envoys.
Welcome to the next edition of that. No, well, here's the thing: Envoys couldn't crack bases though. The Horizon could. The Horizon could crack a base. Then the North Star could crack a base, but the North Star had more power but less cargo. The Horizon was capable of cracking a base. All right? This ship might as well be a freaking Dideridex cracking a ship. I mean, it is a warship that can crack a base. I know it was a lifetime ago, J-Babes. But, I mean, granted, these are level 68 ships. I mean, it's going to take a long time to get there, but these abilities, these skins for the miners, they do have a great ability matters. That's absolutely accurate.
Yeah.
So the other advantage to the miners over the regular faction ships is you don't need to max them before you buy the skin.
No way.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't even have to build it. Or no, you have to build it, but you don't have to do anything to it. So you can literally build the ship, buy the skin, and turn your ship a very pretty gold color.
I have skin, and I'm op 67, so you can definitely build even before your appropriate ops.
Wow.
Yeah. That explains the question I just asked you. So anyway, the rare and the epic versions of the faction warships also have an ability that, yes, Dragon Keeper does unlock at tier 9. So cube is huge because you can tier up the cube in G6 at tier 9 of either the uncommon or the rare. There's a couple different tiers for the epics. Wrong screen. But yeah, the
I was looking for your cube.
T9 abilities are.
There's the field repairs one that you were asking about. Attack pattern alpha. Is that what it was?
Yes. Yeah.
Attack pattern alpha.
That's for the rares. Blue part, not purple.
First row. All the way
top
to
right-hand corner.
Thank you. There you go. Attack pattern alpha, increasing damage against hostiles and armadas by 2,000%, ramping up to 3,000% when you get the ship to tier 18. You can only unlock this when you get your ship to tier 9.
Yep.
Which is useful because a lot of people will get these ships to tier 9 specifically for
the
their born
cube.
key requirement.
That's right.
I will also point out that it says against hostiles and armadas.
Yeah, big
By
time.
the way, when it has that language, it also works against invading entities. So a good, useful, extra little punch.
Nice.
When you're using this against your Krenim invading it.
Good call out. And this is specifically for G6 ships. Yeah, here's your Crozier. No, wait, that's G5. Where is the... so is it for all G6 ships or just the rares?
So all G6 rare ships. So
Okay.
the Titan is on the left-hand
There's
side in the second row.
Kaskari.
The Velox. Yep.
There's Velox. So that's one that I should be looking to get.
Yep.
Now you should look at the epic one because those ones are quite nice. So they're called the Unwavering Diligence. The Enterprise E, they're like the first.
It's the first purple one.
List. So second row.
Yep, here we go.
All right.
So looking at the Scimitar, for example. Oh, God, what a great looking skin that is.
That's just the normal skin.
Is it really? That's just what the ship looks like? God,
Yeah, this is a ship ability, so it does not add a skin.
That's even better. Unlocks the Unwavering Diligence ability, increasing isolytic damage by 40%, 70% at tier 18. Listen, isolytic damage increased by 40% is not nothing. I will always take that because there is literally no scenario, Tarpy, that I'm not amplifying that 40% by some variance by Cascade. You know, whether it's PvE, PvP, we're all using Cascade anymore. So 40% is not really 40%. 40% could be 60%, 80%, or in some cases, more.
Yep. So these ones unlock at tier 9. So again, a lot of people are going to get their ships to tier 9 just to be able to get the cube. This is a nice thing to be able to do as well, and this is hazard particle. So
hazard particles for the epics, and about 500,000 hazard particles for the rares.
Yep. So when people say don't do your hazard dailies, they're dumb. If you you can also get plenty if you do your daily armadas during different pulls or whatever. But if you're looking down the line at how much time it might take you to get through G6, you might really want to start thinking about how much hazard particles you take in all the time.
So let me ask this question, because this is something that I recently started doing. Maybe this is not a good practice, but I very recently have, because I am done now with my hazard research, I have started spending hazard particles on ship parts. Is that something players should be doing right now or not?
I mean,
that's player choice, because do you really want the skins? Do they find value to you, or do you actually need to get the ship parts in order to get the ship to the correct tier? So that I think it's a personal choice.
The chat is lambasting me right now. For those of you in the podcast audience, TJ says, stop that right now. Maple Butter says, not worth it. Carissa says, no, with a lot of O's. Cruzito says, don't do it.
Here's the reason why. Because those, by the way, are an exact duplicate of your ship part refinery, but you're only limited to one chest. So a lot of players who are grinding parts are getting 2 and 3 chests. Additionally, with the refining overhaul that is available in the Section 31 store using access keys, you can actually double the payout. So you can get up to 6 times more through your regular refinery than you can ever do through the hazard particle. Additionally, and this is not necessarily a comparison between these two, but because of the ship parts conversion, and it also is through the Section 31 store, we're also going to see a lot more of the other parts income that is coming from all the other types of ship parts, the other refineries that are boosted, being able to be converted into the ship part that you need. So I'm not saying that ship parts is not continuing to be a bottleneck for a lot of players and won't continue to be a bottleneck. I'm just saying that this source is so minimal as compared to the other sources you have.
Fair enough. Well, and realizing how good the skins are that cost hazard particles. Folks, you guys tease me a lot, and I'm going to have a real candid moment with you. Jules knows this. Tarpy knows this. I am not an expert on G6. I have taken the Ripper approach to G6. You guys remember how I used to do all my careful planning and spreadsheets and this and all that stuff through G3 and G4. Shut up, Cruzito! But he's agreeing with me heartily in chat.
Clip that.
But the thing is, I used to nerd this thing out. I even remember Snake Eyes, Jules. You remember Snake Eyes when he used to produce the show? He'd be like, dude, don't, like, you're taking some of the fun out of it. Like, just wing it. Like, just do what you can do. So I have kind of adopted that mentality here. Like, Ripper would be proud. I don't mind. I literally mind for a daily. I don't mind for stock. I don't mind for the refinery. I mind for the daily. And that's it. And then I come home. So I'm not mining crystal like at all right now. I mine ore because that's the daily that I'm working on. So when I look at these guides, these are amazing, amazing things because I never would have had the foresight, Tarpy, to realize, hey, I'm going to need 1 million hazard particles at some point because I'm going to want to get some of these skins. I didn't even know that there was a base hazard resistance ability, although I can tell you I'm not taking an uncommon to tier 15. That ain't happening. All right. But the rare, well, I probably will eventually max that out at some point in my life. But the attack pattern alpha looks very, very nice. And at tier 9, it looks very, very, very good. And then the 68 miner, which I never had planned on building, but seems as though there is a clear, definitive difference between, say, the G5 rare miner and the Nova, right? Like, I never built a G5 miner. Never did. I survived on Novas alone. Now I've got a Selkie. I kind of planned on doing the same thing. But now it very well may be that a 68 minor is in the cards for me, potentially. So, I don't know. K92 says, it's all right, DJ. Being a G6 expert requires being a masochist. Well, it is painful up there, you know? And it's tough to dive through, which is why I really, again, in a kind of an awkward spot to throw this in, I really do appreciate the lab and Tarpy and Jules for putting this stuff together, because there are players out there who play just as much as we do who have no idea. I didn't know. I think it's crazy.
Yeah. Also, by the way, last comment on the minors. G5 rare minors are great for G5. They are horrible for G6. So if you are a late G5 player looking at, do I need a Selkie? The answer is just get the stinking Selkie and stop mining on G6 nodes in silent space with your stinking G5 rare miners. Just don't.
They'll die.
It's not worth it.
They'll die.
It depends on your server.
They'll be
Row.
Kill them.
Kill it. It depends. You're welcome, Cruzito. So the anyway, so the last comment I want to make on this slide before we move on is at the bottom I did put the number of credits that you can get from waves for the MU or for solo waves, assuming that G6 players will be running the 60 solos. So if you want to get the field repairs versus any of the other things in the Section 31 store, especially for the G6 rares, right now that we are early in that new set of items in the store, look at how many waves you would have to do to be able to unlock that at some point in the next 2 months. It is more waves than you get. So just think about that if you want G6 field repairs for the rare specifically. Anyway, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the very, very basic overview of the uncommons, because that's about all of the time that they need. There are 3 of them, and again, I know that a lot of the people in the audience are Ops 70, late 60s, mid 50s, high 50s. This is also for people who are nowhere near that. So if you are mid 50s and listening to this, you might not know what the G6 ships are. If you are on a server that hasn't been ascended to G6 yet, you probably don't know what the G6 ships are because you've never seen them anywhere besides content creators. So the Fed one is the Akira. Don't get it. It is arguably the worst one. The Negvar is the Klingon battleship, and the Minerva is a Romulan explorer. I have the firing patterns below. If you're the type to really just stare at those, they're there. You're also welcome to find them on stfc.space, which is where I heisted them from. If you unlock these ships, they unlock a specific faction bonus for that ship, so it increases ion storm resistance as the ship ability, but then there is a research node for all Fed ships for ion storm resistance. So if you have a 68 faction miner, for example, that you want to have mining in ion storm locale, it is actually useful perhaps to you to get a Akira and tier up that Akira so you can do more of the research, but you could just mine in some other hazard type. Okay, so the same goes for the Negvar and the Minerva. Both have innate bonuses for particular types of hazards. Each of those hazards is found in all of the faction systems, so it's not like the asteroid field only shows up in Klingon space. It is mattered throughout all of the 3 faction spaces as well as independent space. Mimi, this is arguably just the worst. Yeah, okay. Also true. So the Minerva helps you with radiation resistance. So there is a fourth type of faction space hazard that is not helped by any of these, the Nameless Horror. And then there's the other hazard in mirror space, also not helped by these. So don't conflate the types of hazards. If you want to tier up your board cube to 1 tier past where you had it as a maxed G5 epic, because I'm assuming everyone at this point would max their G5 epic, you would need tier 9 of a UC. And the trick there is parts and mats and Sigma trick. So on that, next slide, please. And so when you're using your ships, you want to PvP, you want to PvE, all the standard PvE crews, and
this is the best slide.
Thing with.
This is great.
So you can thank Muffins for the gift. I actually had the just don't in there as a kind of bookmark text. And he was like, that's probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, this is fantastic. For the podcast audience, I'm actually going to put a, a screen grab of this slide in there for you guys to take a peek at. And actually, I should probably make sure that we do have the presentation available in the graphics room at the end of the podcast for you guys to go back and check it out. But basically, PvP in any of the G6 uncommons, just a bad scenario. This is why I struggle when we're playing in arenas and I had that Minerva. That's why I still fly the G5 epics, because they're just dominant over the G6 uncommons. It's absolutely, it's crazy.
And cheaper to repair, and you don't need to use, you have probably millions of hours of Sigma repair
the same
speedups,
reason that I'm using still G5s in solo wave defense instead of breaking out the V-locks. It's cheaper to repair, and it really just doesn't do that much better.
Yep. So I do want to point out the little cube at the top corner here. You will notice the cube keeps coming in. So if people keep mentioning the cube, don't worry, it's coming. We want to talk about the faction ships first. Okay, so that, again, we don't need to talk about Bruno, the UC. So next slide, please. All right, Jules. When does a UC become better than a G5 epic?
Well, that depends
Or
on the
does
ship.
it?
And actually, so this gives you just a quick graphic of like, hey, I just built my tier 1 G6 ship. It's 3 billion power. Why is it super weak compared to my 3 billion power Rataran or something like that, right? And the reason is that it does have a higher ratio of shield health to whole health, which kind of inflates its power number. But it has a very low DPR. All 3 of them do have a very low DPR when you compare to your max G5 epic. There's another tool that will actually, so this is giving you the steps, essentially, max G5 epic, and then your equivalent board cube, then your tier 1. Hey, I just built the ship. Why is it so weak? And then you're like, okay, well, tier 9 is a good next milestone for a lot of players, because that is when you can unlock the board cube to tier 14. So you can see at the very end, hey, that tier 14 board cube is better than all of my G5 epics. So maybe getting my 63 uncommon up to a point to where I can upgrade my board cube is actually the end goal. That's why you hear all this advice from players being like, well, the G6 uncommons are useless. And in some cases, specifically the Akira, the damage will never be higher than a G5 epic. And I am going to source another tool. This is from another community member, Quirky Zombie. I'm putting this both in the Twitch chat and in our chat room on the Discord. He's actually built a ship comparison tool. So you can select up to 3 different ships and compare statistics, including whole health, shield health, damage, and even round 1 damage versus round 2 damage. So I see DJs, you're on the site now. Why don't you go ahead and select maybe a G5 epic, select a G6 uncommon, and then also select the Akira, which is
so while you're doing that, what I want to point out is he brought this up in the lab, yesterday afternoon? And he was like, yeah, someday in the future, I'd like to build this on my website. And I was like, oh, so when is the future? Because if you can, like, I wasn't expecting him to get to it today, but
that's
here
zombie.
it is.
That's zombie. He drives himself to zombiedom by doing things like this. For those of you who are not familiar with Quirky Zombie, let me give you a quick STFC history lesson. He's the guy who cracked the mitigation formula. As a matter of fact, it's on this website. He still has it here. This is the guy that did it. There it is, right there. That's the formula. That's how insane mitigation is in the game. And by the way, let me just say that I have never disapproved of the original mitigation formula. It was a beautiful formula, Jules. I mean, it did have its limits, right? Like, it was the 71.19%. It could never get higher than that. So mathematically, it was probably short-sighted, but it was intricate. It was relational. Everything had an advantage. Everything had a disadvantage. The original mitigation formula is actually beautiful. I love it. All right? I think it's a work of art. But it's also stupidly complicated. Who on earth could reverse engineer something like this? Zombie did it. He's the guy who did this. He will always say that him and Alex worked together on this, but Alex has always told me in private that Zombie did, Zombie had the discovery credit on this. This guy created the very first ever STFC tool on a website. It was the STFC toolbox, and he published the mitigation formula from which almost all of our content came thereafter. So coming back into the G6 comparison, Jules, walk us through. What do you want us to see here?
I would like you to pull up a G5 Epic, any one of those, pull up the Akira, and then you can just pull up any other G6 uncommon. Like, I think you had the Minerva up for a second there.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And so it's obvious to see here with the whole health and shield health, yes, these G6 uncommons are going to start outclassing them right away. But if we start looking at the base DPR, and to be clear here, the Akira is the blue line. You've got your Minerva as the green line, and your Enterprise D is the red line. If you look at base DPR, see how the Enterprise D kind of builds, and gets pretty high? The Akira, it doesn't matter how high you max a G6 uncommon shit. You will never out DPR any of the G5 epics. And when this was originally released, everyone thought it was a bug. And I don't know if this is official response or just content creator inside knowledge. The reason was Interceptor Strike Team at the time was so overpowered to the other strike teams, and critical damage was overpowered. All of these ships worked really well on interceptors. So they decided, hey, we're going to balance it by making the DPR of these new interceptors drastically low. So, but, games have changed. These ships are used for other things other than just PvP, and PvP's crews have changed. So the Akira is no longer, has to be balanced in this way, and yet it still is just terrible. So who knows if there'll be a future correction? I doubt it. Just skip it.
And the thing with that, though, is if you want an Akira, absolutely go for it. If you love fed ships, get the Akira. Like, it is your game. You get to do what you want with it. If you enjoy it, do it. Like, don't let us saying stuff like this, how it's useless, how we wouldn't do it. Just, it's your game. Like, we're just presenting math and ideas. So if you're a collector, have at. But yes, just accept that it is the opposite of the best ship in the game. Okay, back to the slides if we're done with Zombies website for now.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. I think it's a great comparison tool. So because it does show every tier, I've only showed some big steps.
Yeah. So the next question I get from people, or I see fairly frequently, is how high is too high? So we've just been picking on the Akira, so I did spread this around to looking at the Explorers compared to the Interceptors. So this is for my research, and I'm functionally Op65 with nearly maxed Op65 research. So your research may look different, but not wildly, probably by the time you get to where I am. If I built a T9 Minerva, this is the amount that it would cost with my current research to get there. And in the next column is the cost for me to go from 63 shipyard to the 66 shipyard. And there are two boxes that I highlighted to compare those two, or just you can see the middle box that's across all four is supposed to be bright red just to match the ore. And if you look at the amount of ore, it doesn't seem super, super striking until you get to looking at the T6 versus T9 Koskari and the Minerva at T9. So again, T9 is the goal for the cube. I picked T6 for the Koskari because it seemed kind of in the middle. But then T9 for the Koskari is also the next cube level. Looking at the difference in ore, okay, it doesn't seem that striking compared to the amount of ore that I would need to go from 63 to 66. And okay, but you look at the amount of uncommon gas that you put into a tier 9 Minerva that, again, you don't have to take it all the way to tier 9, sake of argument, okay? So this is not base cost. That is the cost with my ship and building efficiency. I cut out the base cost column because the base cost says base cost, Magoo. So anyway, this is the cost with my current research. And if you look at the amount of uncommon gas to go from T1 to T9 of a Minerva, as well as shipyard 63 to 66, it is functionally the same amount of gas. And the that just struck me really, really hard, as would I want to put mats into a Minerva to look to get to spend extra weeks in the middle of G6. But if you look at the amount of ore to do a tier 9 Akira, or sorry, Minerva versus a tier 9 Koskari, you need twice as much ore to do the Koskari. But, and here's the way to also think about this, if you did both, so if you did a tier 9 Minerva and a T9 Koskari, and yes, I'm also ignoring the part in the chat that says do different ship classes at each level if you do each level, you would be spending, you add the Minerva onto the Koskari, and that just seems like such an intense waste of mats. Because you could functionally take your entire Minerva, add it onto a T6 Koskari, and get a tier 9 Koskari. So
Also, what I'll
people
also say is that the G6 rares, and almost all of them, even at tier 1, tier 2, they immediately outclass a tier 9 uncommon. So you have a serviceable ship right out of the shipyard. So I know that like it's hard to kind of look at the cost going to the shipyard as a silo, because you almost always want to pair it with getting the next ship to the next high tier. But if you actually just look at, hey, I'm going to skip the G6 uncommons because just getting them to tier 9 makes them somewhat serviceable, or at least just a link to get the board cube up. Then you're looking at, okay, I got to get to shipyard 66, but if I get there and I don't have the mats to tier this thing up, then I'm going to be screwed. Well, that's not true. Just building the ship gives you something serviceable above the epics, the G5 epics, that is.
So, and Spectre is pointing out, oh my gosh, the parts. So again, if you don't alternate ship classes between Minerva versus Coast Carry versus E, you're going to be needing more and more and more parts. So the fact that we got the parts converter, that's fantastic. The fact that they're saying there's more parts stuff happening soon. But again, so how high is too high for a G6 uncommon? Also think about the amount of tritanium. Okay. So the warp range for a T3 G6 uncommon is not past a G5 epic. So for my game, I did not get a G6 uncommon. I will probably unlock one for free based on the fact that I will get a relativity by the time, and it won't be tier 5 by the time I get to 66. But T4 plus some parts that don't cost rare mats and parts, maybe that's worth it for you. But again, look at the amount of mats that you're putting into a ship that you probably won't use as soon as you get a G6 rare. Might not be worth it if you don't need the hazard resistance.
Giving you a time check,
next.
Sharpie. We're about an hour in.
Yep, we're doing good.
What?
Next slide.
Oh, next slide. Okay. Hey, if you guys are wanting, if you're coming up on a spot where you want to take a break, we've got to take one in about between 7 and 12 minutes. So that's, you guys just keep that in mind wherever you want to go. Is it time for an ad break again? Not necessarily. I've got 7 to 12 minutes left, so it's up to them. They're teaching.
Up to you, Jules.
Let's get through the rares, 5 minutes, and then we'll take a break and we'll talk about kind of all as a holistic thing.
Okay, so here's the rares. Fed Battleship, it looks like a sand dollar. Coast Carry that we were just talking about, Velux. You can see the ship types, you can see the firing patterns.
So tell me I picked the right one, Tarpy. I've got a Velux.
I'm gonna say no.
Oh, man. No.
It's still significantly better than what you had.
Awesome.
But think about it this way. As Sanguine Otter mentions, and several other people in the chat have also said, you picked the one that takes the most crystal. We get more crystal than everything else. You will have more ability to put more things on it if you choose to, because you get more crystal. And you won't be using parts on a Coast Carry that you might want for a G6 Epic.
So if you go to the next slide, I think, if you go to the next slide, you'll see how these kind of compare. You see at tier 1, you're almost already outclassing a tier 9 uncommon. So it's already a good ship and a serviceable ship. And it will also kind of be above what your G5 epics would be. This is also a great time to go back to that quirky zombie tool to kind of compare all three. And that's where you can kind of see how the base DPR of the Velux just struggles to keep up and it starts to peter off near the top there. Did we lose DJs?
I think so.
What?
We lost DJs.
No, I'm here.
He's crying in the corner. He's crying about his Velux.
I mean, it's disappointing to see. And I'm going to throw this in the graphics room again because I know that the podcast audience can't really see what we're talking about. And I'm trying my best to kind of keep up with you guys here in podcast and trying to Tarpy's doing a great job illustrating what she's seeing. So Tarpy, describe this one, or Jules, when you're talking about the same thing we were talking about just a few minutes ago, you're comparing the DPRs of these ships. If you don't mind, one of you do that same kind of audio representation. Basically the Velux will, again, very much like the G6 Uncommons, even at tier 9, does not appear that it will ever be higher than what the cube will be at its comparable tier. All right, Borg Cube at tier 14 has a higher DPR than even a tier 9 Velox. And the tier 9 Velox being the unlock position for the Borg Cube tier 15, we're talking a 50% increase in DPR, which is insane.
Yeah. And compared to the other two ships, the Koskari or the Titan, it is just lower. And so when you're talking about what ship do I want to use for hostiles and armadas, then you just know the Velox is not the ship for you because it's not going to have the damage output. When you're talking about PvP, crewing could matter. IST is still king in PvP crewing for the most part. And we can actually talk about crewing for rares and some advice that we've gotten for crewing for rares maybe after the break. This is a good point to take a stop.
All right. We will do that. And tons of great data making me feel all kinds of unprepared for my journey into G6. Although some people in the chat saying, listen, may still not yet be the worst decision, as Jules points out, because of the competition for parts and or crystal being in the game. So could definitely still be some small advantages, but certainly when you take a look at this chart, Velox was the worst of the three when it comes to DPR. We'll talk more about firing patterns and PvP on the other side of this break. My name is UltimatDJz, and this is the ultimate guide to the G6 ships, your path in PvE, PvP combat, and what ships do what better. We'll talk more about this and crewing on the other side of the break. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. We'll return right after these words. Hang on. Commanders, in the vast universe of Star Trek Fleet Command, understanding the rules of engagement is crucial. At PvPtarget.com, our comprehensive guide ensures you navigate battles with honor. Learn the importance of protected cargo and why attacking a ship under its limit is deemed by some as an act of war. Discover which vessels are classified as warships and what ranges of ships you can attack. Find tips on crewing, mining, and the battle triangle, and so much more. Equip yourself with knowledge to engage responsibly. Visit PvPtarget.com and become the commander your alliance deserves. When life takes an unexpected turn, you need someone who will fight for you. At Musgrove Trial Firm, we stand up for Georgians in the courtroom and beyond. From personal injury to wrongful death, we bring experience, compassion, and relentless dedication to every single case. Justice isn't just a goal, it's our mission. Visit musgrovetrialfirm.com and let us fight for what matters most to you. Call Buddy at 678-226-1994. That's 678-226-1994.
This program is made possible in part by a grant from the makers of Monkey Shine's personal cleansing cloths. Keep your monkeys spanking clean with Monkey Shines.
Are you tired of getting beat up when you fly commercial?
Hi, I'm checking in for my flight.
Air Travel Self-Defense will teach you combat moves so you can survive your next flight. From overzealous security guards to maniacs at the baggage claim, no one will get in your way, not even those pesky fat kids at the food court.
I'm cutting you, mister.
Fly with the confidence of a first-class black belt at Air Travel Self.
UltimatDJz on the mic tonight, breaking down the game, making it tight. Starfleet Command, where the battles ignite, teaching us the ways, bringing insight. Talking Trek, we ride the stars, learn the game and we'll go far, exploring space with no remorse. UltimatDJz, setting the course. Ships and battle strategies clear, warping through the galaxy, winning here. Learning the ropes, never fear. UltimatDJz always near.
UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Bam! Thank you to the Talking Trek singers. Shields up high. I know. Who knew Nickelback was a fan? Reach for the sky. You know what's crazy is that these are actual studio singers. They're amazing. They're amazing. I am so excited and so happy about the introduction that we got with Nigel and this studio. I mean, it's wild. All of these songs. How many do we have now, Jules? 8 or 9? 8 or 9 different songs, and they've all been produced by the studio. I mean, Jules, when you're talking about music production, like actual jingles, a quick side story here. When I was giving you guys a trip down memory lane with XNR here, I guess about a week or two ago, I also found in that stash of stuff, I found a jingle package from one of my old radio stations. And, the jingles, like the jingle singers on a radio station, whatever, the Kiss 108, that kind of thing, right? I found the jingle package. I've actually found 2 jingle packages from the station that I used to work for because I did a lot of their production and imaging there. And I was just listening, and I went back and I found, no, Magoo, those are not AI. They're actual studio-produced jingles. And I went back and I found an invoice from a jingle package in 2011, might have been 2012. I found an invoice for a jingle package. Now, it was a very comprehensive jingle package, and it was very good. It was at the time, it was very cutting edge. No, AI is never better. I mean, listen, AI does some great stuff. Okay, but when it comes to art, when it comes to music, I still there's something about a human vibrato. There's something about a human voice. I can generally tell the difference. I really can. Not always, all right, but I generally can tell the difference. Skyquake says it's free. Yeah, well, I mean, should it be? All right, but anyway, that's a totally different philosophical conversation. I also love to respect.
I fought the law, but Trader won.
Thank you, QWERTY. Appreciate that. Yes, there is always that as well. But no, I have always enjoyed and respected art. People, and even movies, like music. We've talked about the old Napster and LimeWire and downloading stuff before. People talk about streaming movies where they have a vault of movies and stuff like that. I still pay for all my movies. I pay for everything. I don't stream anything from like those third-party hack sites. I don't do any of that. I'm willing to pay and rent because that's the cornerstone of the entertainment industry. I've just always been that way. And that's probably because I am at some teeny tiny fraction of a percentage to a degree, a part of the entertainment industry. So I've always had that mindset. But what the point that I was drawing, Jules, is these songs that we're getting. Thank you, QWERTY.
Yeah, what was that point?
That couldn't have been any better timed. Thank you so very much. Oh my, that was superb. What was I saying? Oh, the jingles. What Nigel has done for us in this production studio is literally worth over $10,000. Probably more. The jingle package that I found. Now, granted, it's not as much creativity. It's not as much jingle, but it's like the same jingle, but 100 different ways, 100 different versions, 3 voices, 5 voices, 10 voices, all single voice, all this stuff. Most of it is done by computer. Like you'll have, when you record a jingle package, Nigel could probably tell us, but you'll have a singer probably come in and spend an hour or 2. And then the rest of it is done in the production studio. They'll layer it and they'll, do it over top of one another, and they'll do all the melodies and all that stuff. And anyway, this invoice that I found for a jingle package in 2011, all right, was $18,000. $18,000. Now, this is a radio station jingle package, but to put it in comparison to what Nigel has put together, and this is just people shooting around on a break, like just kind of messing around while they're trying to, like, they're recording our jingles, Jules, as warm up for the ones that they do for Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. All right. So yeah, they're using ours. We're the How Now Brown Cow stuff. Spectre says we need video of this. I don't know if that is something that I'm ever going to be able to get. I'll ask Nigel. I think it would be great to see, to watch some of this, even if it was just a clip for them having some fun in the studio. But it'll be great. I'm going to absolutely respect, what he has provided to us. But it's very, very cool. Anywho. Back to our presentation. I do appreciate everybody. And Jules and Tarpy both, I'm going to apologize to you slightly as well, because I was a little bit distracted during that last segment.
What?
Yeah, I
couldn't
was.
tell.
Because, I'm going to, listen, for those of you who have been around for a minute, I like to flirt with danger. Okay? I say things that I shouldn't always say. And I sometimes do things that I shouldn't probably be doing. And sometimes I share information that I probably shouldn't be sharing. But tonight, after we talked about it just an hour ago, I just got a DM from a game developer at Niantic. So I've been chatting to him for a little bit. I've been chatting just a little bit for the last few minutes. Basically for like the last 35, 40 minutes. And, we're just making arrangements. Listen, he's like, listen, you got a real solid shot of being number 4. Okay. Number 3, you're going to have to work for it. Okay. Got to work for that one. You got a real solid shot at number 4. So yeah, no, this.
All right, I'll start making charts.
Yeah, it's time. It's time. Listen,
I'm a launch day player.
We're gonna have to
Pogo.
Listen, a lot of you guys play this game. All right, now, okay, true or false? Just tell me this, and then we'll get back into STFC. True or false? If we were to start doing content for Pokemon, which, by the way, is in all likelihood going to happen. Okay, that is going to happen. Listen, we are involved with everything that Scopely does. All right, seriously, we've done Stumble Guys content, we've done Monopoly Go, we did Marvel Strike Force. We've done this stuff for them. Okay, I am STFC at heart, but we're probably going to end up doing something with Pokemon. But if I were, my understanding. Listen, it's not for everybody. Okay, it's not for everybody, but we've done stuff. But let me ask, if we do that, that's not really a sit and game kind of content, is it? That's not a live stream kind of thing. Isn't that more like you got to be out? You got to be out to do that stuff, right? Like, that's not a game that I would sit here and stream, right?
You could do it like Iron Chef does the Disney ones, where you have a GoPro and you're kind of watching yourself.
Well, yeah, that's what we'd have to do. We'd have to go out. We'd have to record the content out with, content on us on one side and the game screen on the other side. GP Factor says, good luck not happening. What are you talking about? Yeah, you stream while you're on.
Noosh has a point on the PvP thing. Like, Noosh has a point on the PvP thing.
Which is?
I'm in a Discord server for my local area that has like PvP competitions every couple weeks.
Oh, they want to do it on different. They want to do it on a different channel to keep your stream streaks. Oh my God, you guys are ridiculous. What game are we talking about? Hurricane. Just recently, it was announced that Scopely has acquired Niantic, which is the game studio that brings you Pokemon Go. And it's a huge game. And my kids, all three of them play the game. So when the news was announced, all right, they all heard about it. I mean, even Oliver, who's 9 years old, he was like, Dad, did you hear? Scopely has Pokemon Go. Well, I mean, listen, Oliver thinks Scopely is the golden goose, okay? Like, let's just be fair here for a second. Oliver doesn't know what we all know, okay? Like, Oliver has been to the office, and he gets treated like a king there, and he's gotten to make some content, and he's gotten to do some in-game stuff. And to a 9-year-old, that is, he's on cloud 9, right? So when even he heard, all right, and when Noah heard, they're all sending me messages. I wasn't playing about that. They're all sending me messages because like they want to do stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? This is an opportunity for me, and I'm going to take a quick time out here for those of you who are saying, no, I don't want to do another Scopely game, or I don't want to do another video game period or anything like that. And it's fine. We're always going to be primarily Star Trek, but we've always also talked about doing branching out, doing a little bit more content. Listen, this past year, we've done more out of studio content than we've ever done before. Like we've done convention content, the cruise content. We've been to LA. We've done some fun content. We did some travel content when we went on the cruise, like our personal family cruise. We've done a little bit of Fortnite. We're doing Studio B. We're doing more non-STFC stuff because it builds that relationship. It builds that community. And listen, we're still primarily doing this. We're doing Star Trek at least 2 and 3 nights a week, probably 4 in a lot of cases, to bring you guys that content. And that's fine. That will never stop. All right. I've given you guys my commitment. And when these servers shut down, that's when I'll quit. All right. I'm here. I know a lot of people have said that to you before and they're gone. I mean, I'm still here. 6 years later, I'm still here. I might get pissy sometimes, but I'm still here. All right. That being said, I am almost never going to turn down an opportunity to try something exciting and new. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm never going to turn down that kind of opportunity. And I am here to tell you that my expectation of this relationship is going to be very much like it is with almost any other acquisition, which is it's probably going to continue to operate largely as it has. I'm sure there's going to be some changes. I'm sure there's going to be some tweaks. But listen, we know that Scopely doesn't write STFC. Digit does. All right. That happens in Ireland, you know? And Niantic, I would not expect to be going anywhere. All right, they're probably going to maintain a lot of what they do with Pokemon Go. Again, I'm sure there's going to be some changes and there's going to be adjustments and things like that. But I don't expect this game to suddenly die. I mean, they bought it for billions. What was it? Was it like $3 billion some dollars? Tell me I'm wrong, Jules. I don't remember. How much was it? It was a couple billion.
I'm sure Spectre will come up and chat with it in seconds.
Spectre,
because he's good at stuff like that.
What wasn't it like 3 point something billion dollars? All right, this is not a property that's going away. Not to mention, it's got a player base 100 times the size of STFC. All right, all 3 of my kids play this game. If for no other reason, and I'm here to tell you, folks, if for no other reason, I will engage with this opportunity for my kids. Just to spend time with my own boys and create content, which is what I love, with a video game that they love, all spending time together. Listen, you know what? At the end of the day, if Pokemon Go does get ruined, I'm going to have a really good run of having some fun with my boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to have some fun with my kids, making some content, doing some fun stuff, and you know, traveling around and trying something new. You know, sidebar. You know what?
Sidebar to a sidebar.
Sidebar to a sidebar. Talking about doing something new. Oliver came to me this past week. This is a true story. Oliver came to me this past week and asked me if we could clean out his bedroom. And I'm like, why? What are you talking about? He's like, I've just got a lot of stuff in here, Dad, and I never use it. I'm like, yeah, but you got a lot of room, so, I mean, you can store it. He's like, no. He's like, Dad, I want to do something for you. You built me a studio. I want to build you a studio. And I'm like, what are you talking about, son? He wants to clear out. He said exactly this because he knows I've been watching some mixed reality stuff here lately. He wants to build a mixed reality green screen studio in his bedroom. And I'm like, dude, like that would be wicked cool and kind of expensive, but then like, that's your bedroom. He's like, no, Dad, that's our playroom. That's Studio C is what he called it. And I'm like, you know what? Hell, let's do it. Let's do it. So we actually started this past weekend kind of bundling up and cleaning some of the stuff out of his bedroom so that because a mixed virtual reality studio is, I don't know, if you call it 3D, Spectre. I don't know. You've got to have a ceiling and a floor and 2 walls, and it has to go into a corner. All right, so you have to have a corner, so 2 walls and then a floor and a ceiling. That is what is required for a mixed reality studio. And essentially, no, not virtual production, Spectre. We're going to put down green flooring and then paint the walls and the ceiling green so that it becomes a large corner mixed reality green screen studio, so that when we play virtual games on the MetaQuest or something like that, we'll be able to bring that to you with, like, yes, a VR gaming. Like, you'll be able to see our human forms inside the game. He wants to do that. And I think that's great. So if for no other reason, I'll do this. I'll do this because all my kids want to do this. Why wouldn't I want to do it? And if we have a little bit of fun and make a couple of bucks along the way, and maybe even become the number 4 content creator, then we'll have a little bit of fun along the way. But it's very, very cool that this individual reached out to me tonight. And that's actually what I was doing. So I didn't want to seem rude or disrespectful. I apologize. But I mean, we've already shared good stories about it. Noah got pulled over by a trooper for playing Pokemon Go at 11 o'clock at night. Okay? He wasn't out doing drugs. He wasn't drinking. He was playing Pokemon Go. That's a good story. All right? It's fun stuff. Ice Wolf says TV studios spend $100,000 to paint the walls green. 13 coats. Good luck. No, I don't think I need that much. Oh my God, do I? Not $100,000. I don't need $100,000 worth of paint. That's right. He did play Pokemon Go responsibly. All right. So, I mean, we've got stories. This is content. You guys know my kids play this game. This could end up being something fun. TJ says the G6 conversation was interesting. Can we get back to it? Oh my God. You know what? You guys give me so much shit for talking about my personal life. But here we are 6 years later, and you guys are still with me. You guys give me a break. I could be boring, I could be boring. Fine. Yes, I was being rated. Thanks for the tip off, by the way, whoever did that. I was being rated during the last segment. All right.
He told him to shut up.
Yeah, somebody warned me. There you go. All right, back to the G6. Carissa says you are boring. Get back to the guide. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Carissa. Where were you, Jules?
We
I don't remember.
About PvP. So the next slide from there, we're talking
Yes.
just like really quickly. And I'm not a big PvPer myself, nor do I know a lot of the crewing here. But Muffins did provide a lot of the advice for these.
And I invited him up to the voice if he wants to come up. He's in Discord, so he has to click the speak button.
I feel like Tarpy,
Next slide,
you and I-
please.
yeah, I feel like we need to figure out how to do a stream together so we can just do the slides.
Yeah. So, Muffins, if he does start talking in the middle of this, actually, Jules, what we need is like some like shock button to like be hooked up to DJ, so we can be like, "You change the slide." So Muffins was kind enough to provide crews that he suggests for PvP. What I can do is when we post these slides, either as a PDF, but the link's already up, I can screenshot his comments that he suggests specifics. Basically, don't use the Titan, use your cube. Here are the crews that he suggests. And he has 2 wonderful paragraphs that I don't want to read verbatim right now, that I can include in the actual slides. I am not a PvP crewer, but these are his suggestions. He was talking about also how Freeman might come back. Depends on the ships, depends on what some of the other stuff happens to be over the next while.
Apex Shred? How much more Apex Shred comes
Yeah.
into the game? Yeah, it's been great.
Yep. Great.
I can hear DJs just writhing in pain right now.
Well, he's still talking to
Anyway.
Niantic.
Yeah, right. So we're at this point now where we've gone through all the G6 uncommons, we've gone through the G6 rares. And the next obvious step is what's going on with the G6 epics. But before we get there, one thing I want to bring up that happened in G5 that we're going to start to see happen in G6 is that a lot of these ships had alternatives. We already know the cube is the alternative to most of the battleships throughout G6. But what are the other specialty ships that exist? And can any of those actually serve as an alternative? So if we can go to the next slide. What we're looking at is how those things tier up over time. So the Eviscerator still has a few tier locks as you go through G6. The Protector has one more tier lock to cap it out. And then the Vindicator, Revenant, and Relativity all also expand into G6 land. So are any of those going to be useful in, say, battle capability, warp range? And the key here is probably extra cargo space, because while the Borg Cube still does not have the same amount of cargo space as any previous generation ship, including its own generation G4, the other specialty ships, they do have the same model of cargo space. So you'll start to see, Vindicators, Revenants, and Relativities with 10, 20 million, 30 million, maybe up to 50 million cargo space once maxed. And that can be really useful when you're filling your cargo with your G6 ship so fast. So DJs, if you can go to the next slide, what you'll see is the same sort of chart we've been seeing, comparing our DPR and our shield hull health with some of these ships at some different tiers, and also with a smattering of early G6 to mid G6 ships. This is the crazy part, and I was struggling to kind of deal with this I was talking to Tarpy. The relativity, the max relativity, has such a high combined shield and hull health. It is just literally off the charts how much more it has than any other ship. So it's highly skewed here. But let's kind of walk through the 5 ships. We essentially have 5 special ships outside of the queue. You've got your Vindicator. Now, your Vindicator was built and is built to be the best G6 solo ship. I don't know about a lot of other players currently in G6, but the only thing I struggle with in G6 Solar Armadas is the warp range to hit the next one higher, and hazard damage killing my ship fast. So the Vindicator doesn't really solve my capability, but does solve 2 things. One, it can solo these ships, so I don't have to worry about it sending any other, and it has its own hazard resistance. So it starts to become more like the best ship for G6 solos, because you don't have to really think and plan as much for the G6 solos. So Vindicator, once maxed, or in G6 land, tier 13 plus, is going to get you to those G6 solos, which is going to be nice. And I'm seeing Curzito saying, hey, summon, because you're going to need the Disco Prime for some of these ships, and we'll talk about warp range for some of these ships. That is true, and now that we can actually source the Disco Prime for free, it's going to be great. Eviscerator is very interesting that it has a high damage, but incredibly low. It is supposed to be the space taxi. It will have the warp eventually, using some tools to then summon your other ships up to G6. So if you've been keeping up with your Eviscerator since launch, you probably will get it to a usable tier in another 3 to 4 months. Woohoo. Protector has been basically the G5 alternative. I mean, for our G5 players listening, hasn't it been true? It's basically been the early to mid G5 alternative for a lot of ships. That was an open question. No answers. Okay. That's been my impression. Just seeing how much more powerful these are as compared to a player's other G5 ships. Protector has been outclassed, outwarped, outcargoed a lot of those ships, and has become like sort of a daily driver for a lot of G5 players. But it does not have the same scale as it hits the G6 land. So I would not call it the G6 alternative. Maybe what I see here is that it's an earlier grinder in the mirror universe space. It will have a larger cargo space. It does also have a ship ability that even if the DPR is super low, it can still hit higher in mirror universe space, allowing you to go grind those level 70 ships with your mirror, with your protector, and actually get more rep, more ship parts, probably the same amount of chest for those Sigma speed ups, but this can be your universe grind ship. And then the relativity. The relativity, it basically just has everything that you need to grind whatever you need in G6. Once it gets to that max tier, it's got a high DPR, same as a tier 9 G6 rare. It has a massive amount of shield health and hull health, allowing you to stay alive for longer. And it has the warp range to get to basically anywhere you want in G6 land once you get up there. So this could be an alternative to one or more of your ships. And it has a massive cargo. So if you're going up there and you're doing a one run on hostiles and you're maxing your cargo on broken ship parts, but you're trying to collect as much broken ship parts as DJ is doing, it can really help. Kill first, you're correct. The only specialty ship right now that has its own unique hazard resistance that is above and beyond is the Vindicator. The rest of them will have about the same base hazard resistance as your Borg Cube does. But I would push back on that only because I don't see hazard resistance as stopping me from doing anything in G6, and so thus I use my Borg Cube for everything that I need to do. So it isn't killing me to have to deal with those hazard resistance. Being able to use that transwarp to get there faster has been great, so that I can be effective right away. But with the warp upgrades that we are slowly seeing come into this game, you're getting thousands %, these now warp times up to the systems you need to go are a few minutes at most. So there's always the option of warping to a system that doesn't have a hazard that's right next to the system you want to go and making that jump in a few seconds or 30 seconds or so.
The hazard resistance is a quality of life thing. You won't be able to fly in and kill all 4 of the armadas in a level 5 hazard with a specialty ship, including the cube. Probably.
That is true. That is true. Well,
and
yes.
Until you've got it maxed, and you can do them with a speed crew.
Well, I'm doing them with loot crews now, so with a tier 15 Borg Cube. So I could switch to speed crew. I can't do all 4 in 500%, but I can do all 4 in 400%. Anyway, the last ship that I just want to mention is the Revenant. It's going to have billions of power. That's between 6 and 7 billion when it's maxed. Those are the screenshots I've seen. And it does have a very large shield and hull health, but its base DPR is pretty low. So it may not be that's probably one of the fastest ships to upgrade. It's roughly 120 to 160 days if you are maximizing that loop. Same with the relativity, that actually has a pretty slow upgradable path. And because that one is reliant on maximizing your Krenim formation armadas. And I know that formation armadas are really contentious with lots of alliances, lots of players. It requires lots of coordination. And if you're not part of a team that can help you punch up, you may be struggling, particularly to afford the G6 chess costs. So that ship, it can be either 400 days to maximize that ship, to max it, or as little as 230 days by max pulling all of the available chests, including the Formation Armada chests. So this could become, I would say, probably in 6 to 8 months, the new protector for G6, the specialty ship that can replace your daily hostile Armada driver in G6 land. So that is the one thing I want to say about the relativity and the specialty ship battle capability. Let's go ahead and move on. I also wanted to throw in here, just looking at warp and cargo, and our blue is our warp. You know, if we're looking at where our kind of our benchmarks are, 1,000 warp is essentially entry level G5. 1,300 warp, you're hitting some of the other larger armadas, and then 1,700 and 1,900 warp is where we're hitting our level 70 systems. You know, 69, 68, 69, 70 systems. So that's where you can see, hey, the Vindicator, yes, absolutely, that is the G6 Solar Armada. That was what it was built for. The other specialty ships, they're not really going to get there without aids. So, you know, Grush or the Fleet Commander Kirk. The relativity is where we see, hey, it's got all of the tools at its disposal. It's got the actual warp range that it needs to. And it's got the cargo that it can grind forever up there. And it's got the DPR and the shield whole health and the, you know, the shield and whole health to really do that capability. And the funny part here is, yes, there is cargo, base cargo in the Minerva. I know it doesn't, you can't actually see a speck of red. It's there. Just really, really, really tiny.
It looks like the amount of hull health I strip when I attack Jonathan Ingram. It looks like this is a similar kind of thing.
Yeah, undetectable. Yeah, there's a rounding error.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about like actually doing grinds, and if you're still engaged in the silent loop system, one of the gripes I currently have, and I know a lot of players are using their G5 epics, because they'll fill cargo on broken ship parts and yet only get like 4 or 5 days worth of the actual loot to continue that refinery. And their ship is like getting no damage.
Less.
So yeah, or less, exactly. So cargo is a really big issue for that loop specifically. And going in there with a G5 Epic or maybe one of these specialty ships that allows you to just, you know, not have to like deal with flying back and forth a bunch of times, wasting tokens, everything. All right, so that's the last one I wanted to talk about those. Hazard resistance and hazard, you know, how we actually manage hazard resistance. Yes, there is the any ship, so there's lots of different nodes, including a prime node. I personally did not purchase that, nor would I ever recommend it. But then you also have Fed ships and Romulan ships and Klingon ships that have specific nodes, both for its own faction. That's based on reputation, but it also has bonuses if you have that uncommon ship, because you can do the extra research node. I still think at tier 9, you can only get an extra 35% on one particular hazard type for one particular faction. That's not a reason for me, personally, to get the G6 uncommon, but it could be another notch in the pros if you're on the fence about that. That I also included what those actual G6 ships would have, the G6 uncommons, what the Selkie could have, when you're comparing what kind of tier Selkie, where you actually want to get to, the G6 rare miners, and then the 2 ships that actually have a specialty hazard resistance, the NSEI Protector, obviously for the magnetic minefield, and the Vindicator, which is actually any of the hazards. All of the other specialty ships, including the Borg Cube, would fall under the any ship category here. If you're interested, this is part of the ops progression sheet. You can make a copy and put in your own to kind of figure out where you want to hit, whether that Selkie, do you actually need to get it to tier 8, or is tier 6 good, or is tier 4 good? You can kind of manipulate this and kind of see what it could be if you maximized all of the hazard researches. Not all of the hazard researches use hazard particles, so that's another thing to think about too. So you can use some regular mats to kind of bump this up. Cool. And I think we can skip ahead to epics, and if you want to take it over from here, Tarpy.
Well, most of them don't, right? It's just those ones, those three at the very beginning that use hazard particles, isn't it? All the other ones use mats or
which
or
faction credits.
Yeah. So you don't need to do the hazard dailies in order to get through the hazard research. Most of the hazard particles that you'll receive in your lifetime from here on out will be from the Pinnacle Power event and or from the Ceres event, and it's starting to trickle in other events. The rare hazard particles are trickling in from other events as well, but I've never hit a bottleneck with any of those particles, so it's not really a concern.
G6 solos too. That's where a lot of mine come from.
Yeah, we get a lot there.
So epics.
Oh, there are 3 of them. There they are. So again, I'm not going into a heck of a lot of detail for each of these because you should also be making incredibly informed decisions for your own game. So the ship abilities are listed here. They are pretty significant. The thing that kind of threw me off for a hot minute was the fact that they have different numbers. So just be aware of that when you are looking at them. Just want to point out that the Ent-E is an explorer, the Crenshaw is an interceptor, and the Scimitar is a battleship. So that's just important for kind of the next part of the conversation. And honestly, that's all I really wanted to talk about here. So next slide.
There's another one where it kind of just compares like, hey, the minute that you build your Ent-E, it just immediately is better than any other ship you had. So getting to Op 70 and building the ship, so you're just getting to Shipyard 70, building the ship Tier 1, it's just going to be great for you. May still be hampered in some other statistics, but just getting started in whether that is in PvP or in your PvE or your Armada grind, like you don't need to get it up to Tier 6, Tier 9, Tier 18 right away. It's not as important as maybe some previous grades of ships to kind of tier it up before you can start using it. Tier 1, it's going to be better than some of the other ships you have been efficient.
This chart right here, and for those of you in the podcast audience, this chart is what angers me so much about G6. Is that there's absolutely no overcoming tiers of ships. Like there is no research, there is no crewing, there is no anything that you can do to just crewjitsu's not a thing unless you are with the exact same type of ship and the exact same type of same tier. All right, and what we're looking at, podcast audience, is, for example, looking at the Kaskari Tier 9, Velux Tier 9, the Borg Cubit Tier 15, where we know that there's superiority there. Then coming into the Enterprise E at Tier 1, even the Crenshaw with DPR, the Scimitar with, honestly, very, very comparable to the Enterprise E. I would say that the Scimitar at Tier 1 compared to the Enterprise E at Tier 1 is, I mean, within 2 to 3 percentage points, but definitely 2 to 3% less effective in stats than the Enterprise. But you look at the next category here, which is Tier 9 of those same ships, and you have literally gone up 400% in those stats, whether it's the shield, whether it's hull, whether it's DPR, 400% increase, which means there is no other ship. I mean, we're talking from Op 69 to Op 70, there's no competition. You know,
that's the same thing with the G5 epics versus the G5 rares. I mean, the uncommons in G5 and the rares in G5 were kind of sort of in lockstep. You know, one was progressed slightly higher than the other generation. That was fair. And then the G5 epics just right, near the last 3 or 4 tiers, they just kind of go insane. And with the STFC comparison tool that Zombie built, you can kind of see what happened with these ships. They ramp up so quickly, and then they just get out of control and bonkers out of control as compared to all the other G6 ships. But that's how it's been in every generation. Maybe less so in G4, but G5.
It is. But this demonstrates, this is the perfect illustration of a fundamental problem within game design. And I don't mean game design of a feature. I don't mean, this particular loop. I mean, this is core, down to the bone game design decisions on the way these ships are built. When building these ships, there is absolutely no consideration given to cross-generational competition. This is why arenas, this is why with a segment of the community, arenas continue to be a terrible experience. Within a segment of the community. I am not there. I am going to lose the 70s, but I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm playing for the experience. I'll have a little bit of fun with it. It's fine. Brett and Nos and I played the other night, and we won a couple, and we got our butts kicked in a couple, and it was fun. It was just fun being able to play cross-server with each other. That was great. But for other people who are looking at, Ops 59 versus Ops 60, I still don't hear the same kind of complaints from Ops 59 to 60 as I hear from Ops 69 to 70. This power creep, this power disparity, with all due respect, is completely irresponsible design. I don't know if I want to call it lazy. It's just lack of foresight. There is absolutely no mechanic that can provide interesting, competitive, balanced gameplay when you introduce ships with statistics this insane. And this slide right here proves it. This is
Actually,
the only.
Next side,
oh God, it's
the
even
next
worse.
side proves it.
Oh
Yeah, go
God.
for it.
Oh God. This is stupid. It's stupid.
But this is showing the max ships. Tier 15 uncommons, tier 18 rares, tier 18 epics, and then the Borg cube at tier 18.
It's just wild. I mean, there's no
But the cube
words.
came out after the epics, so I don't know if just nobody was listening to you or anybody who was saying that this is unbalanced and this is not doable, and then they came out with the tier 18 Borg cube.
No, this was a hold my beer kind of thing. This was like, hey, let's just teach him a lesson. All right. So this slide, audience, for those of you in podcast audience, you're gonna have a fit. Tier 18 Velox, tier 18 Titan, tier 18 Kaskari is literally, what do you think that is, Jules? 20% of the total strength and or statistics of a maxed Enterprise E. Meaning, max a Velox, max a Titan. And by the time you go and play, even building a tier 1 Enterprise, I mean, it's still imbalanced. And much less by the time you get the Enterprise to tier 3, tier 4, then you're just off to the races. All right. This slide right here demonstrates just gargantuan numbers that prove that the only goal in creating these ships was just to make them big and badass. There was no plans for them to ever be competitive in PvP gameplay. This was straight up pay for power. And this is what is extremely frustrating. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. Okay? I don't, especially not when a new game company representative messages me tonight and I'm on here slamming another one. But I'll always be fair, and I'm always going to be honest, and I'm always going to call it out. Scopely does some great things. This was not one of them. This was just downright bad. And I don't know if it was the planning. I don't know if it was lack of... Listen, there's a lot of things we don't know. There could have been a gameplay mechanic that never made it into the game. that was meant to balance some of this stuff. I remind you about the beta systems and that currency for those 4 researches and the assimilated faction. You guys remember that? The assimilated faction? That was supposed to be a whole chapter of content in this game. It got axed. It never made it to the game. We don't know. Maybe that's possible here. I'm willing to admit that there is a slight percentage chance that that was a possibility, that there was a piece of gameplay that would have come out that would have balanced these ships and it never made it. But my gosh, you've got to open your eyes and look at this right here is the proof positive that you will never be able to balance PvP as you know it without drastic stuff. This is why Shred is terrible. Because Barrier was the only thing you had that could come close to narrowing this gap. This
So I'm going to back away from the subjective rant because the whole point of this is not I hate these things. It's hey, you're going to get there yourself. What ship should you choose?
It doesn't matter. An Op 70 ship. Any of the above.
Yeah.
Okay? The whole goal the goal is not to have a fun, balanced experience through G6 land. The goal is to go from Op 60 to Op 70 as quickly as possible. Like that's
and when you get there, which ship? And what I would like to kind of point out is a couple of things. So the Crenshaw. This is actually a reversal. So we talk about how the G6 interceptors are so bad. Well, this one isn't so bad. The Akira and the Velox were, neutered in their DPR and also didn't have a inflated whole health or whatever to compromise that or to counterbalance that. Whereas the Crenshaw does actually have an appropriate balance of a high DPR and low shield and whole health, what interceptors should be. And Pirate Yard points out in the Discord chat that some good Crenshaws, some high tier Crenshaws with good PvP crewing have been taking down these max cubes. So even if we look at these cubes and say, hey, these are really powerful, well, there's a lot of faction research. There is the ship abilities, as we kind of saw with the unwavering diligence. There's some other factors that make these faction ships actually quite powerful. So there is more balancing that we see amongst the Ops 70 ships. So I think you said it right on the head. It doesn't really matter which one you go to. I think that some of the more efficiently minded players will look at the Crenshaw and notice that it'll take a lot of crystal, and how using choice rewards will have a higher ratio of crystal. Plus, if you compare to the Scimitar, who is a battleship and you're mostly using ore is what's going to take. It's going to take a lot of ore to get up there. So staring at the Crenshaw as probably the more efficient ship to be able to tier right away is probably a way to lean towards that. We did not prepare a PvP crewing for this. So I think the last couple slides are considerations for obtaining the FCAR ships, and then we can kind of the last slide that we'll land on is about pathways through G6, and then we can kind of linger on that for a bit.
Yeah. So what I have here is just the G6. It's exactly what it looks like. G6 ship class, what you need to build it, and how many credits it will take to get there, and approximately how many days with where I currently am. So about 24,000 faction credits a day if I do all of the polls that I have for each faction. Okay, so again, this will change based on different things, various primes that I don't have access to, various other things. So this is also not including MU. So if you do about a 30-minute grind in 68s, you get about 5,000 faction credits per faction. So that obviously is a huge income change. of G5 faction credits, an extra 20% a day cuts 20% off of the time that it would take to get to any of these ships. So really what I want to look at here is the days for the amount of credits approximately. So again, my research, your mileage will vary. It takes about 2 months to obtain the credits. Again, this is also without any Armada pulls. So this is slower than it really will be, but without Armada pulls, it takes about 2 months to get the faction credits for a G6 uncommon. So as you're making your way through G6, you really need to start thinking about, okay, so if I want 1 Selkie, 2 Selkies, 7 Selkies for some ungodly reason, if I want an uncommon ship, uncommon warship, again, for whatever reason, you need to think about the amount of faction credits and how many days it takes you to get there. Cruzito says, who doesn't just use LAT? The LAT to faction credits conversion is still 50 LAT for 1 faction credit. So if you want to do that, more power to you.
Yeah, it's only 390 million lat for buying an epic. That's easy.
Is that it?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, now listen, hold on. You guys are kind of laughing, but 390 million for somebody who is op 70 is actually probably not that much.
Somebody who's op 70 right now, that's not that much, but somebody who's op 70 in 6 to 8 months, that might be a significant amount.
Well, you're right.
I will say
Could
it will be a
Absolutely.
significant amount to me. My plan is op 70 about 3 to 4 months, but I am fighting for every little last piece of latinum to get through the speed ups. That is my bottleneck. So I will have 0 latinum by the time I get there. And I will add to your math here and just say my personal experience, because I am maximizing my G6 Armada refinery. I'm getting a lot of credits from there. So even just excluding my Mu grind, I'm getting roughly 100,000 credits a day.
I will agree with that. I have, since we've been talking about this kind of progression-based gameplay and strategies and so forth here lately, I have been refocused on going through and doing enough G6 solos to max those refineries, because I wasn't. I have an embarrassingly large number of G6 uncommon directives. I'm sure that it would be ridiculous for me to share with you guys that I have as many as I have, but I haven't played them as religiously as I probably should have. And therefore, I have definitely set myself behind in the other directives and the other faction credits and so forth that come out of that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I had something north of 10,000 of these things. Let me see if I can find them. Where are they in? Oh, no. Is that it? A galactic
It's right
solo
there.
armada?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, my God.
My God.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You could have run 276 of those. That's nuts.
All right, Incursions is coming with a loot XO, you weirdo.
I know.
It doesn't feel not get done in one incursions.
Oh, so here's the thing, Bel Air. What is the big deal about G6 Armadas? Are they hard to do with Hazard? So, no, they're not, but they are, to me, a little bit... I might call it a little bit annoying. Okay, I might call it a little bit annoying because, yes, I can go up there and I can easily kill them, but I can't sit around and kill them because then I die. You know, so like this is one of those that I like to kind of grind out. And you also have to use Armada speed ups. Otherwise, you're going to die. And so when I'm looking at these, like the reason I don't run them often enough, or I wasn't running them often enough, is because my type of gameplay is a little bit more scattered out. You know, I'll go start one, and then I'll go do something, and I'll come back in 15, 20 minutes. So you can't do that in Hazard Space, obviously. So it requires.
They're not all in hazard space.
The rares and epics.
The good ones are.
The good ones are.
The good ones are.
And so the good ones are, and I don't know. I mean, even the less good ones probably would be better than not doing them at all. I know I'm a slacker on this, and only recently, probably in the last week or two, have I actually started to like go and min max those things. For the last 3 or 4 cycles, I am now doing max pulls of the solo. Mainly to earn the directives, because I have 0 rare directives right here. Looks like, okay, so I just did a pull. I can run 2. I could run 2 rares. And so I can run 270 uncommons, 2 rares, and that's going to prevent me from being able to get to the epics.
Yeah, and so, Belair, it's not that the armadas are super hard. Not anymore with all of the research that's come out since G6 started. So most people are single shipping most of the armadas they can reach with a loot crew after the first few weeks of G6. But the biggest thing, and you heard Jules mention this already, it is speed up. And you get a big, significant number of speed ups in the G6 armada chest. You pull the uncommons every day. You pull the rares, every 2 days, and the epics once a week. And the epics are huge in the Latinum versus speed ups acquisition, because each day of Sigma speed up you get, that's 1.5 million lat that you don't have to earn somewhere or buy.
Yep.
And for the most part, by the time you get to some of those higher armadas, the hazard takes off more of your hull than the actual armada will.
1,000%.
Especially if you don't build the G6 uncommons, you tend to have more of a problem with that.
Yeah.
Because you can just pick the faction that you want to go to for your armadas that has the same type of hazards as your G6 uncommon.
Yeah, I would agree
have
with
a better
lot of that.
time.
For me, I think the word that the chat is kind of summarizing with Tarpy is it was maybe tedious, because it's also not even something that you can kind of mindlessly grind at leisure, It's actually why some people have grown tired of the original waves, the original wave defense, is because that's a solid 15 minutes of gameplay. Like, you can't stop. Like, that's a solid 10 to 15 minutes, and you can't stop. And I know that sounds silly, all right? And it's also going to sound super hypocritical when I say, this is a mobile game, all right? But a lot of us don't play at that level, and certainly not casual players. Like, this is a game that we can play here and there. And you know what? I agree. Same thing, Magu, for the Mirror Universe grind. I have, crazy enough, I have ground a lot less in Mirror Universe since it went to 30 minutes than I did when it was 20 minutes.
That's why I bought those primes, to buy my way out of the Mirror Universe.
Well,
you can do
I
that.
get
A lot
it.
of us can't.
Yeah, no, I get that. But Divine says ignore all the waves and you save so much time. Well, and I get that, Divine. But we're talking about G6 armadas, and it's the same principle. It's active. You must be present in the moment, and that is sometimes challenging, because ultimately this game still does something very, very good. They're strategically strong in this statistic, and you're going to laugh, but the gaming industry's definition, this is still a very casual game. And what I mean by that, Tarpy, is you're very not restricted to timers and time limits, which sounds hilarious because we have all these gazillions of timers. But what I mean is you can play at your convenience. And this game is actually very, very strong for that. There's very few things in this game that have a hard time limit. Mirror Universe is one, G6 Armadas are another, and those are out of the ordinary. So for me, it's out of the ordinary. It's inconvenient. It's not the kind of gameplay that I am accustomed to with my set it and forget it kind of thing. Or if I've got the screen up at work, right? And I'll start an Armada, but then I get a phone call, or I've got a client walk in, this or that, and then I come, I mean,
I just send it. I send to the next system over, and then that's not a hazard. And then as soon as I can spend the 5 minutes of focus on 3 to 4 Armadas in a hazard system, broke, and go back to. There was another question of 3 a day is too tedious. You save them and do 6 in one day because that's less tedious. And it's literally because it's depending on where you're doing your solos and where your base is, it's like a 6 to 8 minute flight.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to remember to check your ship, especially if you're flying directly to a hazard system.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just the coordination in G6 is just more than was important anywhere else. But yes, Cruzito, I see what you're saying about the Armada event today. You can use your board cube to do your solos, or you can just do solos to get the Vindicator event done. So you get multiple things done same day. Fantastic. There was a question earlier, now that we're back at this slide.
To that point, though, Cruzito, I will say, and I don't recall your ops. I don't know if you're 70 or what, but for me, okay, just doing enough Armadas to satisfy my Vindicator event does not max pull my refinery for a week. I've got to do more. All right. It might not be on Thursday. I might come back on Saturday. Might come back on Sunday. Might do whatever. And by the way, Tarpy's absolutely right. I do the same thing. Even for my dailies, I can't remember the system. I warp to a system and let that timer roll down, and then when it's there and I'm ready to come play, then I'll do that. Here it is. Shreb's Eye. I do my dailies in Warno. All right. So I warp to Shreb's Eye, and that way when I am ready to play, then I only have like a 50-second warp to Warno, and then I'm able to do my dailies. But yeah, that is an intriguing thing. And I still don't dislike it. Bubba Joe would come in and laugh. Oh, it sounds like you're finally changing your tune on hazards. I'm not. I love the mechanic of hazards, but it is a little bit tedious, right, Tarpy? What I've got to do so many Armadas to keep that refinery fueled. But that is a choice. I don't have to do max refines. I just want to because it pays. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And people are saying, but just do loot crews, or I get enough from one system to do a full pull. But the trick is you can do the 3 or 4 in that system for that day's full pull. So you still have to do it multiple times a week, or remember to do it when you happen to have an incursion loot exo, or you have to still time it. It's one of those things. If you want to keep the loop going, you have to keep doing them. He does now have a VLX Cruzito, so he is likely doing the right level. I'm not. Well, I'm running 67s and 68s as a 66 with just G5 epics.
So for me, I don't know if I am or not, to be perfectly honest with you. So for the epics, I am doing the 67s. The rares are 66, and I'm doing 65s here for the uncommons. But I should probably maybe be trying to punch to the 68s, I guess, for the uncommons. Is that
yes.
So I have not. Mainly because, okay, that's brand new. My VLOX can't get there. That system is warp 1700. So Cruzito, technically, I am doing the Armada targets for my range, because I don't have the warp range at a tier 6 Velox to get to the Op 68 system or the level 68 system. So the highest that I can do is 67 if I'm going to use a legitimate crew. And I am single shipping these because you're right. My only other ship is an Enterprise and it's a Daradex. So I can't even my Disco doesn't have the warp range to get to 68. So I am literally,
Minerva.
huh?
You have a Minerva.
Gag me with a spoon. All right. So I feel like I am doing about as good as I can be, Cruzito. You could say I'm not using the right ships or blah, 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 blah. But honestly, I'm doing 67 epics, 66 rares, 65 uncommons. I'm an Op 66, and I literally have 0 ships that are capable of getting to the level 68 system. So I'm probably right where the game design team expects me to be.
How much loot do you get from?
This is a great segue into the last slide that I want to cover on, and that is the different paths through G6. And we can have a little more discussion on this and kind of wrap up our segment on this slide here. And that is what to skip or not skip, or how to kind of progress through here. So I think we can kind of take a few community polls here, or just kind of like talk about what we think a good idea of how to get through these ships. And maybe, you can use, each players that are listening can use the tool that Quirky Zombie built to kind of compare some of these ships as they go across to see what your progression path through, at the very least, the base whole health and shield health and DPR and those types of comparisons as you move forward. But DJz, what would you, now if you're looking back at a G6 journey and you're trying to make recommendations either for yourself or another player going through that, what would you say is the ideal path for G6?
I have no regrets on how I progressed. Okay, I really don't. I maxed my G5 epics. They are very capable, very strong ships. All right. I don't have any regrets over how I played. However, this is a tough thing for me to admit because you guys know how much I love PvP. I love PvP. I love PvP in general. I used to love it in this game when it used to be so much more balanced. I used to love defending raids. I used to love incursions. I used to love massive ship battles and systems. I used to love all that stuff when the game wasn't so grossly monetized in PvP. And I'm using that word intentionally. All right. I don't mean disgustingly. I mean so massively. It did not used to be as wide as it is now. And despite everything that they do and try to sell, everything makes it worse. Okay. Literally, everything makes it worse. Okay. Literally every PvP capability that they provide. Okay. Subjective. Anyway, I personally, as a player, have abandoned my desire to be a PvP player in this game. And for that reason, I like the way that I played, which is I went with my G5 epics. They were more than capable of carrying me through my PvE requirements through Op 66, and then I built my Velox. And I mean, how long ago did I build my Velox? Maybe 2 weeks, and it's already tier 6.
Yes.
All right. It's not going to take me long. I think I told you guys I expected to be tier 9 on the Velox by the end of April. So that'll put me, by the time I built my Velox to getting it to my goal of tier 9 so that I can get my cube up is going to take me 6 weeks at Op 66. Meanwhile, my Velox is still capable, even at tier 5, tier 6, of handling my PvE requirements of Op 66. And even at Op 65, my Enterprise and Daradex, they shouldered the load. So, in short, as much as I would love to continue to be able to PvP in this game, I cannot. I don't pay enough to keep up. So, if I transition then and become focused on my PvE path. Out of these 4 options, I'm voting early skip. That's me, Jules. What about you? Did the same thing,
Great.
didn't you? You did the same thing.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I skipped. I got the Koskari, and I'm going to go for the Cruncha as my G6 Epic, giving me 1 of each type. I don't have any regrets. Destro's also put in the chat. He likes the early skip to utilize the cube for the harder portion of G6. And I agree with that point. I think for me, not the bell curve. It's like a exponential curve, right? To progress through ops 61 to 62 is a day. To progress from 62 to 63 is a few weeks. And then that kind of like just a week. Okay. And then it exponentially grows to where getting from op 69 to op 70 is multiple months for most people. So for me, the most time I'm going to spend in G6 is going to be between op 66 and 70. So
Yeah,
that's why, that's why I focused on getting the G6 rare and the cube, primarily the cube up.
Yeah.
But I will say, I think in 6 to 8 months, once a lot of low spend players, it will not be free to play players getting there first, but low spend players will have an easier time supplementing some of their required tasks with specialty ships and possibly doing full or a late skip where they actually build a couple of G6 Uncommon right away just to get their board cube up and then use specialty ships to kind of get through that and just speed straight to op 70. I think that is a viable strategy in a few months as low spend players kind of get to that point.
The relativity is going to be key to that. So, somebody was asking in chat earlier when you were talking about that slide, and this is a great time to come back to it. The relativity.
In a minute.
What?
4 minutes.
Huh?
Would be 4 minutes from now would be a perfect time to come back to that. There's ads starting in a minute.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate. I don't have any more ad breaks, so we're going to have to push through and get ready to wrap the show because we've been on. We're way beyond our time here now, but the relativity is going to be. It's fundamentally going to change G6 development, especially for free to play and low spend. It's going to take a little while for you to get there. Okay, it's going to take you a little while for that relativity, but look at what people are doing now with the Protector. All right, it's coming along. I have not spent any money on tiering the Protector. I did get the ship early, so I'm 100 days up on you, but I haven't spent anything on upgrading it. But I'm at tier 10. All right, and how old is that content? Came out in September. So free to play are only 3 months in. I'm 6 months in, and I'm at tier 10. All right. So the relativity is going to be massively important. I do believe that Jules is absolutely right, that there is going to be absolute credibility towards a full G6 skip methodology in the near to mid future. I don't think we're there now. If you are an op 61,
I'm considering it.
You gonna try it? If you're an op 61, 62 now, I feel like it's too early for that. But I would maybe Tarpy, you say you're considering it, and I would say if you had a couple $100 to put into the relativity, then I would say go for it.
The thing is, and the reason, so Matters gave me some crap a couple weeks ago when I said I was triple rep grinding. I have 2 weeks until I'm done with the 500 billion lock for all 3, and I will be op 66 at the time, which means I have a way to get credits.
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. The chat is blowing up on me right now. Did I say that my relativity was tier 10? I did not mean that. I meant my Protector was tier 10. My Protector.
So they thought you meant relativity or Revenant and didn't hear you actually mean Protector. You said Protector.
Oh, okay. I thought I said Protector. Yeah, that. You did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no.
To be able to do the full G5 epic to G6 epic skip, you have to be able to get enough credits and get enough rep. Because your dailies can be handled, because why do you do your dailies? To eventually get faction credits and eventually get maybe some rep. So if you are not doing your dailies as your source of rep, you need to be able to hit things that give you rep and faction credits. So the MU can do that for you on 68s and 70s. You can do hazard dailies in 68 and higher systems if you have a taxi service for your G5 Epic. So this is why I'm already considering it, because I will have the rep needed to buy G5 Epics at Op 66.
Well, and
And
now, as
I
you
have
mentioned earlier,
the credits.
Well, and now the Discovery Prime, your taxi service is now free. All right. And just in case anybody had questions or doubts, I know we're 3.5 hours into show. But for those of you who made it to this point, thank you. I do appreciate that. The Prime Valor emblems that are in the store right now, the ones used for Disco Prime, that is a permanent addition. I don't think Scopely has said that publicly, but they're here to stay. I know people were asking, well, if it's going to be out, do I want to spend partial? It's fine. It is here. Daystra says that they did. Retrieving said that they did say that it was a permanent edition. Well, that's great. A lot of people have asked, should they do it if it's still going to be? I didn't know if they had or not. But yeah, this is a permanent. It's a permanent edition. So that is wonderful. And this is something that I have screamed about for years. What, 2 years more? About this should be a feature that was grindable. I get paying for it, but it should have always had a grinder's path because it was necessary for gameplay. So the fact that Discovery Prime is now grindable and free is remarkable and actually enables this specialty ship methodology for G6 progression. It is literally possible to not build a G6 ship until Op 70. You can do it. And the example that I was trying to give, chat, for those of you who missed it, I thought I said Protector at tier 10. And the reason that I said that is because Protector came out 6 months ago. All right. And even though I did get the ship early, in 6 months of grind, it's tier 10. The relativity is going to be very, very similar. As a matter of fact, Jules, I don't know how you're feeling about your relativity progress. I'm kind of happy with mine. All right. My relativity progress has been decent. When did that ship come out? Was it last month or this month? I don't even remember.
2 months.
2 months.
2 months.
I am, I think, 2 components away from tier 5. And that is natural native progression. I have not spent on upgrade parts. I got the ship on day 1. All right. So we're talking 2 months in natively. In 2 months, you can grind it to tier 5, almost tier 6. Well, how much longer are you going to need to get it to tier 8, tier 9, tier 10 to be super viable? A couple of months. So, yeah, Jules, when you say you think 6 months out is a viable way or a viable timeline for that to become a new emerging strategy, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on if you can maximize your current formation armadas. I can throw this chart in here, the relativity upgrade table. It doesn't have a bad upgrade path, but if you're only relying on the chests in there, it would probably take about 400 days to max, right? And we don't need it to be max. We need it to be close, tier 13, tier 14. So that's about a year away. But you can cut that almost in half by adding in the drips from the credit information armada. So it really depends on your team you're going with. I did want to read a couple of opinions from the chat just based on what they're doing to get through these paths. Spectre is saying he's on the early skip track, considered the full skip track. Forgotten Sect has no regrets with not skipping any ships. Cruzito is also giving the opinion. If you're going to slow play it, then don't skip. If you're going to speed, then skip. Very good. Johnny 5, occasional Battle Pass buyer. In order to have G6 ship of each type, he's going with G5 Epic and then skipping the uncommons, going Velux and NEQ, so kind of sticking with having one of each ship type. Sanguine Otter is predicting it's only going to take them 8 weeks, go from 61 to 66. which is that's way faster than it took me. And so that's
and me.
Yeah, thanks to the Revenant, really progressing that, the independent archives, reducing the cost for a lot of our buildings. I'm with Craze in the Discord chat saying, in my opinion, folks at high G4 or low G5 with a relativity should heavily consider a full skip. They'll have plenty of time, as we were kind of just discussing with the upgrade path. They'll probably naturally progress there as they hit top 61 to have a relativity at a pretty high tier.
I want to remind players of certain skip methodologies that have existed over the years. Cruzito writes a very interesting take, which when I thought about it for 60 seconds, I think he's dead on right. The Protector is the G5 version of like the G3 Vidar. You know how like the Vidar was like the ship? It carried a lot of people through G3. The Protector is the G5 version of the G3 Vidar, allowing for the skip of the G3 rare ships. And the relativity,
or the Talos. The Talos was the skip for the G5 uncommons.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the relativity now is the G6 version, allowing for the skip of the G6 rare potentially. So yeah, you've had these specialty ships. This is not a new style of methodology, but because the G6 generation is still so drastically expensive and very tight with ship parts, materials, Sigma, Latinum, like it's still a very tight economy. All right, which by the way is not a horrible thing. It motivates innovation and efficiency, but and choice.
I do want to add
diversity and things like that. But yeah, there are definitely some substitute ships, Tarpy.
Yeah. So kind of the last kind of things I want to toss into here too is a lot of people, especially if you're going to be low spender free to play, parts will probably always be one of the biggest bottlenecks. You don't necessarily, and Cruzito has put this in the chat every single time it's come up for the last about 3 weeks, is don't overlap your ship types.
Yeah.
So if you're really going to be going after an NTE, don't get or tier very high some of the explorers. And if you want your kick-ass board cube at T18 and however long, maybe don't go after so many battleships. Don't overlap them from one generation to the next, which might mean, so this is where I'm literally in the path of where this conversation is really important. I just got to 66 last week. I have the credits for a Velux or a Kaskari. I could build one, I could build neither. And if I want an NTE easily, I shouldn't build a Kaskari. If I want a Crenshaw, I shouldn't build a Velux. So it's an interesting just idea for free-to-play players to just think about parts.
This, I'm going to show you an image right now, and this is in the graphics room. Time is 12:35 a.m. Tarpy, this is what I was saying a minute ago. If you were willing to spend a few $100 on the relativity,
yeah,
then it carries. Okay, it absolutely carries. Right here, Crazy writes, a little too much spending money involved in this one, but I am op 64, and my tier 14 relativity smokes every hostile it can reach. Okay, like that is just absolute mind-boggling. He's skipping his G6 rare because this ship will handle it. Now, I don't know that it's going to hold up in PvP, but PvE is the core progression engine in this game, and that relativity, as Jules pointed out. Now, I see in the chat, for example, Forgotten Sex says, full skip going to be tough for things like Armadas. Is it? We just showed you all these charts with all these ship types that all have the statistics to strategically stand up in Armadas, in solos, in faction hunting, or hostile hunting, and all this other stuff. Dude, I don't see you having problems with Armadas. And especially, like, the G6 solos, Jules, I'm not taking multiple ships. Are you?
No.
No.
I'm single shipping, max looting.
Single ship, max loot. You don't need multiple ships. All right? Spock says skipping ships could make solos harder than they have to be. I'm telling you, the G6 solos are probably a little softer than maybe what was intended. All right. Now, solo
You got the
waves.
Vindicator.
Sure. Solo waves. I get that. But I'm still, listen, we did on stream the other night. I cleared with 2 G5 epics and a third G5 epic that was tier 10. And I cleared the G6 armadas with no boosts, or the solo waves with no boost. So, listen, I think Cruzito made a comment a little while ago that the community is the one who has brought the most balance to the game, notwithstanding Scopely. All right? If you've got the knowledge and the tools and the strategy, you could totally go with one ship. All right? It's not the same as what it used to be. You don't have to build multiple ships. You could get through. I mean, I'm an Op 66. I'm smoking solo waves with G5 ships. You know? Yeah. And that could happen. Now, I will say, for leaks purposes, because I can't do a show without a leak, that will not happen next month. Okay? Like my success that I am having right now, the success all of you are having right now, toss that ish out the window next month. Okay? It's gone. Enjoy the runs, folks.
Get all your favors now. So
you better be prepping for something. You better be prepping for something stupid, dramatically difficult next month. I am not going to drop I'm not going to drop a name, but one of the strongest players that I know and have ever been able to play with was able to successfully navigate about 40% completion on next month's content.
A week 2, he'll be fine. Or she'll be fine.
Maybe. And that supports Cruzito's point that the community is the one who brings intelligence and balance to the strategy. All right.
Of course.
That's right. The community is the one. The community finds a way. When they think there's not a way, people find a way. All right. By week 2, he might or she might be fine. You might be right, Tarpy. But I'm here to tell you, on our first playthrough, there was a lot of cussing. Oh, damn. Oh, shoot. I'm dead. There was a lot of that. Okay.
Wonderful.
A lot of that. Tarpy, Jules, thank you guys very much for your presentations tonight. The content that you guys have released over the last 2 to 3 weeks with your this has been a really good educational month for the Talking Trek community. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for all your teaching. I know that you're not done. There's still other stuff. Daystros, I know Muffins contributed. Lots of contributors. You guys are the head presenters, but I know you guys have an amazing team behind you. And I appreciate you guys presenting your content here on Talking Trek. You guys are fantastic. It's amazing work. You guys absolutely rock. Thank you so much. You guys have presented so much educational content over the last couple of weeks. Is there anything left that you guys even have to teach on? Like, is there anything that the community can look forward to over the next week or two from the Talking Trek lab?
Well,
I hear Destros has ideas.
Or are you guys going to take a break? You need to take a vacation. Let's go on a cruise.
Well, we'll definitely hit the 100-day mark for the relativity. I mean, we can obviously see some of a preview of that content.
Yeah.
But I'm mostly going to be gone for all of April, getting into busy time of my work, so I'll be out.
There you go. Divine says, why do you all need to do content when it's released? What are you talking about? Do what? Why do we need to do content when what's released? I'm very confused. That's what content creators do. We release stuff when it's released. I'm confused about your question. Dastro says, I have many ideas, and I put together a presentation literally today. That's great. That's fantastic. I know that, as a matter of fact, I have been approached by a handful of players who are desperately awaiting a new player guide. I know I've not done this. I've always said I wasn't going to. But Tarpy, I believe the time has come for me to start a second account. And
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Will you remember to shield?
Absolutely not.
After Ops 14?
No, I'm gonna ask Scopely to grant me just a boatload of 30-day shields. I'm gonna use it purely as a purely educational teaching account. All right. So like, I'm not gonna be spending on it. I'm not gonna do any of that crap. We are going to, and I'm probably not going to super grind, okay? I'm going to treat this account like a typical casual player. And I've given a lot of thought to this. Griffin and I have talked a lot about it. I know he was talking about doing, and we've kind of been waiting for the new field trainings to come out, and I am being told that is around the corner. So it's time. I believe that we are going to start that very, very soon, because we've got a lot of players that are reaching out, and not only that, but as we, you guys were teasing me earlier, but as we branch into some of our other content, we've actually had people from the cruise reach out to us, Tarpy, and say, hey, listen, I'm going to download the game. Seems like a lot of fun. Looks great. Love the videos. Love your content. We're going to download the game. We're going to play. What do you got for us on Ops 6? Nothing. It would take
faster.
It would take me longer to make a video for you than it would for you to make it to Op 7. All right, but
you'd be waiting on the impulse the entire time.
I know. That's right. So we are going to start a new series. I know that Griffin had wanted to, and I'm going to help him along with that. I'm going to create an account. We're going to get into this. And so I know Dastros and Tarpy and Jules, you'll probably have some fun with that too, going back and just seeing how the game has changed. But we are going to start that.
I will, but I want to warn you to limit your back in my day or back on my Ops 66 account.
I know.
Because you're going to be frustrated by impulse speed. You're going to be like, I don't understand why I can't hit this thing.
I know.
And to give a true new player experience, who players coming into this game who don't know it, they don't want to hear, oh, this could be so much better.
Oh, I know. Yeah. No, we're going to have. Well, and here's the next thing, too. All right. And genuinely, I've seen this today. We were talking about this in dev chat today, Jules. And I didn't share this with you yet because it's been kind of a crazy day. But let me see if I can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this very quickly. But literally today, there was here it is. Mod Mom Jess. You guys know Mod Mom Jess. We have been having a number of player complaints about where they can find relevant content in joining the game today. They are watching, hearing from friends, as Jules just pointed out, well, back in my day, or seeing 5- and 6-year-old content creator content that is no longer relevant. There is still content out there teaching players to camp at 39. Single faction grinding. The path to obtaining things. She literally came into dev chat today and requested that I pull down all teaching and educational content that was older than 2 years. And honestly, that is completely fair.
Yeah.
It's completely
One of the
fair.
ideas Jules and I had was go back through all the specialty ships and talk about how to get them, when to get them, especially like he and I can't really talk well about back in my day at Ops 39, but we can at least talk about the sourcing of all of the things that happen in early G4.
Or which to skip now that independent archives and other things have.
Sorry, I just saw James Bond pop into chat. He said, I heard camping. No, you didn't. Are you still Ops 39? Please tell me that you've actually punched the button. Tell me you are not still Ops 30. Is he still?
James Bond is a free-to-play Ops 66 or 67. 66,
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of somebody else. Who is it that that's from Rev's community that just absolutely refuses? Now it's all on principle. He just won't go now.
That was John Connor.
Yeah. He just won't go. Just to be contrary, he won't go. Voltron says, I think another content creator pulled down some older videos a while back. I didn't know anybody had done that, but yeah, that's it. So Gerald Giello says, so you're saying you want to redo all your videos every 2 years? No, I don't, but they're no longer relevant. You know what I'm saying? They're no longer relevant. Literally 95% of what we taught 5 years ago doesn't matter anymore. As a matter of fact, I was told this past week that the video that we finally released with Peyton was probably some of the best G3 content that has been released for Star Trek Fleet Command in the last 2 years. Like they said that was the most helpful thing that they had seen for a younger, newer player. And even that was Ops 39 stuff, you know? So this is a project that we are going to be working on. It's going to happen very, very soon. Even tonight, you guys saw Case hop into the chat. We chatted a little bit. She's interested in playing the game. She's a big Trek fan. I met a Trek fan not too long ago at work. Actually, it was a customer, and I was actually wearing this hat. And we got to talking about the cruise. We got to talking about this, and we talked about the interview that Beck did with Tim Russ, and then we started talking about the game. And so he's like, well, listen, I would love to play. Show me how to play. I gotta be honest with you. I can't, man. Because I don't know. It's been 6 years. I gotta figure it out. So yeah, it's probably something that I'm gonna have to go back and do. Jess asked if we can go and take it down. And honestly, she's right. The content through Ops 39 is largely irrelevant today. I can think right off the top of my head, I can think of one, which is Transporter Patterns University. That hasn't changed.
So
what else?
Something that would be helpful.
Well, before
what's mitigation?
Well, yeah.
Just all of those, like, somebody mentioned pressing the buttons, but it's like, what is mitigation? Maxing officer stats, like all of these terms that we're throwing around, DPR versus shield and hull health, like that's things that new players and even some later players that are like, okay, I've just been kind of clicking the buttons, want to get more into, or how to read battle logs to actually understand the percent differences in damage that you're doing and how that compares to your firing pattern for your ships.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know what you're looking for, it's really scary to start some of that stuff in G5.
Sure. I mean, there's so much you can do. What is Spock's Club? I mean, we take that for granted even still, but what they're running over there is insane. The live, real-time, refreshing. I used Spock's Club the other day when I was trying to figure out what to buy out of the Alliance Tournament store. Because I realized, and I made a stupid mistake.
Did you buy the Breen?
No, worse. I spent 5,000 credits, 5,500 credits on a prime particle that was the wrong prime particle. So now I have.
Oh no!
Yeah, so now I have 500 prime particles of a currency that I will never be able to use because I already did the prime. So, so I spent 5,500 AT credits on a prime particle that was not the right one. And that's what prompted me to get out next.spocks.club so I could see it in real time and know exactly which ones I'd done and not done. But yeah, anyway. All right. Well, guys, that's going to have to do it for tonight. We're way over on our time. And there's a lot of stuff still to talk about. Forgotten Sex says, when are you going to start your new content series? I have no idea. I'm hoping probably within the next 2 to 4 weeks. But yeah, I've got to do it. We've got a lot of new players asking. And what is great, and I'm just going to say thanks. I'm sure they're not still listening here now 4 hours in, but I'm going to say thanks to the people who have reached out. These are new players, and that's not traditionally my forte. You know what I'm saying? Like my content speaks to a different kind of clientele. It speaks to a different kind of community member. And typically there are other content creators that are more appealing to early game players and free to play. And I just appreciate them looking for an alternative. I appreciate them coming to us and looking for content. I feel like it's our responsibility to provide that to them. So we're going to start on that. We've been lacking in that because we've always been pushing the edge of the content and the game. I mean, I'm an Ops 66. Jules is 67. I mean, we're a couple of Ops levels away from the end of the game. So it's time to Griffin is a 70 now. You know, so it's time to circle back. Cruzito, oh, you're a son of a bitch. Cruzito says the number one Star Trek Fleet Command content creator does focus on them. I know. So I'm gonna do it too. I'll do it too. But yeah, Voltron, you're right. Every CC is G6 now. All of them. Well, all of the legacy ones. You've got a lot of new ones. But even the new streamers, even a lot of the new streamers are in G5 and G6. All right, so I mean, there's nobody out there streaming at Ops 20.
Yeah, there are.
Well,
there's some streamers with like 10 followers because they're brand new and they just started playing.
Well, there you go. I'm not none that I am familiar with, so we'll do that. But anyway, yeah, I know Rev still makes a lot of early content, and I'm pretty sure Rev makes a new account every 2 to 3 months anyway to keep up with that stuff. He's always encouraged me to go back, and I just have never had the time. But I'm going to try to make the time. I'm going to try to make the time to create an alt. Yeah, so the comment in chat is, free to play with a bunch of 30-day shields. Listen, there's nothing to be learned by me being rated on that account, okay? Absolutely nothing. I'm going to use the shields as a method of protecting the integrity of my teaching account. It is not an account that I'm going to be actively, playing every single day or grinding every single day. I am going to play this account as a casual player. As a matter of fact, I believe that we should set some ground rules on it. All right? And look at what a true casual player would play. I believe, call me crazy, Tarpy, but I believe that I should be limited, as in max, playing that account 30 minutes a day. Max, because I don't think a new player is going to come in and have a new account and play for 5 hours. All right, it'll be
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
That's just your daily play, and you're done.
Not for an Ops 20.
Not at Ops 1 or 6 or 20.
No.
Would a casual player spend $1,000 on a Mayflower? Maybe. All right. Play as a casual, so I'm not going to score in tournaments. I'm going to try. But I'm certainly not going to be able to do. 10,000 point tasks. Yeah, Ice Wolf, I'll be a toilet player. All right. I mean, casual in a tier B or tier C alliance tip. Yes, I am going to play this like I would expect a non-elite player to play.
So exactly what Shadowed Fox just typed. You should try and make it as best you can to be anonymous so that they don't treat you preferentially or they don't stream snipe you. So you can block your username. You can just shade over it, no BS or whatever.
I'll have to figure something out.
And you can.
That's so hard.
Yeah, you can hide where your base is.
That's so hard.
It is, but it's
2 hours a day. Divine, you're on crack. Nobody casually playing this game plays 2 hours a day. Not a chance. 3 hours, says First Squad. No way. I think 20 to 30 minutes tops. Listen, I met a lot of people on the cruise ship who do have the game, but didn't know that Discord was even a thing. Didn't know that we had a YouTube channel. Didn't know that we had this content that we've done for 6 years. They didn't know any of that stuff. They're not plugged into that stuff. I guarantee they're not playing 2 hours a day. They're playing when they poop.
That 30 minutes also doesn't give you enough time generally to use how much you know.
Well, it also...
Because then you're handicapping yourself from
I want to.
using your big brain from your big account.
Yeah, well, I want to. I also think that limiting myself to 30 minutes a day will prevent me from doing it all. And a lot of players don't do it all. You guys are the elite. We've talked about this for years. You guys are the 6%, the 1%. You guys do it all. A lot of players pick and choose, man. They pick and choose what they got time to do. Now, you guys saying only enough time to do daily claims and refinery, and I know that that's funny and we joke. It doesn't take 30 minutes to go through daily claims, especially not at Ops 20. But
yeah, because all you have is like G2 materials to refine, and that's it. You don't even have ship parts yet.
And Doug says you need to show how to do the early game efficiently, and I think that efficiently goes with minimal time. You know, so I think that's exactly what I want to do, Doug. I don't want to play the early game for hours upon hours upon hours a day, because that would be scary and overwhelming to a new download. Like, they don't want to do that. They want to know how they can efficiently play and be decently progressive and earn some cool ships and some cool officers while not making a career out of playing this game. It has to be 20 to 30 minutes. Has to be. Mord says casuals don't play efficiently, and I agree, which is why they're seeking content. So that within the confines of their real life, they got 20 minutes to play, they got 45 minutes to play, they got an hour to play. Within the confines of their gameplay, they can be as efficient as possible. They can focus on the areas of the game that are most valuable at those certain stages of the game. Because if they wanted to do everything, they could spend 6 hours and do everything. Voltron says, would I buy $5 extra builder and research? Well, first of all, extra researcher wasn't $5. Extra builder was $5. But to be honest with you, I think my initial gut reaction has to be probably not. I don't know, because I do think that there's extreme value in the battle pass. But see, I also don't know that asking $20 is offensive for a battle pass. I mean, you know, we spend money on other battle passes that are equivalent. I'm buying $20 battle pass in Fortnite now. I'm buying a $5 battle pass in Cardio Quest. I buy battle pass in Clash of Clans. I'll probably end up buying a battle pass or some equivalent in Pokemon Go. I mean, there's, so I say I am definitely absolutely committed to being a very, very modest spend or lower. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that somebody wouldn't spend $5 if they love the game. You know what I'm saying? Or $20 if they love the game. But I don't know. We'll talk about it as long as we go. We'll talk about it as we go and just see what provides value. I know that Scopely has asked me that same question before. If you're approaching from a free-to-play mindset, and any business would ask this, so it's not an unfair question. How would we make a free-to-play not free-to-play? How do we convert you?
I like Ice Wolf's idea is good.
Battle Pass shouldn't be more than $5 below Ops 30. I mean, that's probably fair. Master Viper says someone who loves it enough to spend $20 is playing more than 30 minutes a day. And that may be true. All right, that may be true. Again, my intent with this account is not to go in spending money. I want to approach this and create content from a casual, invested, happy player. It's kind of how I want to do it. So we'll see. It's going to be easier than you think. I'm not spending a hell of a lot of money now. I'm not buying Territory Capture Battle Pass anymore. I don't think I did buy the Wave Defense Battle Pass this month for the extra solo starts, but I hadn't bought that for a month or two. I get the regular Battle Pass because it's a no-brainer. I'm not buying my Treasury anymore. I stopped buying my Treasury, which is insane. I haven't bought a Treasury in probably 6 months.
I've never. No, I bought one Treasury, I think.
Yeah, Cruzito says, I don't spend that much anymore.
Out.
Listen, crazy enough, it's a little easier than you guys think to back off on spending at this level. All right? I mean, you're either going to go way in or it's easy to go way back out. There's not really an in the middle in G6 right now. Not right now. All right? Like, either you're in or you're not. And I'm kind of not. So I don't think that it's going to be that difficult for me to approach a new account without wanting to spend. You know, I think I'll be fine. So, anywho, all right. Way too much time spent on this topic. I wanted to share that was something that we were going to be working on. I think it'll be fun. I hope you guys are interested in joining along for that journey. And I don't even know how we're going to have time. Listen, can you guys just retire me already? Tarpy, we've got so many ideas and not enough time to make it all while I'm still working 60 hours a week. Let me remind you of a couple of things as we get ready to wrap up. We are still 135 subs short of our March PP goal. We have hit PP points. We are 135 subs short of the overall sub. Guys, I can't tell you how vital this is. Those 135 subs in the next 3 days will determine if we give away $1,000 for the month of March. If we don't, it's a 1,000. Dude, thank you, Ice Wolf. Thank you so much. It is a $1,000 goal. And we have hit all of the milestones except for this one. We are now 130 subs short. We got 3 days to do it. And by the way, I'll remind you that right now is a great time to do it because, what was it, Tarpy? Isn't Twitch doing a sale right now? You showed me something earlier.
Yes.
It's in the circle. Bundles of 5 subs or more are now 35% off for the next 3 days, 12 hours. Jules Verne just dropped 10 gifted. Thank you. Jules Verne and Ice Wolf. Oh my God.
And Zoidberg.
And Zoidberg and Sniper Time. All did it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys are going to start a hype train. We're level 5.
No, it's level 5.
It's level 5. Oh, Plugster just dropped another 5. Thank you. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Damn. Plugster, Zoidberg, Jules Verne, Sniper Time, and Ice Wolf each dropping. There's J-Babes, Wharf, Matters, Plugster. What are you guys doing? We're
I want that $1,000.
You want the $1,000? Broken Wolf just dropped 5. Holy smokes, guys. And just like that, we're only 85 subs away. Thank you. Jace just did it. 5 more. Oh, my God. Thank you, guys. So now 80 subs away. Just like that, you guys did 50-some subs. That was insane. Thank you so much. Golly. And a level 7 hype train. And obviously, Tarpy, as we're going along here, I mean, if you guys want to get a little bit crazy here right now, I like when we concentrate. See, that is efficient. That's efficient. Because when we do it that way, Tarpy, if we hit level 10, it's another bonus $100. And every level after that, it's another bonus $100 pack. So we are now 65 subs away after Plugster came in and dropped 10. Garrett came in and dropped 5. Jace dropped 5. Tarpy dropping 5. Flaredon, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the litter box. Appreciate that so much. Golly. Zoidberg with another 10. What is going on? Oh, my God. Zoidberg with another 10. Worf dropping a gifted sub. Spock gifting 10. And that now puts us within 39. You guys are going to hit this tonight. You're going to do it right now.
About efficiency here.
All about efficiency right here and now. You're level 9. Lauren just dropped 5. You guys, right now is a great time to do it because you can save 35% off your gifted sub bundles of 5 or more. And that's basically, guys, when you save 35%, that's essentially like buying like a 4-pack of subs and me getting paid like you bought a 5-pack. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Plugster dropping the 10. Ice Wolf just dropped another 5. Lauren dropped 5. Macrack dropped 5. Doug dropped 5. Caledon dropped 5. Guys, are we actually there? No, we're 4. We're 4 away. Caledon, one more person dropping a 5 bomb, and literally, you guys realize you just did 130 subs in the span of like 3 minutes.
And we just got level 10.
And you hit level 10. And you hit level 10, so that's a bonus $100. Now, we have to give the $100 away tonight. We got to do that now. All right, I guess.
The marbles.
All right, let me load up a marbles game. All right, load up a marbles game. I'll do it right now. Jules Verne dropped the last 5, and that's it, guys. The March PP point contest is concluded.
Oh, Rabotsky.
Rabotsky dropping 5. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, that is 600 subs, which means you have officially completed.
I'm so positive.
3 months.
I'm full of positive energy.
I got the positive energy, too. That means you guys have officially completed the 3 months of the 2025 PP Point Contest or PP Point Challenge from Twitch, which I am so humbly grateful for. You guys have no idea what that means. That takes so much pressure off. I know some of the other creators have talked about this. If you've heard other creators talk about the financial situation with Twitch, it's tumultuous. It's really nice to be at that tier 3 or what do they call it? Tier 2 partner plus. It's a partner plus level. It's really nice to be there because it takes some of the pressure off with the monetization. And also, I kind of like the fact that it is. I like the fact that you guys get to show your support more to the channel than to Twitch. I know a lot of creators have talked about this, and I've always been a little shy about talking about this, but when you give, I know that some of you guys in the back of your head are like, well, listen, DJ, I would love to give, but I'm not giving, 50% of it to Twitch. And when we are at this tier that you guys have gotten us to, that means when you want to support this channel, more of your support supports this channel. So I'm so grateful for that. Thank you. Rabotsky dropped another 5. Jules dropped 5. I don't even know where I left off on the list. Caledon dropped 5. Chaos with the tier 1 resub. Wheels just dropped 10 gifted. Thank you. Doug is throwing cake. You want me to turn on? Here, I'll turn on stickers for just a couple of minutes before we get ready to roll. That way you can throw your poop and your eggs and all that stuff. Thank you. Engineering just dropped 5. When you guys do this, it gives more to our channel. And especially when you can do it at a time like this when you get to save money from Twitch. I mean, when you think about it, Tarpy, you guys are saving 35%, and they're now paying me 20% more. It's like a 50% swing. So I am so grateful. This is part of what we try to strive for. Once a year, we have to hit this goal. It takes 3 months to do. So thank you guys so very, very much. And for those of you who have contributed here tonight, you want me to melt your faces? We could do that. We still have 60 seconds on the clock. You've already found yourselves 77% of the way through level 10. I'll just go ahead and tell you, Tarpy, you are so ridiculously close to another $100 pack. I'll tell you right now, Killer, thank you for dropping $10 into the tip jar. We haven't even talked about that tonight. Oh, God, Tarpy. So
yes.
I almost feel bad talking about that right now. Yeah, I'm gonna wait a minute. We'll do this in a second. Guys, there's 30 seconds on the clock, and you are 10 subs away from another $100 pack. Like, I could give another $100 pack right here and now if you guys wanted to do another one. And I'll do it right now because we got there it is.
Oh my goodness, Zoidberg.
Zoidberg dropping another 10. All right. So Tarpy, what do we have to do tonight? What are we giving away right now? We're giving away now.
2.
Thank you, Ice Wolf. I love that sticker.
I thought that was you.
No, it was
I
a
thought
sticker.
that was you. That's insanity.
Okay. And the stickers.
This is crazy. Oh God.
Stickers are going crazy. Oh no.
Okay, is Marbles up, by the way?
Marbles is up.
Is
Yes.
Marbles up?
Marbles is
Okay.
up! Exclamation point play! Exclamation point play! There you go. Let's go. And right now, giving away $200. We are at a level 11 hype train. Thank you so much, Jess and Sanity. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Zoidberg for another 10 gifted. Thank you, Killer J, for the $10 dono. I appreciate that very much. So, Tarpy, were you here for the conversation in which Wham came out and set a new goal for the community, basically 10 grand? And we were talking about this up here. Like, I lowered it to 5, by the way. You knew that, right? That I lowered this goal up here to $5,000 to get all the stuff, including a trip to Tampa for me to wax my armpits.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And from there,
Wait. Didn't you go a little bit more than that?
No, for $5 grand, it was just gonna be the armpits. Then the community coaxed me into a 10 grand for a full Brazilian. Okay. Now, I am not concerned because obviously we've got 3 days, we got 72 hours left, and we've not made the progress on that. However, I do want to let you know that there was a player who reached out who did say that he would contribute $1,000 if the community got it to 9. So in other words, he'll pay $1,000 to finish it off. So if we got it to 9, then he would pay the $1,000 to finish off, and you guys would get the whole bundle. You'd get the armpit wax, you would get the Vikings theme song, the Star Trek food, the makeup stream, and a Brazilian. Zoidberg. No landing strip.
Yeah. Zoidberg, that was good aim.
All right, exclamation point play. We're giving away $200 right now. And I'm going to go ahead and say thank you as we get ready to end the podcast. We'll stay on stream for a minute so we can give away some stuff. But thank you guys so very, very much. I really do appreciate it. You guys are all incredible. Thank you for your incredible generosity. I'll probably cut the pod right here. This is an incredibly long podcast. Did we ever even start it? I never even read news. I've got the stupid news to read. I never read the news.
No.
Oh, my God.
You were not going to do news.
I've got news.
Because
I've got it.
We talked about this. The news was gross. No. Hit go on Marbles.
All right, Marbles, exclamation point play. Here we go. We're going to start in 10 seconds. And for those of you in the podcast audience, thank you very much. I love you. I mean it. Visit our website at TalkingTrekSTFC.com to find links over to the merch store and the Patreon and Studio B and YouTube and all the other places. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Talking Trek is a registered trademark and recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. I'm UltimatDJz. That's a screaming goat. And I'm your friendly neighborhood cat person saying meow for now. Love you, minute. Catch you on the next episode of Talking Trek, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Have a great night, everybody. Woo! All right, I'm going to stop the recording.
And then do the stupid news.
If you...
I could do this. No, I can't do the stupid news. We're still streaming. Oh, no. We went too long. The podcast recording is frozen.
No.
It is.
Can you cut out the first hour where you were talking with Beck?
Why would I cut that out? Everyone loves
Or
hearing
the
from
middle,
Beck.
like, half hour?
Why would I cut that out?
where-
People love hearing from Beck. All right, here we go. Exclamation point play, 10 seconds on the clock, and we have clicked the start button. We have 139 players in. 139 players have their balls on the track. And let's see if we can find a way to give away not one, but $200. Here we go. And they're off. Packet in the lead. Patrick coming down in second place. Magoo, Mort, Forgotten, Coakley, Good Old Boy, and Spock in first place. And as the track twists and turns and winds around, this is a switchback track in which we're going around that side, then we're coming around this side. It's a very confusing looking track. But from what I can tell, it looks like, oh, Count to Phil just got bumped into the back. Ram Scoop is currently in first place. Top two winners winning a $100 pack here tonight. There goes Ram Scoop. People are falling off the track. Oh, my God. Look at how many people are dying off the track. There they go. Look at all those exploding balls. Oh, my. Look at all of them go. But over here, I can't even see whose ball that is.
She said.
Why can't I see whose ball that is?
People's balls.
I don't honestly know whose balls those are.
Anonymous balls.
Sniper! No! Sniper just died. He was right there at the end.
In the elevator.
He was right at the end. There's Voltron. Is Voltron going to win? Voltron got through the finish. Van Man just died. Oh, my God. Look at them all. What is happening?
I feel like this is a That's What She Said joke. Isn't it?
Why are none of them going to win? For God's sake, what just happened? What just happened? All right, I just want to point out that Forgotten Sex says 5 seconds ago, this track is stupid. At the same exact moment that he just won $100. Yes, Sec, you finished because you had enough momentum to carry you through. Look what happened here. So what was happening is they were too slow at the end, and you had to have some momentum to get through the hoop. So they were falling down. They were so slow that they were just dribbling off. The balls were just dribbling off the edge of the table. All right, it was so slow, and they just sagged right off. They didn't have enough gumption to projectile and shoot themselves into the hole. See, you had to, this is a classic example of like only the strong survive kind of thing. So most of them didn't make it, but there was one or two swimmers who were able to work through and actually make it to the hole. So anyway. I do want to point out that Forgotten Sec, look at these DNFs. Literally, Voltron and Forgotten Sec were the only two people that finished the match. The only two. Nobody else finished the track. Forgotten Sec says, no shame in that. I'll take anything I can get. Well, there you go. Congratulations. Each of you have won a $100 pack. This will take... Oh, my God. This will probably take a couple of weeks. All right? I'm going to put it up into my notes channel. 100 pack each. It'll probably take a couple of weeks. I don't think I'm turning in my next list until like the 13th or 14th. Okay? So... be patient. If there's a pack that you see that you want, whatever. If there's a pack that you want and you see it, go ahead and let me know it is what you want. But the new arc will be here by then as well. So if you want to hang out for that, you can see what's going on there. The collapsing floor was not cool. Yeah, was there a trap door? I think I saw a trap door on that.
Yes.
Listen, can we play that same track again just for fun? I want to watch this. Nope. This is this is the same track. Why does it have different carpet?
It
has different carpet.
Do it next stream. No, next stream.
Well, I don't...
Oh, Jesus.
Already started. It's like the same track, but the carpet is different now.
That's the idea.
And look,
money.
the angle of penetration is different on this one. Look, now I will say, listen. I mean, literally, look, it's like there's the and the. Now I will say, look at this one. This is not exactly the same track
It's a different track.
Yeah, it's a different track.
Different track.
You're not going to die on this one, like because there's no chance of saggy drippage. You're going to actually, when you go down into the hole, you're going to fall directly on the target. This is what happens.
You're over the toilet instead of in front of it.
This is what happens when you're on top of the target.
No mixing metaphors, Karkin.
So now, that's right, Strider. Now, this time, you want slow, dribbly balls at the end.
Good night. I married the right guy, didn't I?
Oh, God, I can't believe this is still on YouTube. We're definitely getting taken down. I can't turn it off, people. I can't turn it off! All right.
Exclamation point play, people.
Exclamation point play. This is the fun one. We're not actually giving anything away on this. This is just a chance for you guys to have a little bit more fun with this racetrack. Oh my.
Oh my God. Who said that? Killer.
What did Killer say? When your dongle is angled downward, right? Then you have a better chance at completion of the race. Which, by the way, the last one only lasted 2 minutes. Just throwing that out there. It was not a saying. All right, 10 seconds on the clock. Exclamation point play. Here we go. We'll play it again. This is the last one.
How do we change the color of my marble?
I think aesthetically you got to pay, don't you? Don't you have to pay? All right, there comes Potsy. Holy smokes! Did you see that? That was a bomb! That was a bomb that just blew up a bunch of people's balls! Look at all the balls that were lost!
On birth control.
That was some amoxicillin right now. Just blew up all them balls. Okay?
That IUD was an IED.
Holy smokes, did you see that? That was insane. Oh, my dear Lord in heaven. All right, we're going to continue on over here on the track. For some reason, the balls are not labeled tonight. I'm not exactly sure why. I can't see whose balls these are. I can see a bunch of balls. I just don't know who they belong to.
Okay, this better finish in the next 30 seconds. There's another ad break.
Look, oh my God, there's a mustache. There's a mustache trap. Look, these balls are riding this mustache. Whoa!
What?
Whoa, did you see that? Yeah!
Did you just...
Yeah, look! It's not, look, it looks just like it. That's a mustache. Look at all those balls on the mustache right now. All right, I gotta come back over here. We gotta see what else is going on. There's a pack of balls up here, and I want to see what happens to this group of balls. Somebody's making good progress here. God, there's so many balls. And there they go. There they go. They just fell. They're falling. Look, the balls are. See, when the angle of the balls is right,
down the shaft.
It's just straight into the hole. This is a much better angle. Although, there's still a few of you that are blowing your shot.
Can you just stick the yellow thing?
Yeah, there's a couple of you blowing your shot there. Okay, there's still some balls falling outside of the target zone. Aries says, now I win. Yeah, now you win when it didn't actually matter. Well, that was fun. Spock says Twitch only to play. Yeah, with this particular game, it is a Twitch integration only. So on YouTube, you get to watch. But yeah, it's not YouTube doesn't play nice with the game developers, so it doesn't let you map in.
Oh my God, killer.
Voltron says you can use the app. Who can use the app? Me? I can use what? Is there an app? I don't think YouTube lets you play. It's just Twitch. So, anywho. Marbles on stream is the app to use. Yeah, but it's still only with Twitch, isn't it? Pretty sure it's still only with Twitch. Brad. Oh, the app lets you customize your balls. That is true. That is true. If I were to enter, you guys would see that I have a special ball. Just one, though. I only have one special ball. The other one is normal.
I just want to stop having blue balls.
Well, most of them are normal.
Frickin'.
Yeah. Hey, Slice, Klepto, thanks for the follows. Appreciate you. Lauren, thank you for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. Good old boy. Thank you for your sub. Killer J dropped another $5 in the tip jar for an even $1,700. So thank you guys. Crazy generosity here at the very end of the stream. Appreciate that. Yeah, wild. Absolutely wild. You guys are amazing. Parkin, shut the hell up! We got a new one tonight, too. We got one for Cruzito. All right.
I don't know. That mustache ride one might make it to the soundtrack, right?
No, there was music in the background. I don't have that. It'll never work. Cruzito said it's never the phrase, it's always the reaction. That is true. Harry Boat Ride just sub to the channel. Thank you. Plugster says, when does the 1,000 get given away? It'll be probably the first week of April. And that is based on that ticket entry system. So if you're sub to the channel with a Prime, a Tier 1, 2, or 3, if you're a Discord Nitro booster, if you're a Patreon member, if you're a YouTube Gold member, and basically any financial support of the channel gets you ticket entries. And I have to collate all of those into a list and then do the drawing. So that'll probably be the first week of April or so. Yes, it's 1:30 in the morning. I should probably wait. When's the G5 presentation going up? Did I not put it up yet?
No, you had a lot of editing to do.
Oh shoot! Really?
Yeah.
On the podcast, the video. The video's up, right?
The video, yes, but the podcast, no.
Okay, I forgot about the podcast. I'll have to do. I will do that this weekend. I'll do the one from tonight because I'm not going to edit anything. Let's see how long. We're done. We're done on the podcast. Okay. So here, I'm going to turn this off. You guys want some DJception? Let's see what we've got in the podcast playback. You guys, can you hear this? Tell me if you can hear this.
Other G6.
You can hear that?
Yes.
All right. You know what? I'm feeling weird. We'll just add it on the fly. You guys can tell me what to keep in. Holy smokes! Well, yeah, sure, I guess.
So much. Makes me happy. Wanting warrior. Want.
Can't say words.
I did not know until yesterday that Ryan Seacrest is hosting it now, and the only reason I learned.
Are we going to take out the Bubba section?
Really? You told me you made a bunch of connections.
Good, wonderful 3 years, and my heart can only take.
Oh, there's Beck and Bubba right over top of one another. Where am I going to do that cut?
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
I could at some point, but I don't know, y'all. It's been a good, wonderful 3 years, and my heart can only take so much.
You told me you made a bunch of connections. You're really.
One of these days, we're going to get her on for a full present. We're going to get her on. And Rebecca Plants will be on the show. Madam Planson and Beck has agreed to be on the show. She's going to be coming on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebecca Plants will be on the show. Right there. That's a good cut spot right there. Yeah. I can put the full one up and then do a cut for just the guide. What, on podcast? I never do cuts. That's weird. I never do cuts. Ever. Except for last show, because that was we were way off. All right, so that is. Let's see how much this is. This is 15 minutes I can cut. Madam Plancent Beck has agreed to be on the show.
Because they make dog cookies.
Madam?
Defining ones. They all rhyme.
It was Griffin's puzzle. Okay, I get it. Is it ready yet? Okay. Responsibly. Visit PvP. Okay, so that'll give us 30 minutes of DJ time. Then we take a break, and then we're right back to Tarpy's Corner.
This program is made possible in part.
Oh, no, that's not Tarpy's Corner. Right here's Tarpy's Corner.
Ma, I have another incoming call. Just had to clear some things up about our Yemen situation.
Do you have the
Nope, not there either. Well, you know what I meant. Like, we're close. There it is. All right, so that's the only cut I got to make, right? And then we're done. We're done until the very end.
There was that half an hour of Pogo in the middle.
Half hour of what?
Pokemon Go conversation.
I'm not cutting that. Yeah, for now, love you, man, and catch you on the next episode of Talking Trek, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Have a great night, everybody. Woo! All right, right there. Cut right there. Why would I cut the Pokemon Go stuff? I was talking about my boys. You guys want to watch me edit? Is that what you're asking? You want to watch? Okay. This is what I use. I use Adobe Audition. Goal for the community, basically 10 grand. And we were talking about this up here. So you want me to cut the Pokemon Go? I don't want to cut the Pokemon Go. Can I change my name? You want to change my yeah, I'll change my name. Just for you. Oh, look, all my ships are dead. Change my name to what was it? Here it is. Spicy Dongles.
Jesus.
Thank you, Killer J, for spending your toy mice. Oh, Killer J also wants a new avatar and frame. You're not going to let me keep the cruise one? All right, what do you want? Pick it out. Pick it out. Pick it out.
Which one looks most like a dongle?
Avatar and frame. That one right there. It looks like it's a sharp dongle. And it's, ooh, there you go.
I was going to say
that is like a multi-prong
one.
dongle. Multi-prong dongle right there.
The heart one.
A heart? This one? The Valentine's Day 2021. God, I've played this game too long. Okay. Ooh, there's your dongle.
The droopy. Do you have the droopy phaser? That's a phallic looking one.
What is it? This one? The phaser rifle?
No, like
what's a droopy phaser?
The wormhole
like
one.
It'll be up at the top.
Other end of the dongle.
My art is not loading properly here. Doesn't look like. I don't know of a droopy phasal. Phasal. Okay.
It should be near the top there. It's
a droopy phaser. Does anybody know what he's talking about?
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Is that the one that's 3 down and far left 2 in? The hand
this
phaser?
One? No.
It's a different one.
That doesn't look very droopy.
No, it's the TNG phaser.
Your face is a TNG phaser.
I might not have it. I don't earn very many of these.
Yeah.
What is this? Why don't I have San Diego Comic-Con? Did everybody get that?
That was a free gift. I mean, is the Eviscerator one of them? Because that is basically all dongle.
Multi-dongle.
I already showed you a multi-ended dongle.
I mean, you could have a gilded spicy pickle dongle.
I still don't know what phaser he's talking about. I don't see it in my unlocked ones either, or my locked ones.
I'm going to try to find it because I know I had it.
What's the middle one? 2 over from Zeph.
Yeah, it's called Phaser Shot. It's an uncommon. I got it here.
Where's Zeph?
Scroll down.
Good frame.
Okay, 2. Nope. Stop scrolling.
Okay, right here.
Top, middle.
Yeah, I see Zeph.
I want to know what the carbonite face looks.
Betazoid gift box earned from special events.
Okay.
Yep. I don't see a droopy phaser. Ooh, that one looks cool.
Yep.
Nameless horror earned from faction stores. Huh.
You can buy that
Yeah.
with better rep. See, if they put some of these really old avatars as like quarterly rewards in the tournament store, I would absolutely like play arenas more so that I could earn enough tokens to get
Here it is. I don't have it.
a super old. Oh my god, I want the Grishnar one just to have the face.
Is that what you're talking about? This droopy phaser? Yeah, that's it, right? It's just like all droopy. Anyway, yep, sorry, that's not going to work. How about a gold Voyager? We can do gold, gold Monavine. I can do Christmas Q. What are you picking? What are you picking? What are you picking?
He said you could pick.
What do you pick? Oh, well, I'm just going to leave it alone then. Why would I change it? If I can pick, I'm just going to leave it alone. All righty. There you go. Ice Wolf, thanks for the hydrate. And Shadowed Fox, the hydrate. Grouchy Outlaw, did I give you your 2 minutes of voice changer? I did, right? I did that tonight. Pretty sure. I don't know if I did. All right. Now, what was I doing? Oh, editing the podcast. We got to get the podcast up. Yeah, no, I got to put the podcast. Like, they don't want to do that.
That was you.
No, it was a sticker. Okay. I've got it.
We talked
we're
about
good.
this. The news was
Talking about, do you guys want me to give you news? No, I can't give you the news. I'll save it for Sunday.
Kind of compare. You see at tier 1, it starts to peter off near the top there.
See, the big gap here.
Peter.
That's a big gap. That is a 12-second gap. I must have been where I was not paying attention.
Did we lose DJs?
No.
I think so.
What?
We lost DJs.
No, I'm here.
He's crying in the corner.
Okay, there we go. See, fix that. We look for big spaces, big blocks. Like right here's another one.
The UC. The next slide, please.
So we'll just clear all that out.
Actually,
But again, we don't need to talk about Bruno, the UC.
Here's another one.
So on that, next slide, please. And so when you're using
Here's another
the
one.
rare specifically, next slide, please.
Next slide. Okay. Here's another one.
So just think about that if you want G6 field repairs or the rare specifically.
Attack pattern
What are we looking
alpha.
for?
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Attack pattern alpha.
That's for the rare blue part, not purple.
First row. All
So
the way
top
back.
right-hand corner.
Thank you. Old Newgrange Gold, Velux Gold, Velux Gold. Shenanigans with them. I mean, honestly, they still losing to Beck because I have one. Okay.
Pokemon.
Yeah. We're good. All teaching and educational content that was. They didn't know any of that stuff. All right. So then I go in and I do all my processing. And it still ends up being a 3 hour and 51-minute show. I didn't even have a grape ghost energy tonight. Why are we up so late?
Mwah!
Mwah!
You're the best.
Mwah, mwah,
Mwah.
mwah.
Give me hugs and kisses.
Got hugs and kisses. What's the limit for what? A podcast? There's no limit.
Yeah, people do like sleep streams. Like literally just them sleeping for 8 hours and they post it.
Hey! Yeah, but not on podcast.
Well, no, yeah, okay, fair enough. Not on
podcast.
I bet somebody does. Listen to me snore.
I doubt it. Maybe. I think Bafty's going to start selling feet pics.
Oh, yeah.
Heard about that.
I could see that. She seems the type.
What? She was super scared about it the other night. I they were talking about it on chat, and I actually put in I gave her a dono. I put a tip in there, and it just said for feet. And she, it was a really, really funny bit. I wasn't serious about it, but like she was like super squeamish about it. I'm like, oh, seriously, don't do that. I'm just playing. It was just for fun. was like, don't actually do that. That would be not good. All right. I believe my processing is completed. Come on, finish processing. There we go. Information that I probably shouldn't be shared.
Same amount of chest for those Sigma speed.
Is 61. Obviously, that's the first.
See, I feel like that's actually
op
still not
in
loud
G6,
enough.
So can't not start there.
I usually like to be around -6. Full of carrying me through my PvE requirement. I think I'm going to boost it a little more. Let's go a little higher. A little hotter. Give me more. I like to be touching the red. This invoice that I found for a jingle package in 2011, including Welch's Grape Ghost Energy. We'll be back right after these words from our other Talking Trek sponsors. Don't go anywhere. At 678-226-1994. That's 678-226-1994.
From the makers of Monkey Shine's personal cleansing cloths. Keep your monkey spanking clean with Monkey Shines.
Are you tired of getting...
All right, that's too loud. We'll have to leave it. Adam Planson Beck has agreed to be on the show. That my expectation of this... All right, I guess we're just going to have to leave it there. Okay, time to save. All right, see? That's all there is to it. When it's an easy show, that's all I got to do.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
What was wrong with the last show?
So this one's going to be episode 17 because 16 I haven't aired yet. Okay. The last
Someone
one
got a little dirty.
Who got dirty?
What?
Me? Did I get dirty?
Usually me.
Was it
Oh,
me?
it was probably me.
I don't remember. I don't even remember why now. I see there's 2 files. We had to cut it. What happened? There was something that happened in the middle.
Oh, your Orbic thing just died.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I went on a half-hour rant. Yeah, I went on
You
a rant. Yeah, I
You would
ranted.
never.
I ranted a little bit.
You?
Yeah.
Just
a little bit. Oh, damn it. I haven't done my daily clicks. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I got to go to bed, man.
Have you ever heard of the Minnesota Goodbye?
What's the Minnesota Goodbye?
Ice Wolf, are you still on? So the Minnesota Goodbye, or the Midwestern Goodbye, is when you're at a party and you're like, I gotta go now, and you move like 3 feet closer to the door.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then you say goodbye to someone else and you move 3 feet closer to the door.
Yeah.
And you have regressed like into the back corner of the basement.
I got shit to do. Look, I've got all kinds of stuff to do. I can't leave now. I got to do stuff. Because if I go inside, I'm going to pass out. I'm going to crash hard, and I'm not going to do my dailies. I'm not going to do any events. So I got to do them here. Like, I know if I don't do them now, they ain't getting done. Okay? That's how it works in my head.
Your head is a scary place.
It totally is. Okay? It's a very scary place. Hey, Zoidberg's going to shit on me. Oh, good thing I put my arm right there. That's gross. Okay. I'm getting a headache from these lights. You care if I turn the lights off? Would that be weird?
Nope.
Okay.
If you have to ask.
Well, I've literally never streamed with the lights off. But, it's better.
Sleep stream.
No, not sleep streaming. I'm just saying, like, that they've been on me for 4.5 hours. 5 hours! God, we've got to stop doing this, Tarpy.
I blame matters.
And moreover, why is there still like 210 of you watching? This is the worst possible content ever.
Let's all start a hype train so he can't leave.
No, you were on a cooldown.
No.
Cooldown. The hype train already happened. You're on cooldown now.
Ah.
Doug's going to puke on me, though. Ooh, good pull. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. What are you woohooing about over there, Cruzito? Oh, there's more. There's more.
The chicken is so freaky.
Gross. Divine says, I did say last stream I'd do a 24-hour. No, I did not. I did not say anything of the sort. Because I know I'm incapable of a 24-hour stream.
23 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah.
I am not capable of a 24-hour stream. I've said that. Clearly. Couldn't last 2 more minutes.
Not with it, at least
God,
3
that one
extra
is...
pairs of underwear.
No! That one freaks me the hell out!
Good. You deserve it.
God. I have chill bumps on my neck right now. I hate that one. I hate that one so much I want to turn it off. I like this one. I like that one. Oh, God. I still have chill bumps from that thing. I hate that one. Ugh. Really don't like it. Is there anything pertinent about the research that uses pattern disruptors?
So as we move into the sub-basement, you'll notice it's not had a visitor down here for years.
Yeah, thanks, Ice Wolf. I know. I should go. Are you kicking me off stream? Is that what's happening? Am I being kicked off? All right. I'll go. We'll stay out here and click these buttons, though.
Mass attack starts in
effing
5,
way. Oh,
4,
my God.
3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
I am not supporting this
Where's the
behavior.
cat?
Not supporting
Everybody
this behavior.
use the cat.
No.
Emotional
Make him run away.
Oh, God. No, no, no.
This is a good way to measure how many of the 160 people are actually here.
Oh, shit. I don't know if you can actually see it, but I have chill bumps. I have oh, God. Whew. That was a lot. Thank you, by the way. I do appreciate it. Oh, God. Oh. It makes me twitch. It is the creepiest sound. Come on! It's like nails on a chalkboard. I can't. Please stop.
You're still here.
I have buttons to click.
If you can find them.
I'm clicking them. Clicking the buttons. Oh. Okay. All right. This is peaceful time. This is wind down time. We're winding down. Winding down.
You are. There's going to be another mass attack in there. If you don't leave.
God. That one is less abrasive than the other one. Why am I clicking at 2 in the morning? Because I didn't click today. I haven't clicked all day today. I've got to get my clicking done. Got to get the clicks in. Did I? So while we're just on downtime here and I'm just clicking, did I tell you guys, Tarpy, did I tell you that while we were on Star Trek The Cruise, I reactivated my Tinder account?
Did you really?
Did you match anybody on the boat?
Huh?
Did you match to anybody on the boat?
I tried, but I didn't. It didn't work. But yeah, no, I tried to find somebody on the boat. Somebody to hang out with, to have a drink or something, it'd be fine. Anyway, what did I just do? Did I just
Was that the whole story?
No. Oh, so I reactivated my Tinder while we were on the cruise ship, and I got like whatever, some kind of special. It was for a month, and so I got a message today that I actually don't remember where I was going with that story, but yeah, today it ran out. So I guess today is roughly 30 days after the date that I activated it or whatever. And I love that one, Zoidberg. That's one of my favorite ones. I love it. It's so cute. I don't remember what the point of that story was. I'm still having trauma from the damn effing cat. But
Something about Tinder, and I somehow made you think of Tinder.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I know my Tinder subscription ran out today. I was thinking about renewing it, but it's so garbage. It's so worthless. For an entire month, I was swiping. I never swiped nothing. So piss on it. I was actually having a conversation with one of my friends the other day about whether or not I should be trying to find companionship. I'm like, I got to be honest with you. I'm like super legit good right now. Like I'm not even.
So that's the guy on Tinder?
Well, I mean, not for a relationship.
I know, but you also said you were good. So.
Well, yeah, but companionship and a relationship is not what he was looking for on Tinder.
I get the difference.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking to hang out and do some shenanigans.
Situationship.
On a boat.
As it were.
Shenanigans.
A ship on a ship?
I was trying to.
A ship on a ship.
I was trying to just hang out and have some fun, have a couple drinks, and act irresponsibly.
A shipulationship.
Oh my god.
Lord of Scarin says he loves Tinder. Dude, I've gotten no matches off Tinder. None. 0. So I let it run out. It was trying to get me to renew today. I'm like, yeah, pass. Can't do anything with it. No good. No bueno for me. I don't think there's enough people in my area. Have I done my Alliance tournament task? No, I haven't. See, I've got clicks. I got clicks. I gotta do. I don't remember what I was going to say about the Tinder thing. I had something funny to say, and I don't remember what it is now. Damn it.
Somebody you didn't match with? Someone you did, and you were like, oh, F that?
No, I honestly don't remember now.
Was it Putz?
It was Putz.
Yeah. Like, oh no. Swipe right or left, or whichever one's no.
Cruzita says, I thought he matched some in port. I tried. Actually, I did. I did get a match in port, but then when I messaged, they didn't message back. It's like, I'm not getting into that. No, yeah, I matched with like 2 or 3 on in port, and but then when I sent a message, like no one ever said anything. So that was that.
What was the message that you sent?
You look like a hoodie stealer.
Really?
No.
For real?
That didn't get the conversation going.
I figured it should. I mean, listen, I've been told that the first message needs to kind of be weird, unique, and kind of stand out a little bit and not be serious. All right.
Creepy is
That's not
what you're
creepy.
going for.
That's not creepy at all. All right.
Yes, it
Listen,
is.
girls today, like they take ownership of a man by wearing his hoodie. By stealing a hoodie, that's like a woman peeing on a man. Okay?
Are you telling a woman what women want?
What?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, it's just a funny thing. I'm not saying that women want that. They just do that. They steal hoodies, okay? Like, that's a thing, okay? I mean, I think it's a thing. Might not be a thing.
No.
My kids listen, no, I know it's a thing. Now, obviously, I'm a little older, but my kids, like, I have to buy new hoodies all the time because they lose their hoodies to females. So
Females. No wonder you have issues.
well, I'm not going to call the girls that my boys date women because they're kids, okay? So females is what they are. Anyway, so hoodie stealing's a thing. Hoodie stealing's a thing. Hey, Zoidberg.
So
Matter says the only message you need: meet at the park gate at 4:30, room 517. Oh, you look like a hoodie stealer. See, Thad says 100%. My wife steals my hoodies all the time. I'm telling you, it's like peeing. It's like marking your territory. You steal. God bless it, Wolf.
Already you're married to or in a relationship with. You don't start with that.
I'm telling you, okay? Look, Daystro says, when me and my ex started going steady, she stole my Pro Gamer hoodie. Women steal hoodies.
Steady. Going steady.
Well, that's
that's not what you want.
Okay, listen, it's not, okay? But I thought it was a funny
pretend
line.
it's what you want.
It's no, I don't even want to pretend that. I'm not interested in being a liar, being a player, none of that. I like it says I'm here just for fun, okay? That's what it says. I'm here for fun. But
okay.
But listen, regardless of whether or not you're interested in a steady, serious relationship, the fact that women steal hoodies is kind of a funny thing. All right. So that was my opening line is you look like a hoodie stealer. That right immediately should make somebody kind of chuckle or laugh and be like, okay, yeah, I've stolen a couple hoodies in my time. Like it's just meant to be like an icebreaker thing. All right. You look like you steal hoodies. Okay. So, I mean,
But yes, women steal hoodies.
yes, they do.
That would be super creepy to get.
You look like a hoodie stealer?
Yes.
Well, then I'll put a little smiley face after it.
Yeah, that's not better.
Divine says, would you like to play a game? That gets better. That would get a better reaction. Here's the thing, though. Okay, it doesn't matter because I've literally in an entire month I've only matched with 2 or 3 people. I only sent it to like 2 or 3 women, and 2 of them.
How's that success rate?
Huh?
How's that success rate?
Miserable.
Go figure.
Karkin said if she doesn't get your humor, then she's not for you. I mean, kinda. What would you prefer me say? Hi, I dress up as a cat on the weekends. I mean,
With a beer helmet.
with a beer helmet. I play video games on a computer for a living, half a living, something. I'm not sure. I actually told Mrs. Boss was at work on Wednesday, and we streamed Tuesday night. That was the Tuesday night stream, Tarpy, that we were on until like 2 o'clock, like we were doing now. And I told her on Wednesday that I streamed until 2 o'clock, and then I went inside and made eggs. She was like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" I'm like, "I was hungry." She was like, "That's not a normal thing." I'm like, "It's normal for me, and I like it, and that's why I don't want a woman in my house." Because, like, I can, I'm good.
Yep.
When I get done here, I'm going to go inside and drink a Welch's Grape Coast Energy.
After this stream on Sunday, I fired up the barbecue and made sausages.
What did you make?
Sausages.
Sausages. It's good.
Just cooked up a few sausages at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Brett says, and I agree with Brett, 3 attempts is not enough to draw conclusions from. Stick with your line. I like it. I think I'm going to stick with it. Women,
oh my God, divine.
Women know they steal hoodies. You look like a hoodie stealer.
Divine, that's
What? No, that's Tarpy's opening line. I can't steal that.
I don't need an opening line.
Mine is just.
You know what I should do? That would be actually a really funny one. I should find someone who has gaming in their profile. All right, like that they enjoy gaming, and I'll just be like, "Hey, you want will you drop me a bush bomb?" Get bent. I've got to turn it off. I'm going to have to turn it off. I'm going to literally vomit. Oh, God. Why is that so creepy to me? It bothers me. Thank you, engineering. Hi, Otter. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Didn't want to go to bed yet. I was actually sharing some serious dating advice to those who are using dating apps. You got to have a creative opening line. And I think I have just the one. Have you heard of my band? Moist Nuclear Bush Bombs? Stuff.
That's just a copycat of our band.
It's the same band. It's the same band. Yo, have you downloaded
you just
my
joined
album?
our band and didn't tell us?
Have you downloaded my
right.
album off of Spotify? We're the Moist Nuclear Bush Bomb Dongleheads.
Okay, you get many more of those jingles.
I can't believe you couldn't last 2 more minutes.
Oh my God, I can't believe you guys made me spend all of my Section 31 credits the other day. It pissed me off.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
Mass attack. Oh, hell. This is so loud.
I turn my volume way down every time one of these things starts.
Do what?
I said I turn my volume.
Yeah, you got to. You got to.
It's not done yet.
It's so loud. Why is it still going? Okay, I think it's over now. Thank you, Ben.
You just say it back to it.
Yeah, not my birthday. Oh man. Hey, real quick, just look. Thank you, Thad. Real quick, Tarpy, look at my account. Tell me if I need to still be paying for Dolomites. I feel like I don't want to, but I feel like I should.
Why are you gonna make me math at freaking?
Isolytic damage boost. I should probably do that one, right?
It's like 5%, right?
Stupid. What else? Fleet
Do you
refinery.
have the Dolomite?
No, I'm just wondering if I should pay for it. I've got. I haven't seen that one, Ice Wolf. That's great. I've only got 150. It says I still need 11,000 to max all my research. So I was curious if I should be buying it or not.
So
I've been buying Syndicate XP and Romulan Rep since you guys made me waste all of it on those stupid favors. Matters.
I didn't make you. I explained to you why it's a good idea.
First message.
You explained to yourself why it's a good idea when you leave the hospital, and then you hit the same again, and it kills you.
Yeah, well. Killer J, I don't know if I'm going to go that far. He says my opening Tinder match message should be... You know, I feel like I would modify that. If I was going to go with a Hawk Tua comment, I feel like I would have to, like, modify that and be like, you know, I don't know. I'd have to think on that for a second. What, Spectre? Tinder. You ever heard of Tinder? Why are you writing Tinder question mark? Why are you question marking things? Why are you question marking things?
He's above Tinder.
I guess. You don't use Tinder? Fine. Oh, Match.com. You're so intellectual. That's where all the magic happens, isn't it? Match.com. I'm not looking for something quite that cerebral. Yeah.
That explains a lot.
What?
What?
What did you say?
Nothing.
No, seriously, I didn't hear you.
It's okay.
I'm just looking for a couple of beers and a good time. That's irresponsibility. That's what my profile says. Looking to have a little bit of fun and be irresponsible. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You'd have to leave the mountain.
Ooh.
If that's your profile, then maybe you need to be a little less, quirky and just a little more direct.
It says, wait. You mean, yeah, come to the Park
with the
Hotel,
opening
room
line.
514?
Exactly.
Oh, that's terrible.
Or the one that's pinned in chat.
Which one? You pinned one? Oh my God,
me.
you pinned
I
them?
didn't pin it. I didn't pin it.
Who suggested I'm
but I
going to
didn't.
drill you to death? What?
I don't know.
That's awful. Who suggested that one? I wonder if that gets any matches. Jesus. Oh my God, it's stupid.
It's hilarious. You should have played Fortnite the other day, dude. You would have been there for that.
Yeah, you're right. I need to transition my messages to asking about bush bombs. That's what I'm going to do.
Good luck.
Rage says, yeah, see, that would be good. I'm an aft man. Let's put that in the comments. Lead with that.
Check out that aft.
Let me see that aft. Divine says you can't do worse. Oh my God.
So much love.
Can't believe we're actually still here.
I mean, I'm still doing the work that I didn't do all day today while making those slides. I'm literally working right
Still
now.
190 people here.
So I told you, DJ, you're too old for Tinder. You need their sister app, Cinder.
Cinder? Zoidberg. Thank you. Juby, thanks for the sticker. What is Cinder?
Oh, that wasn't Juby.
Who did that one?
I think it's Tinder for an older crowd.
Ice Wolf.
Ice Wolf did that. Oh, wait, so Cinder is a real thing? Should we check it out? Nah.
I don't know, based on what they said about it.
Is that the one for daydreaming, like Cinderella?
Cinder, put the fire out. What? That doesn't seem like a catch line for us. Oh God. Are you looking it up too?
No, I'm not looking it up. Wait, is it real? I'm
Cinder,
Are you looking it up too? Was his question?
Cinder, the asexual dating app.
Cinder.
Wow.
How mean do I want to be to my students?
Very.
Obviously. Terrible.
You guys are mean.
Crush them.
That's what I normally do. 9, 16 is 25. 37.
Stop. No more math.
I need to do math. I need to know how much exam I'm giving them.
How much exam?
Introducing Cinder, a dating app for college students.
College students?
The newly announced app implements essential information that the usual dating app interface doesn't offer.
Like what?
It is required for all users to input their class schedule, friend network, enemy network, and previous dating history. The company has also hired students on college campuses to acquire candid photos of Cinder users so swipers see them in the most realistic environment possible, like walking with a backpack on campus or standing with a hunched back.
Standing with a hunchback? Did it just say that?
Yeah.
See, look, I don't have enough loot. I can't pull rare loot. You need the DJ After Dark sticker? I can do that. Boom, boom. There you go. DJ's After Dark's up.
The Cinder profile information answers the questions college students are looking for when using an online dating app. Like, where have I seen this student before? Or how do I know this guy?
That's exactly what they're thinking.
Screenwriting class? Oh my God, he totally is. Wait, he's kind of cute. Is it weird if I swipe right on him?
Oh my God.
Cinder is created.
Are you actually
students,
reading this off their site? That is ridiculously terrible.
How's your search history doing?
Technically, the developers were students at one point in like the 1980s, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Expected to be rolled out to over 30,000 college campuses worldwide in the next 3 months. Cinder has already made an impact on its 300 beta campuses, one of them being at LMU.
What's LMU?
My favorite feature, I don't know. My favorite feature is the NPC or non-playable character feature. It rates users on how much driven they are in their life. I like to swipe right on those with a score over 85% because these users are likely to have never seen me on campus before. I generally like to date people that are less cool than me, shorter than me, and uglier than me, and not having any goals is a plus. Stated sophomore screen watching major.
This is fake. This is somebody's college. This is somebody's college project. Okay. This is a bogus website. That's so funny.
No, what
But
I'm
that
reading
sounds
is
exactly like my students, though.
Oh, I know.
I'm reading the Cinder app apparently is a real thing. What I'm reading though is some pretend article about it. Some satirical article about it. So this is just like a comedy bit.
Oh, wow. Okay. Done with clicks. Let's take a look at Alliance tournaments today and see what we got in here.
Oh my God, you have 4 finished researches? What's wrong with you?
I haven't been on today, man. I hate to refresh the temporal disruptors one, but I think I'm going to. It's 2:00 in the morning. I'm sure if somebody was going to grab it, they would have grabbed it, right? Fair? Just going to
I
start.
mean, it's still pretty easy to do, but
I can't. I
All right.
actually did it
Did they-
yesterday, so I'm out.
did they tell you what tasks they were adding, or if the spend events were the tasks that they were referring to?
I don't know. I didn't talk to him today. I was actually very, very busy today. Have I told you guys that that my dealership offers the mobile service? Like, we've got the mobile service units that go out and service people at their homes or their offices. I've said that before, right?
I did that when I was younger.
Yeah, anyway. I had one of our technicians actually wrecked one of them today. So it was...
Oh, no.
Yeah, so it was kind of a day dealing with that crap. I don't... Oh, yeah. Doug says 5 hours of streaming STFC and doesn't play the game. What do you mean doesn't play the game? I'm playing it right now. I didn't have time to play it at work. I was at work. I'm playing right now. What events we got today? Winding Warrior. I feel like this event's a little different than it was last time. Wasn't there another...
It was a little different.
Yeah, I'm not donating beryllium spheres. I can't.
Yeah, last time it was all useless, obsolete currency that we couldn't help but continue banking and banking and banking. And now it's ships that the only people that have the max are like massive whales that bought their way to maxing them.
Well, and
nobody else can
why would you
currency.
separate with all of those valuable materials for like 8 shards? I am not in a position to give away beryllium spheres. Can't do it. Absolutely.
You can score by just using them to upgrade the ship. So if you're not in the position that I am, which is I upgraded a part yesterday, and now it's going to be about 4 or 5 days before I can do my next one, then you might actually score in the event and get a few shards.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's something that I can do. Maybe I can upgrade a part ship. I usually do try to hold those for those specialty upgrade events. So maybe I can do something.
Yeah, Vindicator and your
and Protector, right?
Protector, yeah.
Am I?
I usually don't with specialty ships. I just spend.
I'm cracked. Give me a moment.
Uh-huh.
That
was a good magazine. Do they still write those?
What?
Cracked?
I don't know.
I think it was Mad Magazine. It was like a spin-off from them.
Oh, I like Mad Magazine.
Yeah, I used to read them all the time when I was younger.
Yeah, they had great puzzles.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Okay, let's see. So, Vindicator first, right? Not the Revenant.
Yes.
There we go. Vindicator.
I mean, doesn't matter which one you do first. It's 2 separate events, so you're gonna want to check them both anyway.
Okay. Well, yep. I can do 1 component on the Vindicator, and Protector. I can do Nope. Sure can't. I mean, I can do impulse, but that's a waste. Oh God, I hate to do impulse before a gun, just for a silly event.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, what's the payout? How many will that clear the whole thing, or like if it's just
No.
going to get you one milestone or something, it might not be worth it.
It got me 4 each of the rares and 1 epic.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
better
you
than
know,
nothing.
it is better than nothing, but I'm certainly, I mean, I'm not going to spend on this event for sure.
No, I didn't expect you to, especially not for these officers.
25 Vindicator. You know, it's not asking for that many, is it? Hold on, let's do the math. So I'm 87,000 divided by 25 point. Ooh, 35. What? You crazy, man?
Yeah.
I'm not giving
That's
3,500. Yeah, I can't do that. Can't do that.
It's like 3 parts.
See what it is in
2.
spheres. 14,000 spheres. See, now that one is not bad. That is 1 day's refine.
Yeah.
1 day's refine is probably worth it. Look in the event store. What am I looking for in the event store? Let's go check. Event store. Yeah. Wanding Warrior. This is where you do the donations. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Make sure you go claim the gift if you didn't.
I did.
Okay.
What are Spaceworks circuits? I'm assuming those are some kind of paid item.
No, those are the things that you turn in the refinery every day for the Vindicator refinery that you get 2,100 of every week in the Vindicator event.
Oh no, I spend that in the Vindicator refinery. Why would I waste it here?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, you could be like me and miss a few days worth of refines. So then you have more refines than you can use.
I got you.
I actually do, but I did that on purpose because I fully expect to miss the event at some point and don't want to lose out on Vindicator progression. So
Or when you tear it up, you get a double pull.
What's the cooldown on these?
Well, that's true. That's true too. You do need a little bit extra.
Is there a cooldown?
On what?
On the Latinum ones? Oh, there's not.
I didn't click any.
Dude, that's great. This is really good. The Omega Trillium. I mean, who doesn't have oodles of that?
So that's
I don't have that because you unlocked that one by getting a milestone or two in the protector event.
Oh, that's what tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 is. So when you hit one of the milestones, it unlocks the Latinum conversion.
Yeah. So this was a thing where people like the event. It's just that the timing of it was really bad.
Well,
and
here's the thing, though. Don't look at it from just the event. Is it just 5 or 6 officer shards? No. It could be millions and millions of lat. That changes this.
Yes, but they don't want people to hoard. They want people to buy packs. And people are annoyed. I don't want to say mad, but they just feel gypped because there was just a ship upgrade event and they don't have the protector parts to get to the Omega Trillium.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand that, but at the same time, like, we choose when to spend our currency. I mean, I've been in this boat before where, like, don't you remember when Echo did his big thing and I had just dumped, like, I think it was mirror research. It was mirror research. Remember, I just dumped all that stuff.
Yeah.
I knew that there were mirror events that came out, but it had been a minute. I wanted to get some research done. Very next day, there it goes. I mean, that happens. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I can't really.
The bigger issue, I think, is they give us an interim schedule and then don't include everything.
Because I believe the intent of this event was probably to spend a couple dollars. And I'm never going to fault them for trying to do that.
Neither am I, but you want the rest of your player base to not be pissed off either.
The rest of the player base
Yeah,
has
but the interim schedule never.
The rest of the
never
player
has
base
all the events.
The rest of
And
the
it
player
should.
The rest of the player
Matters.
base can choose when to spend their stuff.
They absolutely can, and they should also get to be more informed.
I will never disagree with that, but there is some benefit to hoarding. You look at the rewards, you decide when they're worth it. And if you decided that they were worth it for an event a couple of days ago and then there's another event, I mean, that's a decision you made, you know. I'm
Without
never
knowing.
Listen, I'm with you. I'm never going to disagree that we should know more. But at the same time, like, this is a very traditional thing, and it's not limited to Scopely. Every game maker does this because they're trying to sell packs. So, you know.
I don't disagree with that either. It's just frustrating.
Yeah.
Business practice.
Yeah, I get that. I totally understand that. You think players can't even get to one level? Let's look at what tier 1 would be.
I can't get to one level because I can't get enough parts or whatever. I can't get enough spheres to do my next part in my protector.
Well, you could gift them. I mean, look here. The first milestone, okay? We're just going to do
I'm not doing that.
Well, I get it. But look here. The first milestone is less than a day's refund. If you wanted to unlock at least some Latinum, you get 30,000 spheres in 1 day's refine. It would cost you 14,000 spheres to unlock the refinery. 14,000 spheres to unlock potentially millions of Latinum. That's probably worth it. Okay? And for the record, Tarpy, 14,000 spheres is 1 day's refund. This event is up for 2 days. So if somebody really wanted to do it, they could go into the event store and donate half of 1 day's refund and get their tier 1 lat refinery. I don't think that I can feel that is too much to ask. Now, is it worth 3.5 million points for, 6 officer shards? Probably not. Okay? But that is clearly not the payout in this event. The payout is very, very clear here. It is Latinum. And then from there, I mean, how much Omega trailing? Now, I'm not sitting on a whole lot right now, but how much are you guys sitting on? Most people have a few million.
A million?
A million?
About a million.
A million? All right. So you could do, let's just say you had a million, let's say, and Mirror Universe is very open, very grindable stuff. So let's say you decided to spend all million, okay?
I thought someone said there was a cap on these.
Well, that's what I was asking. Is there a cap? It's not showing a cap. If there was no cap, that's 5 million lat for half a day's refund of beryllium spheres. That is probably worth it. It's limit 10 pulls.
10 pulls, so 500,000 still. 500,000. Still not bad.
So 500,000 lat for half a day's beryllium sphere refine. All right, let's look at the other one. Although it won't matter because you still only get one tier, right? But let's look and see if this one is cheaper. Vindicator. $1,000 parts. Now that one actually seems like it would be more expensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
We only earn a couple hundred parts a day. So here's the clear winner here, the clear deciding factor here. And listen, I'm always fine to call an event trash. This one is probably a little highbrow. I think a lot of us probably missed it. because you don't need the max refund unless you're going to dump the parts. But honestly matters for 14,000 spheres. When how much do you earn in a day?
41,000.
I'm earning
Depends on
30,000.
your tier.
It does depend on your tier, but I mean, I earn, I think 30,000 is mine. Let me look real quick. Let's just make sure. Let's see. Is that Mirror Universe? It is Mirror Universe, and it's down in the Liquid Omega store. Beryllium Spheres. I'm earning 30,000 a day. For 14,000 of those, I could have donated. And honestly, I mean, if it were multiple days, I know we all need spheres, but this is a clear decided. This is a refinery, guys. Is half a day's beryllium refine worth 500,000 latinum? You guys were just telling me how important latinum was an hour ago. So
That was 3.
3 hours ago? Shit. It's starting to get cold out here, too. I'll have to turn on the heat.
So how about a middle ground of they could put the event on the schedule, but not tell us what ships?
Would that have changed how this one is played?
No, but it would have been more communication, and Destro said this in the chat a bit ago. It would have been them communicating with us that the event was going to happen, which this is the second month in a row in the interim week that this did happen, because this also happened while we were on the cruise. And we were trying to figure it out. Yeah, like I remember doing it in like Windjammer or something.
Yeah,
but
I remember Griffin made a video on it, didn't he? I think.
something like that. And so if they told us it was going to happen, but didn't tell us what ship.
Again, I'm not
Or
going to
ship.
disagree. I'm fine with that. I always like more communication. I'm never going to argue against more communication. But, in this case, I don't feel like this is an offensive event. You just have to decide your worth. We've talked about this before. When an event is essentially just a refinery, when an event is essentially just some type of conversion, that's all this is. This is a conversion. Half a day's refine of spheres for 500,000 lat. Is it worth it? You decide. Because that's what it is. You could spend more to get more lat, but that I don't think is worth it. Matters. Let's look how much deeper. Well, let's see how much deeper it would go. So to get to the second tier.
That's what I'm looking at now because I got 90,000 spheres.
So the second tier would get you to, it would only be 27,000, so still less than a day's refine. All right. That would get you to tier 2. And tier 2 would pay $1 million lat.
Yeah.
So 1 day's refine for $1 million.
Individually get to $1 million, or both?
No,
tier
you're right.
And tier 1
That's right.
together
It would
$1
be $1.5 million, because you could still get the $500,000. You'd still get the $500,000 out of tier 1, and you can get a whole $1 million out of tier 2.
How many spheres do I need to clear the whole thing? Top milestone.
Okay.
Can I do it with 92,000?
Well, let's look. 3.
You guys are the same ops, right?
No, it would cost you 138,000 spheres to clear the whole thing. And for the record, I don't know what tier 4 is. I don't know what tier 4 is.
I can maybe do that tomorrow.
To clear tier 3,
I could definitely do tier 3.
Is 70,000 spheres. And that would then turn into $3 million lat.
So I also want to point out they did this a month ago when they released a new weekly pack into the weekly offers. And granted, it didn't connect then, but there is a new $20 pack this week that is not necessarily worth it for protector parts as well as for vindicator parts. So this is an event that they seem to be introducing when they also introduce new packs that are long-term packs.
Mm-hmm.
So they introduce the paid way to get through it with about $20.
Riskbreaker says last time it was 2 different ships, but they were still relevant.
Yeah.
The NX-01 and the Revenant.
Well, they were relevant to not everybody. Like my NX-01 is maxed, so all those parts that I've been building up.
Why are you still pulling parts?
Because
well,
you have to.
you have to.
Oh,
Opportunity chips.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't remember.
Yeah.
So you're still building? Okay.
It's just part of that pull.
I mean, it's not parts. It was those tech modules. You know, you go out and you get the tech modules.
Oh,
and
that's
then,
right. It was, and that was grindable. Like you could go up and just grind a bunch of that stuff.
You could go grind more.
Yeah, it wasn't ship parts.
Exactly.
It was the hostile drop. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other one was for the Revenant. Yeah.
Rockstar says I did a chest of the beryllium spheres for tier 1. But I'm not seeing tier 2. You've got to pull enough. So go to the events tab. You've got to hit the second milestone on one of these. All right. So if you're going to do it with spheres, then you would have to hit the second milestone. That's when it opens tier 2. Hit the third milestone. It opens tier 3. Fourth milestone would open tier 4. And I'm told that the tier 4 has 300,000 pulls. So that would be another 3 million. So, I mean, you're looking at 1.5, 3. You're looking at a total of 6 million lat if you spent 130,000 spheres. I'll be honest with you, it looks like the sweet spot is probably tier 3. Okay? Because tier 3 is 70,000 spheres and it pays you 3 million lat.
It's more. It's about 90. It is all my spheres. It's about 91 or something.
It's 69,200. What's your milestone?
Oh, really?
69,200. Unless your milestone is different. My milestone is 1.73 million. What is yours?
No, mine's the same, but you said 70,000. So when I saw that 3 donations was only going to get me 69 something, I was like, well, they screwed me there. I guess I got to do 4. So I did one too many donations.
Sorry. My bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, 69,200 is what it would have taken. 69,200.
Okay.
And if you did that, that's tier 3. You would have gotten 500,000, then 1 million, then 1.5 million. Sum all that up, that's 3 million lat you would have gotten for 70,000 spheres. That's probably worth it for somebody who needs lat. I'm currently holding 500 million lat, so it's not really a thing for me. Now, because I unlocked this with my ship upgrade, yeah, why wouldn't I go spend the lat? I'm probably going to go do that. The thing that is more annoying to me is clicking this button 30 times. There should be sliders here. This should have been a no-brainer slider implementation right here. No-brainer.
Not making sense.
I do have higher milestones than you. Third milestone for me is 2.88 million.
What ops are you?
I'm higher than him. I'm 67.
Wow, that's a big jump for one ops.
I only got 2 milestones done.
Well, that's enough for you'll get 1.5 million then.
1.5 million. Yeah.
Which, by the way, just to put it in perspective, is a 1-day speed up for him.
Yep.
Yeah. 1 day.
Cedric says, how do I have tier 5 pulls? Good damn question. How would you have tier 5? By finishing both, maybe?
Yeah, you get the overflow.
So if you finish both events, then you get a tier 5. What's the tier 5 pull? What's that look like?
It's usually not great, and it's really just for scoring in the leaderboard, based on what it was like last time, at least.
Starfire, okay, it is an overflow. Starfire says once you finish pulling all of your tier 4s, then it will unlock a bonus tier 5. Well, that's nice too.
There you go. Doesn't hurt.
Tier 5 looks like it would get you another 3 million. So basically, it's a repeat of Tier 4 because Tier 4 was also 3 million. Ram Scoop says, I don't see the Omega Exchange. You're not going to see it until you finish a milestone of the Wandering Warrior SMS. Remember, Dimensional Breach event. Yes, I got to go do that. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate that. Right now, I'm earning 3 million lat.
I misspoke about how much Omega Trillium I have. I do not have 1 million. I have 58 million.
See, a lot of people got a little extra floating around in there.
Yeah. Well, I get so much. Ever since I started throwing Gresh on my protector and hitting up into the 65s, it's
yeah.
I do one run and then I'm good for.
So you've been putting Gresh on and punching up.
Yeah.
What tier is yours?
Oh yeah. I always Gresh is almost always on a ship. I'm always punching up everywhere whenever I can. Well now it's tier whatever it needs to be to get there without him. 11, I want to say. One sec, I'm just clicking all these Latin buttons.
You know, so I got to be honest with you. To be perfectly frank, it is definitely a personal choice. I believe that, well, in my case, I didn't have to sacrifice beryllium spheres because I did a ship upgrade. All right. But if you couldn't do a ship upgrade, half a day's refine for roughly 1 million lat, and that's going to vary up or down depending on your ops level. I mean, that is just a conversion. It's personal choice. I think it's worth it myself.
It's only a 24-hour event?
No, it's 48 hours, 2 days.
Okay, so like anybody who doesn't have a high tier protector does not need to be donating. Like when your protector is tier 8 and below, you get a part every couple days from refines.
Every day. Depends on how
or every day.
Hey, really early. Yeah, but that ship is slow.
Like really, really, like the first couple tiers you get one every day. Mid, I don't know, like what tier 4 to 7 or something. It's like you get one every other day.
Yeah.
Oh,
depending if you did all the cheapest ones and you just did the second most expensive and now you're waiting for the most expensive, maybe maybe then you won't be able to. But up in tier 11, I mean, I get a part every
month,
5-6 days.
Yeah,
no, it's not quite that bad.
No, it's not a month. But it's annoyingly slow.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
Feels like it. I'm checking every day and they're all blue. They're all blue squares, crosses. You don't have enough. They're never green.
I can hear the twitch in your voice.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh,
him.
Yeah. Yeah. Bum.
I finished my exam.
Oh, good. Now we can stay up and play video games.
No.
Yes.
No, it's 3.
Fortnite.
Oh my God, it's
more.
3 o'clock. I gotta
Just one
go.
more.
Gotta go.
Just cranking all nighter.
Can't crank an all nighter.
No,
I
I
tomorrow.
can't. I did that last night. I gotta sleep tonight.
I gotta
I've
work.
never done that.
Sometimes I just can't sleep, and then like once like 3 o'clock or something rolls around, I'm like, wow, might as well just push through. Oh. You shouldn't have said how much you hate that thing. It's now becoming by far the most played.
I like that one.
Maybe I can pull another one. See if I can do. What's 3 days? How many hours is that?
Oh God. It's funny. I like that one. I honestly hate the cube event. Hate it.
I hate the cube in general. So just imagine how I feel about the event.
I love
it's pretty grindy. You got to hit high,
grindy.
and you got to hit a fair amount.
You got to hit
it's
high.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's very grindy event. You got to hit a bunch.
Yeah, their scoring was off.
It got noticeably worse between 65 and 66. Like, I know it's gone up at every ops in the 60s, but it got noticeably worse.
It's bad. It's real bad for me. I got to kill 66s and 67s, and I still got to kill like 50, 60, 65 of them. Something like that. It's a lot.
Cube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
that's with the bonus points with using the cube.
Yeah. And my cube doesn't even last that long because it's still basically a G5 cube.
Yeah. Well, I gotta hit 70s, which I can, but that's level 5 hazard space, and it's dying because of the hazards.
Yeah.
So like,
wait, couldn't you hit them in like? You have to do faction space.
Do I have to do well, no. Any level
There's 70s and 71s in Memoriam.
Yeah, but I can't do. I relocate up there. I do a couple ones with the cube. I do a couple solos.
You don't have to reload to that one. That's actually got a low warp requirement. You can get in there.
No. I'm saying that.
Can you kill them?
I'm saying that I relocate up into very high faction space because I'll do my cube runs and then I'll do a bunch of solos and I'll do a bunch of stuff all up there.
Yeah.
And then otherwise I'd have to do it. I'd have to relocate twice, and that's a lot of work. That's 2 extra buttons.
I know, Divine, you don't have to use the cube, but it goes twice as fast if you do use the cube.
Yeah, the only time you would is if you can hit way higher with your other ships than you can with your cube.
Yeah, you'd have
Otherwise, you want to use the cube.
Well, let's look at the map. You would have to be able to hit. Hang on a second.
Probably just like a couple levels higher.
So
I'm hitting 69s and 70s for me.
You get a 2x reward with the cube. So for me to hit a 66 or a 67 with the cube, without the cube to do it in the same number of hostiles, I'd have to hit 69s, and I can't hit that. So it literally would be twice as many hostiles for me.
Yeah. I mean, I could take the Negvar there, and it's got the hazard resistance, and it would survive longer. But then I would need to kill twice as many.
为我自己的原则，我不想一辈子让人踩在脚下。你别我是臭氧饭。
Half a dozen to the other.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about Mirror Universe space, to be honest with you. Because, see, I don't usually kill. That's a good call out. I usually don't kill down here in the bottom space anymore. I almost exclusively hunt up here. So I don't. That is a good call out, but I haven't I haven't even traveled to that system. I just. What? The cube can't even get there. That's warp range 1400.
What, Mirror Universe?
My cube can't get there.
Just do the 68s and Terex.
Oh wait, it's 1400 because I reload. I'm an idiot. Yeah,
you're up in. I was like, what Mirror Universe thing is 1400?
Yeah. I'm stupid. Hang on, let me reload. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come down.
Yeah, it should be 900, right? Is I think the highest we get. Are you looking at Mirror Romulus?
Hey Seth, I'm doing great, man. How are you doing, buddy? Are you recovering? Hope you're recovering and doing well. No, I haven't gone to Romulus. That would be, let's see, Romulus is rep grind system, right?
Yeah, I think it's 900 more.
All right, let's go give that one a go. And Romulus is 70.
The downside is that if you're trying to reduce the time that you're grinding, you're adding the time it takes to impulse your way to it.
Well,
and then grinding there, and then maybe grinding even longer.
But killing a 70, killing a level 70 with a board cube is going to go remarkably faster. I mean,
By the way,
that would be much faster.
Before you go into the Rift, you could, in fact, do some rep exos for the time that you're going to be there.
Yeah, nah, not at 3 o'clock in the morning. I
Well,
would.
no, you can start them. No, hold on. You can start them. You don't have to use the full hour. You probably have dozens of them.
Well, I do have dozens of them, but
you're already there, which is why I tried to tell you before.
No. I went there after I made a decision. I do still have dozens of them, but I will tell you that those rep exos are becoming less available because Mastery is actually paying less of those than we were getting before. I've actually filed a ticket on that. I've asked them to investigate.
I was going to ask if you'd updated that because I've been getting DMs of people asking if I could ask you about it.
Yeah, no, I'm fully aware. Jules and I caught that before launch, and we reported it, and it has not yet been corrected. They are paying it. We did the math on it. It's almost a third. They're paying a third of what they were before.
Because it's 2 to 3 exos a day with just the Voyager Mastery if you do that.
Yeah.
But 0 or 1 if you do the Mastery of the Amalgam. So I've stopped mine at 8 instead of 9 for exactly that reason.
Yeah. They know about it. I've reported it. They haven't done anything about it yet, but that's a good call out. I'm actually going to post that back into chat right now. Let me get back over to, let's see, where do I go from here? Sharon?
You want
Rami, Terex or Sharon, doesn't matter. Okay. See, I've never gone this path, so.
Yeah.
Checking in on Amalgam Mastery. Is the investigation complete yet? Lots of complaints over 200%, or let's see, over 70% reduction in quantities of rep exos granted with Mastery. All right, we'll see what happens. Because, Jules and I actually caught that before the ARC launched, but there wasn't enough time. Spock says, good thing I don't rep grind. That's just it. I don't rep grind either. And so I am a little bit more choosy when I do use those rep exos. Like, I actually have been using them on Sundays, for example.
Yeah.
That's about the only time I use them. Do rep exos make any impact? Oh, yeah. Cedric. Yeah.
Yeah, if you got the agony buff.
They're pretty big.
Yeah.
They're pretty big, man. They're very significant. They're very significant. Especially if you do a right combination of exos, crew, and ship. It's pretty significant because of the way that they stack on each other. It's kind of wild. 97 billion. I wonder if my cube can beam one of these. It's 97. 213 million. Not really.
我有自己的原则，我不想一辈子让人踩在脚下。你以为我是臭要饭的？
I wish I knew what they were saying. I wish I knew what that was saying. It's probably another weird. Hey, look! I'm not running a speed crew and my board cube's broke. Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, so I have like 75 each of the 70% exos.
Oh
So it's
my
like
God. I'm not gonna last very long in
if
here.
I just do 1 or 2 trips, if I do 1 trip on that, it's like, okay, well, I might as well, because I might as well. And then I get more rep because I'm already there.
Yep, 70. Like, why are you not getting mastery then?
Because I don't find it worth it, and I realize I probably want the 100% ones once they open G7.
You can't get the 100% ones with the mastery.
You can, but it's a 3 in 12, so a less than 1 in 4 chance. So maybe 1 a week.
What are your chances doing the amount of pulls?
The same but higher because you get 2 to 3 exos per day instead of 1.
Yeah, they miscalculated on the number of exos that are being granted. So, yeah, it's wrong. I am
Maybe
not
extra
gonna.
stuff with the Monavine. It all comes out in the wash.
It does. So your criticism of me doesn't need to be there either.
Who criticized you?
You.
When?
Just now.
When I said it all comes out in the wash?
Before that.
See that
when I said, why aren't you doing mastery? Because you have 75 exos?
Because it doesn't matter.
Well,
I asked
like
why,
me.
and you
No,
explained
listen,
it.
matters. Those are going to run out when you use 4 at a time. They run out real quick. That's why I didn't use them tonight for just one little run. And I agree with Tarby. They're valuable. I've got 40 of the well, yeah, I've got 49 of the Romulans, which is what I would use. Okay. But when I use those, I'll stack 4 of them at a time. I mean, 49 is probably healthy. I probably could have done it. But either way, we are earning 70% less today than we were before Mastery. I don't blame her for being choosy with them, to be straight. Or I don't blame her for not giving up that stream, or at least building a larger bank before she does click Mastery, hoping that they fix Mastery. Mastery should not pay less. Under any circumstances, it should not be paying less, but it is.
And because we know G7's coming, and I want to know what I will need for that, because obviously they're going to come out with more rep grind bonuses and whatever, but I will want to know what rep I would need to get to. Granted, I already have the rep for the 66 ships and 68 ships, so I don't need it, but I want to make informed choices where I can.
Yeah. Ew. My board cube is tier 13, for whoever asked. I missed that. Mord says, what about missing officer shards? There aren't missing officer shards that I'm aware of. Are there missing officer
Yes,
shards?
there are DJs.
Yeah, there are.
The
Which
masteries,
ones?
they don't auto-convert into transporter patterns. If you do the
It
claim all
depends on how
bundle,
you
you have
click
to do it individually.
It depends on how you click them. So if you click them individually in the mastery, so by ship, they will convert to transporter patterns, but if you click claim all, it does not.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. That's a bug. That's a bug. All right, let me report that real quick. See, this is what happens at night. Also,
But they've been told that by other content creators, and they haven't done anything.
well, I will withhold comment. Also, have they been? Have they been told?
It's been all over Rev's Discord for days.
Okay.
It's a claim all tax.
Don't use that word. Also,
Don't
we've
use that word. The premium, not a tax.
yeah. Before I submit, do you have definitive proof, Taste Roast? Like definitive proof?
It's been mentioned on official
I
and
don't
VIP
want
dozens of times.
mentions. We don't deal in mentions.
And I'll I'll do it in the morning. Oh wait, no, I actually have my bundle available now, so I'll spend down to 0 and show you.
Yeah, I can't test it because I got millions of transporter patterns, so I can't test it.
You can sort of in
Spock's Club. Yep, I can do it in Spock's Club. That's right.
Apparently, Scribbler has proof.
And I can't do mine because I just claimed
You
mine.
just did it. How dare you?
All right, well, I can do it tomorrow. It's fine.
Mine are ready right now.
Here's what I'll do.
I got you.
Well,
give me.
It would be better. It would be better if I did it just so I can, so I can record it and show it live. But it's fine. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put in the report, and if they ask for the evidence, then I'll do it tomorrow and I'll send it. Also, we've definitively, man, I'm putting my rep on the line. I don't like using the word definitively. You guys tell me you're 100%. Tarpy, are we 100%?
And don't use the word if you're not comfortable. Don't Tulsi Gabbard yourself.
Yeah, listen. I don't deal in rumor. I don't send stuff unless I've got evidence.
So just
Here, you want me to
check
do
it tomorrow, and then
I'll wait
send
till tomorrow.
Like it's only one more day.
I'll wait till tomorrow. But you're right. You're right. Who said that? Who said? Hold on. I'm looking for it.
Who said what?
Brigadier Jones. Got you back. Got you. Thank you for your comments. They're absolutely accurate. Did I ever upload the podcast? Oh my God, I didn't.
Did you upload the last one either?
Huh?
What?
No, I haven't
Jeez,
uploaded.
my miner's
No,
been
I haven't.
floating
I haven't
for
uploaded.
Literally 8 hours.
What?
Riskbreaker, your people are losing their edge. My miners have been floating since this morning.
I have not edited your episode yet. I was talking about tonight's episode. 17, episode 17. What did we do tonight? The G6 rare ship comparison. Expert analysis on
and eBot's
G6 ships. What path should you take? Tonight, Jules and Tarpy break it all down. What G6 ships are worth anything? And is there a path through without building a single one?
And Matters manages to keep his comments to himself.
Matters got to sit down and shut up.
Yeah.
Published. Okay. Oh, no, still uploading.
We have proof of that too, Cruzito.
Of what?
Him being told to shut up. Oh man,
Yeah, there
he's
was a
OPC
clip.
with
I got a
cruise
clip.
ships.
I got a clip of that. Oh, I need to look at my Alliance tournaments too. Sorry if I happen to drop a frame or two. I'm uploading the podcast while I'm still streaming, which I never do. But since we're still here hanging out and kind of being weird tonight, might as well go ahead and get that up. Let's see. I could start some research. Oh, let's look at Alliance tournaments here real quick and see.
Hey, look, they didn't.
Are we approaching another ad break, DJs?
Huh?
We
Are
already
we approaching another ad break?
We just had it.
No, we had it 40 minutes ago.
No, we had one like 5 minutes ago.
Just
An
say
ad
that's
break?
6 hours, buddy.
Yeah.
No, it says right here that ads run in 19 more minutes, and it was a 60-minute cooldown.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, it's now 3:05. We've been here for a hot minute.
I noticed. I haven't moved out of this chair.
My ass hurts. Oh, I forgot to give you guys stupid news.
You didn't forget.
Let's do it now.
not to.
No, there can be no evidence of my terrible jokes. It is DJs After Dark. Do you think anybody would actually watch to this point? Huh? Yes, I'm streaming. Yeah,
no, this is just
I'm still on. I'm still on both platforms.
Nah, you're seeing things.
There can be no
we
evidence.
Still have 141 people on Twitch.
That's terrible jokes. I was in a mood. Tarpy was in a mood earlier, and I called her up. I said, "Hey, you wanna giggle? Because I wrote some pretty offensive stuff. I would love to be able to share it, but I'm not going to be able to share it publicly." And she was like, "Fine, whatever. I'm pissed." And so I told her the joke, and I instantly melted that cold Ice Queen exterior, and got straight through to the giggly Tarpy that we all know and love by just telling a penis joke.
It works.
Oh, it was highly inappropriate. See, I can't put stuff out there. Can't put stuff out there that could bite me in the ass one day. I just can't do it. What if I run for president? You know? I can't be caught telling these kinds of jokes.
What kind of jokes did you tell on the radio back in your DJing days?
Never a joke like I read to Tarpy tonight.
No,
never.
Yeah, they were pretty bad.
They were pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Hey, is Wham here? It's awful late. I want to start streaming on TikTok now too, since we can do that now apparently. I think that means
TikTok
I'm going to
went from going away to now streaming.
Oh, they've been streaming for a while.
But they were also going to die like 6 months ago.
They're still possibly going to die. They're not out of the woods yet. But it's looking less and less likely that that'll be a thing.
Nothing. They're for nothing.
Broken Wolf tactical mandates allow you to assault another starbase violently and purposefully to steal all of their useless currency.
Yeah, most important currency in the game, those tactical mandates.
Yeah.
You should be hoarding them. You should be spending them.
Karkin says, you want to give all your info to China? No, I would just stream on it. I wouldn't be the one giving my info. It's going to be everyone else who's on there with their personal stuff and sharing all their family pictures and all that stuff. I would just stream content. No, I don't do TikTok at all. I don't even have a TikTok. But yeah, I don't even have a talk. All right. But people tell me that that would be the next place to start streaming. So, I mean, whatever.
You would have to look at your OBS setups because the DJ who started doing it the other day said that you can't see TikTok chat while you're streaming to TikTok.
I don't think that would be necessarily true unless there's an app or something for it because Hippie does it. She primarily streams TikTok. She like Twitch is her secondary. 90% of her chatters are in TikTok. She's got huge audiences on TikTok and like 50 people on Twitch. She's wildly hilarious. Have you guys let me see if I can figure out how to do a shout out. Have you guys ever watched Little Hippie? She's actually really, really funny. She's truly a hippie, but she's a young I don't want to say a kid. She's a young person. She's probably in her 20s. And but she is old soul hippie. Very, very fun. And she plays games. It's fun. Yes, Savage Darkness, same stream. I was just giving everybody an opportunity to come in and not bust a stream tonight. See? No streak busters tonight. There we go. We got us a crystal task.
I'm taking the crystal one.
Huh?
You take the crystal one? The last tournament, I took almost Well, or if you remember, so what I do is I took almost all crystal tasks when I could last tournaments because we had the choice tokens. So now I've got boatloads of crystal, and so now for this tournament, I'm taking ore and gas, and I'm using my conversion tokens to clear them in the bonus G6 conversion. It's like three conversions clears the task because it's 750 per.
Tech says, or Sex says, I don't think TikTok allows 6-hour content. No, as a matter of fact, Hippie has told me before that TikTok won't even really, like, the algorithm doesn't even like you if you're just chatting. Like, you have to be playing a game for TikTok to be, like, for them to like your stream. Like, you know, the algorithm or whatever, you got to be playing a game. They don't like just chatting. Ah, damn, there was another one. I just lost it. If I don't do these
people in your alliance,
if I don't do these tonight, I'm not going to do them. That's why. It's the only reason I'm still here. I got to get this stuff done. Huh? What?
People are like taking those at 3 a.m.
Well, yeah, we've got a night shift.
Crazy.
We got a night shift. I am going to when I'm done, I'm going to go inside and make eggs. I'm hungry.
Bed.
No, I'm going to eat eggs. I'm hungry.
I've been sitting here munching on dates. They're delicious.
Mike says, how do people get more than 30,000 per day in tournaments? It's a good question. People in my alliance have it.
So you can get 30,000 from the tasks, but you can also get another 10,000 from the heroic event that runs each day. So in this tournament, people can get a maximum of 40,000 per day.
Oh, well, I am not spending all those materials, so.
I did on yesterday's.
Hi, Murphy. Yeah, we've been on for 6 hours and 9 minutes now.
I have stuff to build, so and the materials to spend on them. So I've taken advantage of there being, because you also get some extra credits too.
Uno momento, por favor. Apparently, I forgot to set my commercial ad breaks. When did we take our first commercial break during the pod? It was like 33 minutes, 35 minutes. How to do those? I don't know.
That doesn't even pretend.
Here it is. 35 minutes, 30 seconds. 35, 30. That's not a real time. Madam?
What?
Plans are deemed by time. Plans are just
from sugar frosted molasses. From sugar
deemed by some as an act of war. Discover which vessels are classified as warships and what ranges of ships you can attack.
Fix the
Find
pod.
tips on crewing, mining, and the battle triangle, and so much more. Equip yourself with knowledge to engage responsibly. Visit pvptarget.com and become the commander your alliance deserves.
Yep,
this program is made possible in part by a grant from Sugar Frosted Molasses Honey Nuggets, the breakfast cereal that doesn't even pretend it's good for your kids.
Okay, let's see where that expert on G6. I very recently skin, and I am 782261994.
This program is made possible.
Okay, that is at 1:45:25. 1:45:25. Okay. Save. Okay, boom, done. Episode is now live.
I think I foobarred this.
I didn't foobar nothing! I probably did. Where's my... Okay.
You can blame me. Everyone else does.
I usually blame Spectre.
Okay, looky there.
You blamed me today for something. I can't remember what it was.
Being an asshole?
No. I mean, no. I mean, like, Probably, yes, you blame me for that, but
yeah,
that's warranted.
Yeah.
I mean, something that I didn't do. I'm always an asshole. People are allowed to blame me for being an asshole all the time. That's fine. That's just fair.
Ghost grape energy flavored honey nuggets.
That sounds horribly
delicious.
inappropriate.
Sounds great.
Honey nuggets.
Honey nuggets. Honey nuggets.
This program is made possible in part by a grant from the makers of Monkey Shine's personal cleansing cloths. Keep your monkeys spanking clean with Monkey Shines.
Are you tired?
Those are so great. I love them.
That is so borderline.
Keep your
love
monkeys
it.
spanking clean. New Monkey Shine. Hey, squad. How you doing? All right, I've got to get back in and find another task here. Oh, for the love of Pete!
You have to keep the screen open for it to actually reset.
Oh, is that true?
Yes.
I don't have
you
the-
guys stare at it.
I don't have the patience for
Yeah.
that.
Or
I just
just
reboot it.
usually open it to the store because that will like twitch differently when the tasks refresh.
Yeah, and when you clear the 10,000 point task to try to pull yours, also clear one of the really, really low point ones. And then as soon as
Wait, what is
as soon
happening?
as it pops up with the little new bubble
I'm
on it,
glitched.
you know that the 10 point.
I'm glitched.
What'd you get? Oh dear. You're in trouble. You're down 10,000 points for today.
Yes, I am.
That happens to me once every tournament. I'm used to it.
Bless it. Ah.
Yeah, now he has to do the
What in the hell is going on? Why is my game crashing after pulling a multiphasic pull?
Welcome to today.
This is not normal. It doesn't do this all the time, right?
Some days are worse than others.
Man.
It's 3 a.m. They're probably pushing a hot fix or something.
Yay, bugs! Reminds me of how my game crashed 4 times in a row that one arena. I was so mad. Okay, that whole like work thing is in 6 hours. I should sleep.
I have to get up for work in 2.5 hours, so it'll be fine. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think I'm
It'll
gonna
be
call,
okay.
maybe I should call off tomorrow. No, I can't.
Harkin is suggesting something that requires a bubble and self-protection.
I don't believe in protection.
I think
You
I
do have
foolbot this.
Just ask his kids.
I'm fixed. Can't.
I didn't need to
Can't.
know that either.
It can't happen. No, listen, I'm free range. We can go.
Castrated.
What?
I got nothing.
What? Dude, even my refreshes aren't working right now. What the hell? Is somebody else trying to refresh at the same time as I am? That's what's happening here. Somebody's refreshing at the same time I am.
What is wrong with you?
What? Wait, what? That should be my Tinder message. I'm fixed. Don't worry about it.
How broken were you to begin with?
Do what?
Broken were you to begin with? Oh my gosh, incoming ad break.
Oh boy.
And crash.
I'm gonna log into Tinder real quick and just see if I got any recent matches.
Oh my god, I just want. So it's really funny because Strider has been going into a different room to listen when I'm on Discord and he's watching Twitch. And because of the delay. And so every once in a while, like 5 seconds later, he'll just start laughing. I'm like, that landed.
Nope, no matches.
No. There's no desperate women on your mountain that need a place to stay tonight.
There's nobody on the mountain. That's why I love the mountain.
Yeah.
Nobody on the mountain. Swipe right. Cool. Swipe left. 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 Left.
You're doing it wrong.
Left. 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 Left.
How are
left.
you even like process? Okay.
You don't have to read anything, Tarpy. You just gotta look.
This
Okay.
This is why you don't have matches. You're Tindering wrong.
Am I Tindering? Left. 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 Left.
No.
Okay.
Everything you own in a box to the left.
Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. Left. God, this is depressing.
You're supposed to just. You don't even have to look at your phone. You just keep swiping right with your thumb without looking at the phone.
No.
And then when you match with people, then you make the judgment.
Is that how I'm doing it? I'm doing it wrong. It's just go all to the right and then wait for a match.
Just all to the right and wait for the match, and then you decide. Saves you a lot of time and energy.
I see it, Cedric. I see it, brother. Listen, I don't take that one. I leave that one for my alliance. Karkin, the Dominion solo one is up. All right. They're yelling at me to grab it. I don't take that one because I can do multiphasics. I leave that for my littles. Okay?
Yeah, says the guy who wants to go to bed.
Huh?
Says the guy who wants to go to bed.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I got it. I got my last one. Look, I'm done. I'm finishing. I'm finishing right now. God, don't rush me.
Oh my God.
That's what she said. Like a lot.
Freezing.
And my client just froze again. Jesus criminy. There's something with multiphasic pulls.
Maybe.
Something with the
think that's going to screw up that task for you too?
Probably.
Strider just started laughing.
Strider's in the next room. 3 minutes later.
Yeah.
All right, I am going to assume that I actually did not lose a task, Matters. I think I got my I got my 60,000 points. All right, what are we buying?
Oh, okay.
All right,
Once
let's
you
see.
rebooted
I've got to
the second
finish let's see. What do I got in here? I got to finish the NX02 skin.
You need 3 Vindicators.
I do not need 3 Vindicators.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. There we go. Columbia.
I like that they're in there though, because like up until now, Arenas has been the only sourcing, and that's terrible because some people can't even do it. So
no.
I'm
It's
very,
great.
very, very happy that they.
Oh, I'm thrilled. 1,000%.
That's my
I'm
favorite
thrilled
thing
to
to see. Yeah,
They
was
did
my biggest gripe.
Great moves with the store this time. And honestly, it hasn't been that long. If they refresh it, like how long's AT's been out? 5 months, 4 months, 5 months. If they refresh it every 5 to 6 months like that, I'm totally. Well, even then, 6, 7 months. Listen, if they refresh this thing twice a year, I'm thrilled to death. Honestly, I think they've done a fantastic job with this feature.
I hope they put other newer stuff in there eventually, like within a
It'd
year.
be great to see like a Spectre skin for the Vindicate or for the Eviscerator in there, or even the Relativity or the Revenant. Help speed up, the progression for free to play more parts.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm buying Eviscerator parts. The amount of Eviscerator parts that you can get in the AT store is more than you can get in a month of regular gameplay. I mean, seriously, it's a million. It's a million parts. I can get a million Eviscerator parts.
I went through 4 tiers of my Eviscerator.
Okay, well,
the last
that doesn't happen at the higher levels. Here, I'll show you.
No. I
It
intentionally have
comes
mine
out to 3 parts every alliance tournament that you can get. So if you time it right, you can get those 3 parts just before you tear it up, and then just double pull.
Not even now.
And that's what I did
I'm down to
for
2.
3 different tiers.
I am down to 2. But it's enough for a tier.
Being that you have to be in Master League.
There we go. It's enough. There we go. We tiered her. We tiered her
That's
on up.
one that I'm actually ticked off about, is the fact that that's tucked in the only Master League.
Well,
Get gooder.
Well, it's everything else that we've unlocked in Emerald Chain so far has been available no matter what league you are. But this,
no, it
didn't
hasn't.
say that you
No,
also,
it hasn't.
No, the for the 20 unlock on Emerald Chain is expert and up.
Yeah,
The
they're
what?
all expert and up, dude.
The assimilated amalgam.
No,
or the
they're not.
assimilated-
I'm adept and I can get all of them except for the eviscerator parts.
Oh,
I
well.
can get
You're in
absolutely
a depth
everything
league.
that's come in the.
What the hell, man?
Yes.
You're a peasant. I'm kidding. I'm
I know.
joking.
But
Let's see what else we can
I
buy.
can get all of them. I can get the skins, the blueprints.
Dude,
everything
I'll
else
be
that's-
straight up with you. I don't actually think
I'm supposed to be able to.
I can buy them again.
I just said that.
Just God, DJ.
It's 3:30 in the morning. Leave me the F alone.
No.
It's also 3:30 for me. I'm out here waxing my floors.
I was.
Is that what they call it today? That's what they call it these
No,
days. That's gonna.
I'm
You know what?
literally waxing my floor.
Hold on. I'm gonna swipe right on that. You want to wax my floors? Hold on.
There you go.
I'm gonna add that
And
in.
that's a great pickup line right there.
Left. Okay.
I think he goes right back to left.
Right.
So that's how you wax floors, is it? You just go to the left all the time?
So what else got unlocked from Voyager ship parts and blueprints? I can get those. Galactic recruits, I can get those. Columbia refit, I can get that.
I believe the assimilated amalgam skin is locked to expert and up.
Oh, I've already got that, so it's not even showing up in my store.
It would show up, and you have to be Emerald Chain 20 for it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not there yet. So, of everything that's been unlocked before the Eviscerator in the Emerald Chain, it's all available. Adept and lower.
Wait
Or
a
at least
second.
an adept.
Where does the Columbia skin change? I thought it was in here.
No, it's
The NX in the
Voyager
export shop.
officer
It's
pull.
the Voyager officer pulling the export shop.
So you get an orange box on it instead of green.
And it'll say double shards.
Oh, excellent. I'll do that. That's a nice pull. That's 24 epic shards. That's a nice pull.
Yeah.
I was sad because I got that like 3 days after I maxed Neelix. And it was like, that would have been really handy.
Yeah.
But like, obviously, I need to still max all the epics, but. Yeah.
I think I'm. I got to do solos.
Which ones?
Goodbye, Vertivore.
G6.
For used you.
Where's here we go. Isomatter. Tier. God, I don't know what tier. What tier? Tiers
Just go
is
click on a
daggone
part.
thing. Tier 10. So I need the tier 11 stuff, right? Yeah, I need tier 11 stuff. Okay. Zwomp, womp, womp, womp.
Yeah.
Tier 11. There you are. Blammo! Got it. Okay. See if we can do any other parts. Sure can. Look at that goodness.
Mm.
I think I'm going to do warp range first. Yeah.
Is it a big one?
45.
That's what she said.
I usually do guns first, Magoo, but I need warp range on this thing. I need to get it up there. Need to get it up.
Always the struggle.
Yeah. Getting older.
Can't find the buttons and you can't get it up. That's definitely.
That does not go in the profile. All right. I'm trying to remember what prime particle I bought the other day. I'll show you.
Are they the two
on the weapon?
The same?
Let's see. What's it under? Resource allocation? Yeah.
Which one are you trying to buy?
Yeah, this is the one here. Prime particle key. I now have 1,500 where I only needed 1,000. I accidentally bought 500 yesterday. I was so pissed. I was so mad. But I'm going to get Prime Interceptor wrecking. I'm going to go start that now. Let's see, where is it? Prime Interceptor wrecked in combat. Column 18. But yeah, I spent 500 too much. Daggone it. Dag nabbit. What am I going to do with an extra 500 prime particle keys? Poopy dook.
Have a party.
Poopy dook. Ooh, I just saw another prime I could do. What's this one?
Is that one of the Dolomite
Prime
ones?
critical hit reduction.
Oh no, that's the.
Oh, these are the
Stars
new
one.
ones. Yeah, these are the brand new ones that we just started sourcing. I pulled 500.
So real talk.
Real talk.
I was gonna see if I was gonna ask if you were gonna do a stream Saturday to get all the subs you needed, but you got all the subs you needed. So you're not gonna do that, I'm assuming.
I might stream Saturday during the. Well, I don't know. My kids are coming in, so I'm not
Yeah,
entirely
so
sure.
then-
Maybe
So
maybe
Sunday,
not.
probably.
Yeah, well, Sunday Bubba's coming on to. We're going to do our Star Trek Universe show. We're going to talk about Lower
Okay,
Decks.
so Tuesday for like event store stuff. Not event store stuff. Alliance tournament.
Okay. Okay. So
Because then you
Prime
can spend time with your kids.
Prime Valor emblem. These are the one. This is for the one for the Disco Prime that just launched.
Yes.
And I've got up to level 4 already of Prime Disco, so I can use it on other stuff. I've already got Prime Armada, which is 1,000%. Like, you should absolutely do that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. I'll probably save it because it's going to be 4,500 for me to do Prime Disco. So I'll probably just save a little bit.
Yeah, save for the next disco.
Wait,
what ops do you have to be for the next disco?
69.
Prime.
So it'll probably be a while, but still. I mean, we're talking 8 months of tournaments, assuming one per month. Is how long it'll take me to get the 8 more months, so 9 months from now. So I mean, I don't know where I'll be. I'm 66 now. I don't know. I could be 69 in 9 months. I probably will be. So I'll probably just keep accumulating. None of the rest of these are that important to me. So
No. Jeez.
all right. Let's see.
When we talk about that on Tuesday, that's going to be a really important thing to bring up is that last level of the Disco Prime. If people want it,
big.
obviously there's an ops lock, but there's so many tournaments there.
Yeah, that'll be 8 more tournaments. So you definitely want to buy it here and max it. I wish they'd have put no cooldown on that one. Man, could you imagine?
Or just double the cooldown? Or like double the pull limit?
Yeah. Would have been kind of crazy. Would have been kind of crazy.
I'm still glad it's there though.
All right. Am I done? No, I got to do solos. Let's see. real
Okay,
quick.
for reals. Good night.
Good night.
Guys.
Bye. See ya. Pieces.
Bye.
Good night.
I got to do Solar Armadas for Vindicator, and then I'm going to bed too. Let's see. Is that everything? Have I done everything tonight? Wanting Warriors, Ahead of the Curve, March Progress, blah, blah, blah. Borg event's done. No! Cube event's not done. Shit.
Didn't kill enough of those 70s?
No, I died. I couldn't survive.
Yeah.
Cube is not beefy enough yet. That's all right. I'm going to go kill some Solar Armadas, and they will count, won't they? Do they count? They do count.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, they still count.
let's load up here. This is weird.
How's your Vindicator coming along?
Yeah, it's a nice, strong tier 3.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited about it. Okay. All right. Vindicator. Let's go back and look. I'm kidding. I don't think it's actually probably pretty bad. Tier 4. I wasn't kidding. Tier 4. So slow. So slow. All right, but we're going to take this bad lad on up. We're going to knock out some more solos. G6 uncommons. Do you think that
You still can't hit the 68s? Can't reach them. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like I can. Interesting. Let's give that a go. Let's go see what that looks like.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was thinking I could not do that. Interesting.
You clicked on the wrong 68 system. There's that other one right beside Shrub's Eye, which has got the rares. Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Or that's a 69.
Yeah.
Oh, you can get all the way up there. Look at you.
Huh. We're going to do this real quick, and I got to go to bed. It's late. I probably don't even need to go to sleep at this point. I mean, I probably should, but it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I pretty much have come to terms with the fact that I'll be just not sleeping again tonight.
I could just go ahead and leave for work.
2 nights in a row.
This was
Yeah, well,
this
that's
was,
what I'll be doing in
this
like
was
2 hours.
irresponsible. Why did I do this? Had fun, but damn, what
Why
happened?
did you do it?
This week?
It's Tarpey's fault.
This week
She
is
makes fun of you for
been
how long your
very
streams are,
irresponsible
but-
this week.
But man, she's putting you to shame for putting on a long stream. It's mostly because of interruptions, but you know.
And then not only that, but then she abandons you part of the way through.
That's true too.
True. Left. It's depressing.
Left, right, left.
Oh God, hazard. See, this is what happens. Okay.
So the other good thing about the Vindicator is because of its hazard resistance, it does get decent warp range relatively early. You can just use it to scout these systems. So you can send your Vindicator in, and it doesn't take damage. And then you can like plan where you're going to warp in to be able to hit as many of the armadas as possible, and try to get as many of them killed before the hazards take you.
You know, that sounds like the NX01, but with more steps.
Yeah, the only thing about the NX-01 is it's the like minute and a half timer, or however long it is. So I don't like using it, especially because I keep sending back. I'll clear all 4, and then I'll recall my ship, and then I'll send it back again to clear all 4 again, because usually they'll have respawned by then. So I can just keep my Vindicator parked in there, and then I don't have to keep using the NX-01 every time I'm doing a run. I'll do like 5 runs and clear all 4.
I was using Loot Crew Cruzito, but obviously that's not going to work, so I'm going to have to pull up an Armada crew. See how close I got.
Oh, yeah.
Halfway, but I mean, an Armada crew will kill that. Armada crew will take care of that, hopefully, but yeah. Dang.
You got it halfway done?
Yeah, halfway.
Oh, yeah, you got it. You almost killed it.
No, I didn't. Halfway.
Well, yeah, half its hull and all its shields. So you're 3/4 of the way.
You're probably like 2 or 3 rounds from blowing it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Armada crew will do it.
Probably DeJosh, Beer, and DeMarco might have done it. You could have gone like half loot, probably.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes, and then I might try to a half combination.
What tier's your Velux at?
6.
How many below deck slots do you have?
4, I believe. Yeah, 4.
And who's below deck?
Balana, Vielle, Kim, and Tom Paris. Yeah, I can do exos and I can do buffs, all that stuff. I'm just trying to get a baseline right now. I've not killed these before. So look, there I killed it. Armada crew made the difference. Oh gosh, and I can kill probably 3. Look at that with no buffs.
Smashed it now.
Yeah. Here's that battle log. Look at that. I lost like 10-15% of hull. The rest of it was just lost to hazards.
Yeah.
So again, this is what Tarpy was talking about, guys. It doesn't matter what buffs. It doesn't matter anything. I'm going to die to hazards more than I'm going to die to these armadas.
Yep.
It's not that the armada itself is taking a lot of hull. It's the hazard space. Look at that. I lost 10, call that maybe 10, 15%. This will be the last one that I get on this hull. Yeah, this is a 400 system, and my resistance is like 100. All right, I got it, though. It's good. And we'll try to tag a hostile on our way out. So, and there's all my dimensional breach points for the week. So I am done. Time for bed.
Yeah.
So I'll let that heal up. I'm going to
wake up in an hour.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make an omelet. How much loot? Yeah, good check. Good call out. Let's check. How much loot did we get? We got 144,000.
Mm-hmm.
Plus another 220,000 in the starter chest, ballpark. So 350,000 per armada. And if I'm looking into the store, what did I say? How much?
How many did you kill? 3 of them?
Yeah.
350,000 each.
Still not enough for a triple. Yeah, might try partial loot on the next one. Oh no, Cruzito, I'm definitely gonna still triple pull. I'll triple pull everything. I've got gazillions of directives. You know what? Let's try. Let's go back to DJz.
Give it a shot now. See if you can do it. Yeah, do Daj, beer, and what's her face, DeMarco.
You want beer on the bridge?
Yeah, who'd you have on with DJz before?
Totally.
No, use beer.
Okay.
The crit damage is going to help a lot more than stat base. Because he does stat base whatever piercing reduction, right? And they've got such high piercing stats versus the stats of your officers that you're not even.
It'll never happen, right? Yeah.
Like you're reducing it by 0.001% after 5 rounds. Like
all right. Magoo says do 5 instead of the rare officer. Yeah, but yeah. I like that. You're right.
I guess, yeah, that's better.
That is better. Especially if it's not going to do much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that call.
I mean, Beer's got a decent crit damage increase, but especially if you're soloing because it's based on you getting hit.
So yeah, let's throw 5 here instead of beer. And that'll still get us a little bit of loot from her. And still 40% chance at increase weapon shots. All right, let's head back in there.
She's a slow one to grow, eh?
Huh?
DJz, she take forever to source shards for.
Yeah, she's slow, but she's valuable. Yeah. When I see her in syndicate events or something like that, I'll try to max that out. Who's in the syndicate event right now? I didn't look. Doctor?
Doctor. Yeah.
That's not necessarily a bad one either.
No, he's good.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right, we'll see how this one goes. And then I'm actually leaving. It's almost 4 o'clock. It'll be after 4 when I lay down. Holy crap.
Yeah. But fun.
This is why I can't drink Ghost Energy on the show. I don't know how Griffin drinks an energy drink when we do a podcast at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Like, that's insane.
He actually drinks them in the morning and he just fills them with water before the show.
That son of a bitch.
For the money.
That's what he's doing.
Absolutely. He's a smart guy. He knows how to play the system.
All right. Well, that was a kill. Okay. I probably am only going to get 2 per haul.
Yeah.
And that, again, is primarily due to hazard damage.
Yeah. Hazards are a pain. That's why I like the uncommon. I
might still get a
I'm
third
like you.
one.
I value time. I value being able to get as much done in as short amount of time as possible. And for me, that means killing all 4 of them.
I'm going to try to get a third. I'm going to try to get a third one in. I think I can do it. If they're in close proximity, you might be able to do it. Hit it. Punch it. I think I'm going to get it. Yep, got it. All right, so let's see how much loot we got there. So that was the same 3 hostiles. Double the loot. What were we at before?
There you go. 350. 360.
Yeah, so that's going to give
including
three. Yeah, so I got 310 out of the chest plus another 200. That gives me $500,000 per run, or $500,000 per armada. So that's $1.5 million that I can do. That is a triple pull daily. There you go. All right, nice. We're gonna go Let me just go ahead and die here real quick. So I can go save that new preset, but that's it. That's the one right there. That's the one. That is the one. Oh. Okay. So we're going to pop in here. We're going to name this. This is going back down to the Armada Loot one right here. Armada Loot. Save. Confirm. Boom. Done. Shakalaka. All right. There you go. Cool. All right, folks. I'm going to roll. Is there anybody even online to raid at this time of night? I'm going to assume that nobody that we typically follow is online, but let's just take a look. Pika is on.
Of course.
That woman
Of course
does
she is.
You
not.
could raid out to one of the DJs.
She does not sleep. That woman does not sleep. Is Mord streaming tonight? Ice Wolf, who's Strider NZ?
He's a New Zealand-based DJ that me and Madrox have taken into.
Raid someone who has like absolutely nobody watching. Really make their day.
Strider NZ has 82 people watching. Is he good?
I never heard of him.
Stream looks very busy right now.
But he's a no mic DJ, so it's all about the music.
Oh, no mic?
Yeah.
Oh, we can drop in over there. You want to do that?
Yep.
All right. Cool. We'll press that button. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out. For those of you who did, can't believe you guys are all still here. How many? We got still almost 40 on YouTube, and how many over here?
Like
111.
It's 150 people at 4 o'clock in the morning. You guys are animals. Thank you so much. You have a great night. We're going to go listen to some Progressive House over in New Zealand, and I'll catch up with you in a day or two, okay? You guys have a great night. Love you, mean it. Peace. Bye.